Hey guys, welcome back to Electric North's Game of the Year podcast for 2025. Alright, I think we'd all like to start off with some honorable mentions. I have a few that are all friends of the podcast games. That includes Cattle Country, Morsels, and Ambrosia Sky Act 1. Which, I don't want to be biased on the podcast and, put them on the top 10. But at the same time, they're all neat games that our friends made, so did want to shout them out. Alex, do you have any honorable mentions?
Those were pretty neat. Hi, I'm Alex. Let's see, honorable mentions that didn't quite make the top 10. Claire Obscure is one of them. Sorry, guys. It didn't make my top 10. But I thought it was pretty neat. But I just kind of had some gripes that I might get into later if we do a bonus episode going into top 20 games.
Yeah, we could do a whole gripes podcast.
Yeah.
It would probably be longer.
Yeah. Another honorable mention, Fly Night. Thought Fly Night was super cool. I had a good time playing. It was, yeah.
Oh.
Yep. In case, you want to think about that.
Uh-oh. Maybe make an adjustment.
Yeah, I thought Fly Night was super neat. Had a really good time. I loved the multiplayer support. Loved the vibe of it. It's deliberately slow paced, but in a way that I thought was just kind of neat. I only real complaint about it was that maybe it was just a bit short, but that was fine too.
In some ways, that's kind of a selling point for games. If you could go through it in 2 or 3 hours and just have a good time. Yeah.
Yeah, and then, I don't know. That's probably it for my honorable mentions. Yeah.
Done?
I mean, now that I realize that I played Fly Night this year, I was thinking that was 2024. Yeah, Fly Night I really liked as a short multiplayer experience.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's nice to have a containable, you can convince your friend to play it because it's not going to consume 100 hours of their lives. And yeah, Fly Night was great. Also, other honorable mentions from me. I played a lot of hours, if you can call it a game, of Spirit City this year, which is Lo-Fi Girl YouTube channel, but the video game. And it's it's gamified in that you can collect little guys, basically. And it's a productivity app more than a game, but I honorable mention because I did use it a lot. Expedition 33 is also on my honorable mentions, but I think maybe we'll talk about it later. Can we?
Maybe we'll see.
We're not talking about it later.
Okay.
It's not on my list.
No one's top 10? Okay.
Game of the Year from officially the Game Awards is not going to be on the top 10.
The reason it might have broached my top 10 if I had played it myself, but for me it was a watch game. I enjoyed watching it. We're not even done, but I've enjoyed watching it a lot. I think that I'm really into the idea of JRPGs. Yeah. But I don't like to play them that much. But it's fun. I like seeing the story. It was I like a good watchable game. All right, and then on the 3DS front, because I still play on my 3DS. This year, honorable mentions for 3DS stuff goes to Fantasy Life. I think I need to put more time into it. It seems like it's a big time sink. Alex, you've been playing the PC, the new one, but I've been playing the original one, and there's just a lot of game in that game.
Yep.
There's a lot of game in that game, and I need to put more time into it, I think, so it stays in the honorable mentions. But it's been fun. It's a fun one to play, and I want to get the chance to play multiplayer because I feel like it might shine.
Yeah, I've got some honorable mentions that these are ones that haven't been mentioned before. There, plenty of other good mentions, but I'm also not sure if they'll come up later. So yeah, Dispatch is an honorable mention for me.
Yeah,
that was fun.
Looking forward to seeing the end.
Yeah, Donkey Kong Bonanza, honorable mention.
Yeah, fun time.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it's going to show up in anyone's list, but for me, it's not for me.
Yeah.
Drop Duchy. It's a fun little game.
Yeah, that was cool.
Drop Duchy.
Yeah, fun little. I feel like I didn't spend a lot of time with it, but I liked it fairly. Fair enough. And Despelate. It's a cool game. Really like the style. Really like the vibe. But there's just some other games that I vibed with more this year.
Yeah, Despelate also it didn't make my top 10, but I really loved the ending of it.
Yeah.
I thought, I don't know, just kicking the ball around with your friends.
Yeah, it was a touching little outro.
Yeah, touching little outro.
Feels like you get to know the developer. I guess it is kind of autobiographical, right?
Yeah.
It's neat to see their perspective on that time of the world.
Yeah, but I think those are the honorable mentions I'll go with. So.
All right. I have one final honorable mention. Consume Me. I don't know. Anyone have that on their list?
It's it'll show up later for me.
Yeah, it will show up later for me.
Okay, well, let's get into our top 10s. Now, how this is going to work is we're going to keep going around in a circle. But if you say your top 10 and someone has it higher on their personal list, we'll just keep it kind of short and then move on to the next one. And we'll have our maximum discussion at its highest point on someone's list. So my number 10 is Wheel World.
Oh.
Now, you might be wondering, why did they call it Wheel World? Alright, this is a bicycle open world game where you're mostly traveling around on a bicycle. You can walk a little bit, but you're like walking with your bike, so it's like you kind of might as well always be riding your bike.
Yeah.
Now, it's on a really big map with like a lot of natural beauty kind of stuff going on. I mostly liked the just riding around and exploring and like finding new parts and equipping them to my bike. I loved all that. There was a lot of like you need to do races against people to progress in the game, which is fine, but I kind of wish that there was a bit more mission variety from like, I don't know, you could deliver things. I guess like fetch quests aren't fun, but like it's kind of the same as a race anyways. When you boil it down, you're just riding a bike around. So yeah, overall it was a pretty good game. There's a couple sections where they would put some like, it's like when you go through the race, you can collect letters to spell out the main character's name. And there was a couple of times when they would put the letters in spots where it's like kind of off of the racetrack.
Yep.
And like next to a weird collision box. And there's definitely one point where I like got super pissed because it was like next to an invisible collision box. It was like, why did you put the letter in this shit spot? But it's cool. It's got the whole other world aspect that I like when a game is like, yeah, you thought you explored the whole map? Well, guess what? There's a whole other map. And a kind of fun ending. A little bit, there's room for more if they wanted to. I think they've moved on to their next thing. But overall, a cool game.
I feel like there were some races that you had like maybe some gripes with too, a bit. I don't know, maybe not like...
Oh yeah, definitely some of the AI is like kind of weird.
Yeah,
like...
I think like one of the final race, like it was kind of structured in a way that you found particularly
with all
frustrating.
the cutscenes that were interrupting and like resetting the boss progress or something. Like, I don't know what's going on with that. Definitely not the best ending to a game in like gameplay wise.
Yeah.
But
it seemed
it's
cool.
fine. It's got good vibes.
Yeah.
You gotta shout out the games that are like kind of made for you. So like this bicycle open world game, like I'm into it.
Hell yeah.
I should have put this on my honorable mentions list. I feel like I didn't play really far in it, but I was like quite impressed by like the feel, like the bike feel. And like the sounds like of the bike, like when the tires start going a little slower and there's like kind of like a crunch of the gravel underneath or whatever, and like I don't know, and like the leaning and like that stuff. I'm like, oh, it's like it like feels like a bike. That was really impressive.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like I missed out on this one this year. I got to give it a go because.
Yeah, that does remind me. I wish the shifting gears in the game felt better. Like shifting gears in real life doesn't feel clunky and bad. as long as you're doing it right. Like, maybe I never did it right in the game, because there was kind of like, you gotta press and hold and release the things at the right time, but it just felt never worthwhile to get a bike that shifts gears.
Yeah, I think I only used a fixed gear bike when I played, but maybe just because I never unlocked one or something.
Yeah, the fixed gear bike feels great, because you don't have
That's
to
pretty
use
much
your
how I
muscle.
bike in
So you
pretty
just
much
go it.
how I bike in real life. I mean, my bike has gears, but I like never change gears.
Alright. So that was Wheel World for all of our listeners. Yeah, if you could also pass off your segment by saying the name of your game again for people who are listening. Like, I know when I listen to a podcast, I'll be like kind of ignoring it, and then halfway through I'll be like, yeah, I like what they're talking about. What game is this?
Right.
And then they'll just be like, so that was a great game.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright.
Good call out.
Alright.
So Alex, your number 10.
All right. For my number 10, it is Hades 2.
Nice.
You know, maybe this is a bit lower on the list than some people would hope it would be. I don't think anyone else really played it besides Adam, who's been dabbling in it like a bit.
I've been meaning to touch it more.
Yeah.
Maybe it will be on my list next year. 'Cause
Yeah.
I haven't touched it yet.
I mean, it's really well executed. They added quite a few more mechanics into this one, a lot more ways to attack. You got magic now, compared to Hades 1, I mean. There's just like a lot of neat combos and stuff. The gameplay feels super tight. It feels like there's a lot of different builds you can do. Some of the other weapons you unlock are like kind of neat, though I mostly just dabbled with the main weapon. I did beat the game, though, got credits basically. And that's about as far as I got.
So is that like you beat the game once and you get credits?
You have to beat it like a bunch of times and in a bunch of different ways, I guess.
Because that's what I hear about this game when people talk about it. They're like, I beat the boss once, but like I gotta do it like 6 times.
Yeah, you gotta do that twice, or well, like with 2 different sections basically of the game.
Alright.
In this one.
Is that I'm like going based off of like trailers or like hearsay alone because I didn't play it. But is that because you can choose whether to fight in one direction or the other? Like,
yeah, I think this is like a bit of a soft spoiler. I mean, if you go into the World Hub and you sort of look around, it becomes a bit obvious this direction that things are going in. But yeah, there's like a surface. There's like an underground, like a going into hell kind of path you can take, and then there's a going to the surface path.
yeah.
And so there's like you can choose like which run you want to do basically, and they have their own separate like levels, bosses, and boss.
Right,
and
so you have
like,
to do both too.
you have to do both
Get,
like a certain number
roll
of times
credits,
to
gotcha.
like, yeah, so you basically have to beat the game, like get a successful run like maybe like 10 or 11 times or so. Maybe 12.
Pretty sure they talked about that in the trailer a little bit, right?
Do you feel like the writing is like a big step up compared to the first game?
Actually, this is where, so things I liked about the game were, like, the art I thought was beautiful, the execution, like, the mechanics felt really tight to me, like, the action of it feels really good, but the writing I felt, maybe it was just, like, I didn't like the characters in this one as much, or they didn't really resonate with me as much. I think I like Zagreus quite a bit in the first game, and just a lot of the characters in this one weren't really doing it for me, so I just found a lot of the writing kind of boring. Unfortunately.
Oh, man.
Which is like which is why it's like only number 10 on my list, even though I thought it was super well executed, is just like the writing is like such a huge part of this game, right? Like you're always having dialogue interactions with all these characters, and a lot of the time it's like you'll like beat a boss or you'll like lose to a boss, and then the next hour of every interaction that you do with like every single NPC across the game, and there are a huge number of NPCs in this game, will be like you repeating basically the same dialogue with a different character of like, yeah, I fought this boss and this happened and wasn't that crazy, and then they like have some sort of witty retort, but it's like, okay. And it's like, it's just sort of, Yeah,
Alright.
you have to do this for literally like an hour of like NPC interactions.
But at least the game, like the actual combat stuff that you're doing, that's good.
Yeah, I thought the gameplay was awesome. I don't know. I feel like, the main character arc didn't really do it for me and stuff. I just thought she was a bit boring. I'm sorry.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I know. I thought she was cool, but just kind of boring and very Zagreus. I don't know.
I think you mentioned before saying something like she's a lot more serious.
Yeah, she's a lot more serious. She's got like, she's on kind of like a revenge quest straight from the beginning of the game. And it's not like all doom and gloom or whatever. Like there's definitely moments of levity, but I don't know, it just feels like she's got her own conceptions over like what is going on and what her family was like before like things got torn apart, kind of, and those maybe don't mesh with reality, but I don't feel like that's examined in a really like interesting way in the game's dialogue or story. I don't know. So I thought that was a bit of a letdown. Maybe.
I'm trying to remember. Zagreus is a little bit of a sarcastic,
Yeah.
like wise guy. Well, maybe not wise.
Yeah,
but,
yeah.
Like
he's
that
got
kind of a. Yeah.
Yeah, he's definitely a bit
Sarcastic
like
guy.
moody, sarcastic, kind of like
Teenage
wisecracking a bunch. And, I just thought that was kind of... I mean, maybe it's a bit played out at this point, a bit tired.
Yeah.
So maybe that's part of it. But at the time, I don't know.
This
I thought it was
character,
neat.
there's not so much. Sorry, she plays it straight. Not
Yeah.
so many sarcastic remarks or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
Okay.
she plays it a lot more straight with a lot more characters, and, yeah, it just didn't really... It didn't make the dialogue as interesting for me sometimes.
I see.
But I don't know. Yeah, so that was Hades 2. But yeah, I loved it.
All right.
Done.
All right. This one might be a little bit of a recency bias thing, but my number 10, I'm gonna put in, if you can call it a game, the Tamagotchi Paradise.
Ooh.
I bought 2 of these online because I intended to give one to my sister for Christmas. And I really love it. Like, I don't know, I feel like it's a game. It's a toy and it's a game. Games are toys. They're just really complicated toys, right? Like a Marvel video. Anyway, so I don't know, you get, it's, evolved from the 1990s original conception of a Tamagotchi, but not that far. But you get your little egg. Your egg hatches into a little circle, and that little circle will grow up, depending on various factors, into one of a multitude of different little guys. The one I got was called the Jade Forest, which had a special biome, which is a little bit themed after like high altitude mountains in China. So you get like Red Panda, and you get like, I don't know, other themed characters like that. And I feel like, man, these little guys are really cute. Like the sprite art on these little guys is like very, very appealing to me. And there's mini games included. Some of them are like games you keep the character happy, but some of them are just like to make money, so you can buy like accessories and like decorate and like watch your little guy play with a toy, and you're like, oh my gosh, that guy's so cute. And those mini games are like, some of them suck and some of them are actually kind of decent. None of them are like, wow, I'm gonna play this all day. But they got like a Flappy Bird, like that's actually like kind of like if you're just like waiting for something like the microwave, you can be like, I want to play the Flappy Bird game on my Tamagotchi. That's kind of nice. I find myself using it to check the time because like the idle screen is a clock. I'm like, that's kind of nice. I don't know. It's just like, and then you can also check in on your cute little guy. And like you watch them like sleep and you're like, wow, this is a cute little guy. I don't know. Yeah, there's not like that much depth to go into here, but I like that it's like intermittent, so it's a little bit like an idle game in a way. And there's just like, it's a little bit of a surprise. Well, I mean, if you look up, you can find out exactly how to get every character, but it's a little bit of a surprise what your little guy is gonna be, and that's like kind of fun. Yeah, and I'm able to connect with my sisters, which like you can't do that much with connecting. There is a breeding feature, so like you can get different, like you might get the eyes of one Tamagotchi on a Tamagotchi that doesn't usually have that face, or like the color might be different. So that's also like fun little surprises. And yeah, you like, it takes like 3 like IRL days for the Tamagotchi to grow up.
Oh my god.
So like, you don't have to spend that much time on it, but you do have to kind of like not ignore it. And if you like, I forgot about it for like a few hours on one day, and then my adult turned into like this weird like pig guy, and I was like, all right. But you just start a new one. And on other Tamagotchis, I don't think it works this way, but in the Paradise one, like if you're done with it, you don't have to wait for it to die. You can actually like release it, and then you can still see it like wandering around when you have your new Tamagotchi, and that's kind of cute too. Anyway, yeah, I don't know if any of you guys have comments on that, because I don't think any of you have ever touched one of these things.
Oh, I want to shout out the a new feature on this Tamagotchi I don't think was on previous ones, which is a knob.
Oh yeah, it has a knob.
There's a little knob that you can turn on it, and it's just I don't know why, but it's like seems appealing to me that they added this little extra kind of unnecessary way of interacting with the world.
Yeah, apparently this is the first one where you can actually look at kind of the like quote unquote like genetics or like the internal like logic of why you're getting the Tamagotchi you're getting. Like, cause I guess on previous generations, you just had to kind of like keep track, like, oh, I forgot to feed it once, and that's why I'm getting like this guy instead of that guy or whatever. But in this one, you can turn the knob and you can zoom from the planet, because actually, like, it's supposed to be like this is a paradise planet. You're developing the planet for the Tamagotchis rather than just an individual Tamagotchi. But you zoom in and then you can see like one of 3 fields. So there's like sky, sea, land, and then mine has forest instead of sky, I guess, because it's the other edition. So you can look at those fields, and then you zoom in one more level and you get to your guy, like those classic Tamagotchi, there's your little guy. Then you zoom in one more level and you get to look at the Tamagotchi's cells. And you can see little like things floating around inside of them that are kind of indicative of the makeup of this particular Tamagotchi. Like if you forgot to take care of it, there's like little like yucky marks, and if there's like if it's been happy a lot, there's like sunshine, and if it's been spending time in like one environment versus another, it has different symbols. If you've been feeding it like one kind of food a lot, it's showing that food symbol in like its genetic cellular whatever. And that's, I don't know, and then you can get hints like from like Bandai of like, oh, see this really cute little guy? Here's what its cells look like. And you can kind of like, figure out how to get it by like seeing what the cells look like.
Wow.
Yeah, I just want to say the theme of going from microscopic to like the whole world by like zooming this little knob. It just feels satisfying to like spin it and go all the way in from the world to a I don't know, a cell.
Yeah, the knob reminds me, wasn't there like a console or like a portable console that had like
Playdate.
The Playdate, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It kind of reminds me of that.
Yeah. It's cool.
Knobs are neat.
Yeah.
Woohoo.
Shout out to knobs.
Cranking your Tamagotchi knob.
So that was the Tamagotchi Paradise.
Nice.
Okay, and I'm moving on to my number 10. Picking a little bit of maybe an odd choice here. I'm going to pick Ena Dream BBQ as my number 10.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. This game is a little bit hard to describe. It's kind of like a surrealist adventure game where you're kind of exploring this like weird digital world, and when you talk to a character, like fully animated character cutscenes will appear, and they'll just be like kind of ridiculous to you. Everybody kind of doesn't make sense in this game, but it just left a pretty strong impression, and there's like a cool world to explore with lots of like side quests, and there's no combat or anything, and maybe even just like a tiny bit of puzzles, but it's mostly just like you get to vibe out in this weird digital space and kind of unravel a strange world, and it's kind of got a weird mystery going on, I think. So yeah, it's just very striking visually. It's also extremely polished, and it's free. So yeah, it's a cool thing that you might want to check out. And just overall, like it just seemed like to be really high quality, I think.
Yeah, I really enjoyed watching you play this one.
Yeah. So it's cool. I don't know if it's really hard to describe, and I don't know if
it's kind of like a first person, like wander a world, interact with NPCs. You have some sort of quest that you're on, but it devolves a bit.
Yeah. It kind of doesn't make sense. I'm like thinking, can I spoil this game? And I think like yes and no. It's just like something you have to experience.
Yeah,
It's-
like a fever dream.
Yeah, it's kind of like a fever dream.
Yeah.
So-
Did you play this in like January or February? Because I feel like I watched you play a fair bit of it, but it's like very foggy in my mind. But it was very. I remember it being very visually interesting.
Yeah, it's just I think it was definitely this year, and it's
Yeah.
just it's bonkers. It's just the animation is bonkers. All the characters make no sense, but in a way that's really charming. So, yeah. And yeah, that's Ena Dream BBQ. That's my number 10, and we're moving on to number 9.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Hey, guys.
Number 9.
That game sounds interesting. I feel like I've never heard of it.
Yeah.
I was like, did I watch you play this?
I think
Was
you might have
there?
missed it, but
Okay.
a game that you haven't heard of.
I was like,
And it's
what?
free.
It's perfect to put in my top 10. That's right. I'm
Alright.
throwing out an oddball there.
That's fair.
Yeah.
All right, number 9 for me. I'm putting Mario Kart World.
Whoa!
I have this higher.
You have it higher? Okay, well, I was into this one, and I don't know. That is it's just a fun game, but we'll talk more about it later.
Yeah, we'll talk about it.
All right.
Oh, I see. Interesting. So that was Mario Kart World.
Mario Kart
huh?
World for my number 9.
All right. For my number 9, it's the Roottrees Are Dead.
Oh.
So this is like this is a mystery game basically. It's sort of the intersection of if you've played either of these games, the mystery of the Obra Dinn and where you were basically like trying to solve like a shipwreck like murder mystery, and Her Story where you were researching, bit of an open-ended game where you were researching on a computer like a bunch of files and doing a bunch of internet queries and stuff. The Roottrees Are Dead kind of mashes them together where you're trying to like put together a family tree of people using just like your internet browser and like a bunch of internet searches, and then you unlock like a bunch of periodicals to search through as you like do your internet searches, among like a bunch of other things. And yeah, what was really neat about it was like, well, for one, the family tree is like huge. It's like 50 different people, and it branches off in all kinds of interesting paths, and like you know, it's like spans about like I'd say like the 1910s to like early 1990s, so about like an 80-90 year like time span. And just like, you know, you get like a bunch of like photos of like people that are like kind of appropriate to those times in terms of, I don't know, it's just like well presented. It feels like when you do reading from like a magazine that was like in the 1910s or whatever, it's presented in a way that kind of feels like old timey or whatever. But mainly like the reason why this is like number 9 on my list, and like compared to a bunch of other games that I played this year, like I played like 50 games this year, so this is like significantly high on my list, is that I got obsessed with this game. I was like for like 3 or 4 days or whatever that I played it, trying to beat it. I just yeah, it like
Put its hooks in you.
yeah, it put its hooks in me. Like I really had to like think deeply about you know, what paths have I explored, what queries have I run, what are like different ways that I can examine like the people that I know about to kind of like try and find like an extra interview with them, or like some extra bit of info, some name that I haven't explored, you know, take a bunch of notes, take a bunch of mental notes. Like by the time I was finished, like I easily put together like an hour-long ramble video where I just like rambled about like the whole family tree, because like I just had so much of the game memorized by this point of like all these different queries that I ran. Like it induced like the sort of state of mind where I had to have the whole game's like chronology and world kind of embedded in my head and accessible in order to like keep making progress, basically, because I just sort of had to like to know which paths I'd explored and which paths I probably hadn't explored.
Yeah, I watched you play some of this, and like you're getting pretty deep into it. And as someone who's just like has it on in the second screen, I'm just like seeing a huge page of text, and you're like reading it, and then being like, "Oh, this name."
Yeah,
and plucking this letter out and putting it around, and I'm like, "What's even? Is the game gonna start?" But like it seems like you really got to be playing the game to like enjoy it.
Yeah, so really it's just it's about the state of mind that it induced. I think it's really neat when a game kind of makes you really deeply think about its world. So yeah, that was my number 9. The Roottrees are dead.
Nice. I want to try it. I want to play it. It's on my list.
All right, my number 9, a 3DS title that I'm actually only like 33% of the way through, but Kirby Planet Robobot. Yeah, I every once in a while I'm like, I gotta find something new to play on the 3DS, and with the excitement of Kirby Air Raiders in the air, I was like, I'll play a Kirby game. There's actually quite a few Kirby games on the 3DS, and I heard this was one of the best ones. And yeah, it's kind of banger. I mean, it's a pretty easy game, because it's a Kirby game. But it's fun. The music is bopping. The 3D, though I don't always have it turned on, is actually like pretty good. I feel like they tried to make use of like the perspectives. So you're like kind of going back and forth between different planes of a level instead of it just being like a fully 2D level. It's kind of like, jumping forward and back to like a parallaxed background, and Kirby's like back there, and you're like, oh, there's some like stuff hidden back there. I need to figure out how to get back to the other area. And there's like 3 collectible cubes that you have to find in every level to meta progress, and it's like almost like a little bit of like a very light puzzle game for that reason, because you're like, I'm missing a cube. It's like the third cube, so it must be somewhere towards the end of the level, and I like don't see anything, and then you go back and you're like, oh, there's like a weird thing I could like interact with if I have a certain copy ability. And I guess the other main gimmick of the Kirby game would be that there's a Kirby mech. Kirby gets in a mech, and it's in some of the levels, not all of them. And the mech also has copy abilities, but they're different than Kirby's copy abilities. They're kind of like a super powered version. And they're pretty fun, and they interact with the level design in some just kind of like cute, interesting ways. Yeah, it's been good. It's just a nice little game to like turn your brain off a little bit, and like you like get into bed with your little 3DS, and you're like, yeah.
It also seems kind of long for a Kirby game. It seems like there's a lot going on. Maybe
I don't know how long Kirby games typically are. I guess I don't know if I've ever like finished a Kirby game. I don't finish a lot of games, to be honest.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess
same.
I feel like I've spent a few hours playing it, and I'm only like 33% on the title screen, so yeah. Kirby.
Yeah, I agree that visually this one seems super striking to me. Like it seems, I don't know, just all the animations, whenever I like have seen any videos of this one or watched you play it, it's just like everything pops in a way that's really striking.
Yeah. It's cute. And he has a mech. So yeah.
What more could you want?
What more can you want? Yeah. So yeah, Kirby Planet Robobot.
All right. We're moving on to my number 9, and I think this might be higher on someone else's list. Silent Hill F.
Oh yeah.
Is it a?
It is higher on my list.
Okay. So yeah, we'll talk about it later. But pretty cool game. Silent Hill. We got some spooky town and all that whatnot.
It's spooky.
It's spooky. Yeah. So we'll talk about that later.
And maybe sooner than you expect.
Oh! Sorry, I just saw my thing max out.
I'm sure it's fine. All right, that brings us to the number 8 rounds. For my number 8, we've got Star Wars Outlaws.
Whoa!
Now, this game came out in 2024, but I played it in 2025 when it's good, apparently. I just remember hearing a lot of discourse online about it being a bad game. And maybe they've updated it. I bought it when it was 70% off, so that's also nice to play this big budget game for only like $30. So, you know, that it's got a lot going for it, I guess. I don't know. Just playing these games when they're, you know, have a few patches out is generally good. But anyway, Star Wars Outlaw. It's got a lot of beautiful environments. It is mostly an open world game, and the environments feel pretty lived in, very Star Warsy. You know, that's what you want. It's got a lot of vibes that are like very similar to the movies themselves. Like, I know people are like big into the Old Republic games, but just like going around in those environments, they didn't actually feel like a lot of Star Wars environments to me. And I've only been to like 2 of the planets, and one of them was Tatooine, so, you know, it's maybe not the hardest environment to nail, but it does expand more on it than it just being like a big desert. There are like big cliffs and stuff. And inside of the environments, feeling like just generally alive. Like there's lots of little creatures, and sometimes you can interact with them a little bit. And yeah, just riding your speeder around, very nice. There is yellow paint, which I generally dislike seeing yellow paint, unless it is like integrated into the environment nicely. So in the natural areas, you don't see yellow paint. They've got like different like tree roots and abandoned gear and stuff. Whereas like if you're in an industrial area, like, you can have yellow paint there. That just makes sense. It's for safety to have a highly visible color. Yeah. And yeah, the combat, it's a lot of stealth gameplay, but it's not super important that you remain in stealth. Usually you can just shoot your way out of things. Like, it's not a very hard game. And a lot of the enemies, like if they're not wearing a helmet, you can just shoot them one shot in the head and they drop, and it's like a little bit like, damn, we just killed a guy with this gun.
Imagine.
Yeah. Like, just a lot of games lately have been having bullet spongy enemies. Like, everybody's a bullet sponge, so to just drop a guy in one hit, it's pretty satisfying.
Feels good.
And as far as I know, there's no Jedi Sith bullshit. It's just you're just an outlaw. You play as Kay Vaz, and she seems like a bit of an idiot. Kind of like an endearing idiot, though. Like, she's growing on me. There's definitely lines where somebody's like, alright, you go do this job where you like plant a bomb and then we'll pay you $1,000. And she's like, alright, half now, half when the job's done. And the guy's just like, that's not how it works. And then she like needs the money, so she's like, alright, that's cool too. Just like immediately folding and just be like, yeah. I don't know. It's fun. You have a little creature buddy that pals around with you, and you can order them around to like do stuff. Yeah, just in general, it's been a pretty good time. I played it like for like 5 days and then kind of cooled down so I could play some of the other games that have come out this year, but I do want to go back and check out more of the planets. There's at least 2 other planets that I haven't checked out, but from what's there, from what I have played, I'm like, damn, this is a good game.
Yeah, it's been really fun watching you play this one.
Star Wars Outlaws.
Yeah.
I wanted to bring up that as well, that it's like, it's one of those good watching games.
Yeah, like you cook some food for your pet or
Oh
whatever.
yeah,
Like
you ate
remember
some
that?
food at
You
the
ordered
canteen.
the street food
Yeah,
from
yeah.
and your little guy got to eat it too.
And it was like a 10-minute involved cutscene where
Yeah,
like it was like
bunch
a
of quick time
multi-course
events,
meal.
like, oh, are you like feeding the guy right? It's like, yeah, I didn't expect that to happen. I kind of just thought I was gonna get like some stat bonus or something for a bit, but
It was a whole thing.
it was a whole thing.
Yeah. And how can't we mention Sabak, you know?
Sabak, yeah.
Everyone loves Sabak. I've heard people talk about this game as like their favorite Sabak simulator because they just play Sabak in it.
I mean, this is the first time playing a Star Wars game where I understand Sabak, because it's pretty simple in this one.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was always like this, like in the other ones, and I was just a kid, but it's just like you try to match your two cards kind of thing in your draw, and as long as your cards like don't have much of a gap, then it's like you're good. So it's pretty simple, and I don't know. It's again just a nice immersive feeling of like you're sitting at the table with some weird aliens, and like they got different cheater token things, and they're activating weird abilities.
Yeah, there's a lot of flavor in the game. Like it's even got outer space segments and stuff where you like blast some stuff. I don't know. I was kind of surprised they put that in there because that's a lot of budget.
Yeah, I don't know what people are complaining about. Like, it's good. Yeah.
I like also the little critters. There's so many little critters
There's a lot
in
of
the
little
environment,
critters.
and I'm like, that's great.
Yeah.
Also, this game, watching you, partially probably because you were on Tatooine at the time, but when I was watching you play, I was suddenly awoken to the fact that Star Wars is a Western.
Yeah.
Like, that had not occurred to me before, and I was like, wait a minute, this is just space cowboys. Like, yeah, of course it is.
I guess, it's definitely going to feel more cowboys than samurai, since there's no Jedi, but, yeah, the Tatooine was we're having a shoot-off, and, that was funny. The sheriff, it's like 4 guys come and we shoot him, and then he's like, more are coming. 2 guys come, we shoot him, and then he's like, that's it.
Yeah, it's got that open world jank.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like the jank has been pretty minimal. Yeah. You know, it is a Ubisoft game, so there's going to be some stuff, but definitely a lot less than maybe you would expect from, like, some of the Assassin's Creed.
Yeah, and I find the open world jank sort of stuff kind of charming in its own way. I don't know. Brings me back. Yeah,
alright. Star Wars Outlaws, pretty good. Definitely worth getting if it's on sale. And again, it's a Ubisoft game. It's going to go on sale probably even deeper than 70% off.
Oh my god.
Alex?
Alright, my number 8 is Silent Hill F.
Whoa!
Yep. Cool. So, yeah, Adam, let's talk about Silent Hill F, dude.
Yeah, I think no one else has put this on their list, right?
No.
Alright. So, Silent Hill F. You are a teenage girl in rural Japan in the 1960s.
That's correct.
And you know what? It's not easy. It's not easy being a teenage girl in the 1960s rural Japan.
It really was not for Hinako. No. Yeah, man. I love the atmosphere. I love the approach to storytelling in this one. You know, this is my first Silent Hill game, so, you know, maybe that biases me a bit towards, like, being happier or, like, really happy while playing this one, but, yeah, I don't know. I guess I always kind of imagine Silent Hill as just, like, super foggy, like, atmospheric kind of stuff, and this one definitely has a lot of fog and atmosphere, but it's also got some really, like, stunningly pretty environments. I really like what they did with the lighting and atmosphere in this one, and
it looks gorgeous.
Yeah, it looks gorgeous. You know, it definitely doesn't just look like stockholder Unreal Engine stuff. It looks really quite vibrant. The flowers, like the spider lilies and whatnot. I think they're spider lilies, the red flowers that pop up all over the place. Yeah, just really vibrant game. Really pops.
Yeah. I think this game, I'm like trying to think why it's not higher on my list, and I think that maybe it's like I don't know. Horror games, I like them to be like scary.
Yeah.
And I don't think it was terribly scary. It was compelling.
Yeah.
Like, maybe you played it in a different environment than I did. I played it on a couch with a bunch of friends, and maybe when you're kind of like, you know, playing it alone, you know, really putting yourself in there, like, does it kind of hit with the scares, or does it just kind of get you in the mood?
I did find it tense when I was playing it alone in the dark, with headphones on. Definitely more tense than when we were playing it together, even though, like, I'd already experienced, like, the beats we were going through. So I do think that helps a bit with the atmosphere, but I agree that this one's not, like, especially, like, horrifying, like, jump scary kind of game. It's more like a kind of about moody storytelling
Yeah.
more than anything. And
And
I
there's,
like
like-
that.
And the story was interesting.
Yeah.
There's
know?
some body horror, I would say.
Yeah, definitely
depending on
some
how
body
much
horror.
that
There's some
bothers you.
squeamish scenes for
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially during one segment. Yeah.
And a bit of a mystery to unravel as well.
Yeah, like what exactly is going on in this town? What's going on with Hinako? What's going on with her friends? I kind of liked those, like, the characters in this one quite a bit. I like their interactions. They felt lived in, kind of. Yeah.
Is it typical for Silent Hill titles to have kind of like not being able to tell what's real, theme to them? Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, I still don't know what the lore is with it. If, like, Silent Hill is like a hallucination, or it's like a manifestation, or if it's like the result of like an evil cult or something. There's like some lore there, but I think like playing a game on its own is a little bit up to interpretation, and that's fine. I think that's cool. Yeah, the game overall, like the combat was not like it kind of reminded me of a Souls game a little bit, but like, you know, obviously not as good, but it was still compelling enough. Like, it was good enough.
It did what it needed to, I felt like.
Yeah.
Was it? I watched you play the earlier segments, and it was mostly like you have a club and you like club the enemy and you parry.
Yeah, you parry and you dodge and you whack it.
And you got a stamina bar, and you don't want that stamina bar to run out.
And I think one of the neat things is this game has 2 difficulty options, right? One for combat difficulty and one for puzzle difficulty.
Oh yeah, like
Yeah.
2 difficulty settings. Yeah.
Did you guys just both play standard, or?
I think
We did hard for both of them. I
I did
Hard.
hard for both of them as well. It's the standard one was called like story mode, and the next one up was called hard mode. And choosing between those, I'm gonna pick hard mode, I think.
'Cause I know some people talk about playing on story mode, and the weapons don't break in story mode.
Oh really?
Oh.
So it's like you could really just get in there and beat the shit out of everything and like not worry about it.
Yeah, maybe it's because we're god gamers, but I didn't really feel a huge amount of tension around weapons breaking until like maybe close to the end. There was like a bit of a tense segment, but then after that the game just spams so many weapons at you that you're never in need for them.
Yeah, I do
Ever
feel
again.
like the weapons breaking does serve a purpose, though.
True.
Like, it does stop you from, like, it makes you, even though you never really run out of it, you're conscious that every resource has, like, a limit.
Yeah.
And it just makes, I think, every, like, hit that you take or every pill that you use just slightly more meaningful, even though it doesn't, it feels meaningful, even though they're going to give you tons of it later, but, like, I don't know. I like that it's there.
Yeah, the
Alex,
healing items felt scarce.
Did you play it more than once through?
Not yet, no. I'm still, I need to do the multiple playthroughs. That is, like, one of my... It's one of the things I'm looking forward to, but also a bit of a gripe on the game. One of the reasons it's not higher on my list is, it's kind of a bit repetitive, unfortunately. Like, I thought the atmosphere was cool, but there isn't much variety in the monsters. There's basically... like 4 or 5 different types of monsters.
Yeah, I guess, like, it feels like there's maybe, I'd say 6 in the whole game.
Yeah.
Did we name them, do you think?
Well, there's like Sword Lady. There's
Scarecrow Lady.
Scarecrow Lady. There's like body horror pregnant
lady.
Yeah. There's the little doll girl thing.
Right, that's
that
true. Okay,
screams and
that's
summons
4.
other things.
4.
There's
5.
the man.
Big guy.
Oh, yeah, big guy.
hulking guy.
And then there's like the rabid dog man.
Right, yeah, there's like the
that
rabid
guy.
dog man.
Alright.
Oh, there's more. Like, I'm thinking about
Six.
the kid with a bunch of faces that screams at you.
No, that's what I listed.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, there was the man that's like a compilation of a bunch of family members stuck together, like their faces stuck together. Or is that the one you mean?
I'm not sure. Yeah, it might be that.
There's like a guy, but he has like his whole family is like merged into his body.
Yeah, but
No? He appeared a few times.
there's not a ton. It feels repetitive by the end.
That's like 7, so
Alright, yeah.
I think that's...
Yeah. I'm like comparing this game to, in my mind, to Silent Hill 2 that I played last year, the remake, and I felt like Silent Hill 2 was like it was too long in my opinion. It got annoying. Even though it was fun to play through, I was a little bit like, man, these dungeons like don't need to be like this annoying and this long. And Silent Hill F by comparison was a lot more lean. Like even though it was repetitive, it's like still felt like the game in general was kind of lean. It didn't really like have
overstay
parts that
its
padded
welcome.
out too long. Like maybe there was that combat section at the end, but I think in general like it didn't feel like it was a slog at any point.
Yeah, I think maybe just a few too many pregnant ladies.
Yeah, they're not my
up.
least favorite enemy.
Oh, yeah.
If you don't know, the pregnant enemy spawns things. If you would believe that. So yeah, no one likes an enemy that spawns things.
Yeah.
Did you enjoy finding the truth of the story?
I don't know that we did,
I
though.
don't think
I think we have to
so.
do multiple playthroughs
Yeah, you do.
to figure out what's going on, really.
But I did Google it a little bit.
Yeah,
I still don't know if I understand.
I feel about that. I don't know if I want to play the game a second time, or even like 3 or 4 times,
I
which
feel
you might
like I
need.
heard the game might change a little bit.
Yeah, there was definitely signs of that when
subsequent-
we started a second playthrough. Like, the
Oh, yeah.
cutscenes were different.
Yeah. So at
things were
least
kinda
there's
more finger-
that,
kinda
but
more
I
clear.
also I feel that's a gripe on my for me. That's a gripe for me. I don't love when a game is unless there's like one super secret ending, sure. But if there was like I don't know, like 5 or 6 endings possible when we finished and we it shows you the question mark like what is this ending, and you can only get the bad ending or the worst ending on your first playthrough. And I'm like, I don't feel like my time is being respected very much right now. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I need to do multiple playthroughs before I, like, really pass a judgment there. Because I haven't experienced, like, what exactly changes. And
Yeah.
what we briefly saw when we, like, booted up the second playthrough, I was intrigued. I was
Okay.
like, okay, but they are doing... It's not just, like, you skip every cutscene.
Yeah, okay.
And, like, repeat the game. It's like...
It's more
it
like
is-
a third act kind of
Yeah,
thing.
kind of.
Okay, well.
Yeah. So that
yeah.
was kind of neat. And I think it's also neat when games like try to get more value out of the content that's there. Sometimes I don't know.
Alright,
you know,
fair
if
enough.
they're working
Fair
within
enough.
like limited scope or whatever.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I do want to ask a spoiler question. So if you're listening and you want to play Silent Hill F, I'll put a timestamp in, I guess. It's more work. A quick spoiler question. How did you guys feel about the health item reveal, the red pills that you've been taking?
oh yeah,
I thought that was cool.
Yeah, I thought that was kind of neat, actually.
I like that they integrate like a mechanic in the story.
Yeah.
Like in that way, where it's just like it's she's taking the pills all the time, but like you need them as the player a little bit, or like they actually have a mechanical benefit to you. So I just think that's just think it's neat.
I feel like we might even have joked about it while we were playing on the couch. Be like, okay, we'll just pop some more pills here. When you get like hurt, you're like, oh, just no problem, just pop a few more pills. And
pop
like,
some
it's
pills.
funny to find out that that did have like an actual consequence.
yeah. It's also neat. Like it's the first item, like healing item that you get in the entire game. So it kind of like disguises the twist from you a bit. Like if you got the red capsule, because everything else is named after like real things. Like real treats, or just like bandages or like a first aid kit or whatever. And then there's red capsules, which is like super generic and nondescript. And it's like, what even are these that I'm like popping? But it's like
just a healing item.
yeah, it's
any
just like a
game.
generic but it kind of like plays with it a bit. I don't know. I thought that was neat. I thought it was a bit of an examination of like generic healing items
This
Yeah.
is
in games.
like, it's just occurring to me that you could play if you had for forewarning your very first run without ever taking a
And
red
red
pill,
capsules, yeah.
But I think you still get the
But
red
that-
capsule
yeah,
ending.
You think so?
Well, it sounded. I don't know. I'm only going on like brief cursory Google searches, but it sounded like your first playthrough you can only get that ending.
I see.
Which I'm like, well,
That's surprising.
maybe I'm wrong. Like I don't know.
Yeah,
I mean,
well.
you would hope that it would be dynamic to know if you didn't eat
Yeah.
any.
Yeah.
All right, Silent Hill F. Spoilers over.
Yeah.
Yep.
Any other thoughts?
Cool game.
Yeah, cool game.
Yeah, pretty cool.
It was alright for watching.
Yeah. All right. Number 8, Silent Hill F for me.
Okay, my number 8 is To a T.
Whoa!
Which I have not finished, honestly. Again, I'm playing it like right now. I was playing it last night. And I think I'm like halfway through or a little bit. Something like that. I'm playing the episode where you're the dog.
Alright.
Yeah. I feel like I have mixed feelings about this game. I love Katamari, and I want I want to root for Katamari Man. You know, I should know his name. But this game, I feel like I like watching it's like a story, right? And it's in episodes. And they have a cute little theme song and like opening and closing song they play just like if it was an anime at the start and end of each episode. And you're following Teen, who is stuck in a permanent T-pose. Like there's lots of like humor and stuff. Some of it is humor that I feel like doesn't quite hit for me, but I kind of love the like bizarro, you know, wackiness in general of like the same kind of like Katamari-esque random goofiness or whatever. You know, like there's no explanation that like the person who makes your sandwich every morning is a giraffe. Like that's just the world. You know, like yeah.
I feel like it's not laugh out loud funny.
No.
It's more of just like this world is just a funny, odd place.
Yeah,
Anything
just like
could be.
just like the real world is a little bit of a funny
Yeah.
place. Yeah. It's good. It's really enjoyable. I haven't finished it, but I feel like I had to put it here on the number 8 position because there's no way it's going to be lower than that when I'm done. So I think, yeah.
And it
I'm not sure what
seems-
else to say about it.
Seems interesting and kind of what it has to say about disabilities or like living with a disability. Like maybe it doesn't really say anything that interesting, but there aren't very many games where you're playing as someone who has like a disability. I don't know, air quotes, because it's a T-pose.
Yeah, well, especially like a physical.
Yeah, it highlights how they get through life
Yeah.
in an interesting way of just like needing a special spoon to eat the cereal and a special faucet to wash their face
And a special dog.
and a special
A service dog. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I mean I'm also playing it. I'm not finished. Hopefully you don't become not T-shaped, because like right in the beginning of the game it says you are the perfect shape.
I doubt you're gonna become not T-shirt. That would
Hopefully
be
teen will always
a
be a T.
bad twist.
In a
I
way.
feel.
Yeah.
I will say, I was slightly disappointed when you. I think. Well, this is spoilers. Should we move spoiler tag for 2 or not?
Big
bother?
spoiler tag, guys.
All right, spoiler tag. Okay. So when you are able to fly.
Yeah, well, they show that in the intro.
Okay, fair. When you can fly, I wish maybe they'll change it like episode to episode. But I'm like, I wish I could go a little higher. I'm like, oh, it's like it feels like this mechanic should be like really fun or feel really fun to use. But I was trying to use it to climb up the conch shell lighthouse area,
Okay.
and I'm like, it feels like they kind of don't let me. And I'm like, isn't this what this is for? A little bit. Were you able to do that?
I don't think I didn't start from like the bottom of the conch shell, but like there's parts where closer to the top, I was like jumping over gaps.
Yeah, I could get up to the the dog hat shop is at
Yeah.
the top of that.
And
That's
you
pretty
can
good.
get pretty high. But for me, like the flying, I feel like I want to go like horizontal a bit.
Yeah,
more.
it doesn't let you go very far horizontally, and it
Yeah.
also sometimes I think I'm hitting an invisible wall. Like it doesn't want you to cross over like
Yeah,
a railing,
or
even
a
though you're
road.
jumping like really high in the air.
Yeah.
Sometimes it seems like, well, you're still gonna climb that railing. I'm like, what the
You
heck?
can kind of only be above things that you could stand on.
Yeah. So like I don't know. Maybe I just wasn't doing it right, but I was trying to jump from one level of this spiral path to the next like loop of the spiral, and it was like, nah, you can't do that. I was like, ah.
I just want to throw in there. I'm worried that I'm going to be a hypocrite later, but invisible walls, I hate them. I'm like, They ruin the magic of video games.
Yeah, it seems like they want you to obey traffic safety, and like you never go into the road. You're only ever on a crosswalk into a T.
Yeah.
Except, I noticed when you're the dog, you can run down the middle of the road.
Whoa.
Classic dog.
Yeah.
I feel like just when you start throwing invisible walls in games, you're like taking away a little bit of the magic. It's like if you like press against the system of the game, you're getting the sign that it's like, hey, like don't do that. Like follow course. Like do what we want you to do. Don't try to like do your own thing in my game because. And I mean, like I get it. Like sometimes you can't put. You need invisible walls because they go up above the ledge. Maybe there's nothing there, or they get stuck, or whatever.
Map only so big sometimes.
Yeah. But I'm like, I hate invisible walls, and it's kind of too bad to hear that you can't just like use your flying power to like go climb on random buildings.
I mean, you can. You can.
Okay.
The conch shell mountain is pretty big.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But it feels like you're high enough, and then it doesn't quite let you go over the railing.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can fly around, like go on top of buildings and like that kind of stuff. And
Okay.
So far, I feel like the purpose of that is only for your own enjoyment or to collect like in-game little like breadcrumb currencies, which you could use for, buying new clothes for teen and hats and bags and hats for your dog and stuff like that.
It does seem funny.
That's fun.
Like right after you unlock flying, they're like, okay, now go bike around town with your friends. No flying, and then it's just you would think that you would fly more.
Yeah.
Right off the bat. But
Maybe it will be later.
in the future episodes.
Yeah.
Then you get a little open world segment, and then the next episode, you're not even playing as teen, so no flying.
No flying. You're playing as dog.
Alright.
I like that they changed the opening song for the dog.
Oh, did they?
For the dog episode. I don't know if you skipped it, Andrew.
It's like
But
the dog doesn't understand. All of the text is different, right?
When during the dog episode, but I'm talking about the opening, like the song. I think that it's the same song, but the camera work is all either of the dog or from the perspective of the dog.
I did notice that.
Yeah, that was cute. I liked that. There's one other thing I was gonna say, but I've lost it. Yeah, good game.
Also, that opening song is a banger.
Yeah.
Opening song's great.
Yeah, good songs.
Yeah.
Maybe
Closing
you hear them
song
too
also
often.
Good. It is. I mean, you can skip it. So like,
It's like an anime.
It is. Like
I
an
like
anime.
that comparison.
It is like an anime.
It feels like the episodes are too short.
They're long.
I would really. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, the first one is pretty short, and they end kind of abruptly a lot of times. It feels. That's maybe it's supposed to feel like, ooh, a cliffhanger. Got to get to the next one. But then like, the song plays, and then you're just playing again. So it's like, what do you mean with a cliffhanger? The game's not over. I don't know. It's cute. It's cute. It's cool. It's got a lot of charm.
It's cozy,
It's cozy.
right?
I also
I'd say cozy.
like
Okay.
the way it looks. Like the art is very cute.
Nice and bright.
The shader.
The shader with the
yeah.
like things in the background are blurry, but things in the foreground have the, what do you call that? The dots.
I don't know what it's
I
called.
forget
The
what it's
comic
called.
dot
Comic
style.
dot style.
I don't know.
Kirby dots?
No, I can't remember what it's called. Anyway,
There's a name for it.
halftone.
Yeah, halftone.
Halftone.
Halftone-esque.
Yeah, and everything's just looks super charming. The UI, like the menu, is like a bunch of birds. Like that's just kind of goofy and fun, like that. Yeah. Right. Yeah. To a T.
Woohoo!
Woo.
All right, we're moving on to my number 8. Let's go. And you know what? We're not talking about it right now because it is higher for you guys. It's Peak.
Oh yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah. All right, Peak gets number 8 for me, and
It'll be climbing higher onto my mountain for
that's-
sure.
Yeah. I mean, if I can say anything, I'm tired of Peak. That's why it's only down there. Well, we can get to it later, but
Right.
it was really fun when I first started playing it. I don't know if I'm still feeling it anymore.
Hey, the game just is what it is. Like, I
Yeah.
get it. Most games don't last forever.
Yeah.
All right.
The peak will.
And in some ways, yeah, I think it will kind of last forever. But alright, let's get on to our number 7s. We're kicking this off with Arc Raiders.
Whoa!
A controversial pick because of its use of generative AI.
Oh yeah, I didn't know.
Apparently, from what I hear, they say it's limited to voices, which to me, like, the game could be no voices and it would be the same on my list. And I don't know, it's like they could clear this up if they wanted to and like really fully go into what they've like, how they're using the AI to generate the voices, because it sounds like, you know, Arc Raiders defenders will be like, they paid the voice actors to come in and make the voice models for certain characters, and then that way they can just generate new lines as they've been updating the game and stuff. And to me, that sounds fine. I mean, like, you know, you still got the voice actor in there. They're making money.
Paid well.
Yeah, hopefully they're paid well.
I don't know. I imagine they're paid less than they would to
actually voice the lines.
Yeah, to voice all the lines.
Yeah, because if you have to voice all the lines every time they add a new map to the game, they got to be like, all right, we need our 8 voice actors who voice the 8 different like body types to come in and be like, okay, now you got to say Rocketeer above the power plant. And instead of doing that, they could just write it all out. And
right, it's certainly easier.
Yeah, it's definitely.
That's why people use it.
I could see why they would want to use it, because
Yeah.
games like Destiny. Do you remember hearing about Peter Dinklage being the voice of the Ghost in Destiny?
Oh, Peter Dinklage was?
Yep, he was the voice until they released their first DLC, and they didn't say why they couldn't get Peter Dinklage to come back and voice the Ghost again, but he did not voice the Ghost anymore, and they actually patched out Peter Dinklage from all of the earlier missions so they could have Nolan North or whatever his name is to do the voice. So I don't know, it just seems like there's a decent use for it. If they were doing voices that were like very dramatic, maybe I'd be like, I don't think the AI could cut it versus a real voice actor. But when they're just like, all right, we need you to go into the dam and open up the security door and get some good loot, I'm like, okay, that could just be text and I would still be fine. And yeah, but anyways,
We got to address the controversy.
address the controversy.
Yeah.
I would say I think that use of AI, unless someone would explain to me why I'm wrong, seems okay if and only if the voice actors were like happy with the compensation and they knew exactly what they were agreeing to, and it's limited to like, you know, this game, or like, you know, their contract was like tight, you know, like
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, if they wanted to clear it up, they could.
they could
Just disclose what the agreements were and
but
stuff.
they're not disclosing.
But
that.
they are not. So it's
Interesting.
like
That does make it a little more suspicious.
Why don't you just tell the people?
Yeah.
I know that some people are like diehard zero AI forever, but like this could be Microsoft Sam, and would that be a big difference? Like, kind of not really for the game, because what's actually interesting is like the online interactions with the random people. But yeah, Arc Raiders, it's my first extraction shooter, and it's set in Italy, and it's got the very realistic art style, which it's not like mandatory for me or anything, but when people do it nice for your like modern day sensibilities of what a realistic game looks like, I do tend to enjoy it. From what I hear, one of the guys who started the studio was one of the Battlefield people who was like really into sound stuff, and if that's true, like it shows in the game through just like the atmospheric sound, and just you just hearing everything in this game. and honestly, it's a little bit stressful. From like, I'm hearing like chain fences rattling in the distance, and I'm like, is that just like the wind, or is that like somebody out there? Kind of thing. So, yeah, if you've never played an extraction shooter, it's a round-based game where you only have one life. So, you're going into the world, you're looting containers, and when you come across another person, it's usually a human. At least in this one, it's always a human. They do have just NPC robots flying around. And that's good because it gives you like kind of a common enemy. So it makes a lot of sense that you would actually want to team up with the random people, since your common enemy robots are pretty strong. And they have a lot of the best loot. So you can team up and shoot the robots. But at the end of the round, you want to leave, you go to an extraction elevator, and it's again tense because if you teamed up with someone, you're worried that they might betray you and take all your loot. Which I haven't really found to be the case. Like, I played a lot of solo, and people in solo, you have no friends, so it's kind of like even more like you're incentivized to work together with the random people. And I just have like cool interactions with people in general. Like one time I was in a building and there's two other guys, and they were helping each other with a mission. Like, one of the guys had done a quest and the other guy like didn't know where to go, and I was like, hey guys, I'm just here to loot some stuff, don't mind me. And they're like, yeah, that's fine. And they were walking around checking things out. I'm kind of like watching my back because like these guys are buddies, like they could kill me if they wanted to. And I make my way onto the roof, and I'm like looking at stuff, and then I see them both come onto my roof, and I'm like, oh shit, they're gonna fuck with me. They saw me go up here, and now I'm trapped, kind of. So I'm like hiding behind an air conditioner, and they're just standing out in the open and being like, okay, now I gotta go to that tower. Like, I don't know how to get up there. And one of the other guys was like, okay, let me look it up. I'll go pulling up the TikTok. He's looking it up. And he's like, okay, seems like we need a special key or like a zip line. You have a zip line? And they're like, nah, shit, man. We have to do this all in one round, so we'd have to restart the mission. And I went in with a free loadout, and it gave me a zip line randomly. So I just pop out. I'm like, hey guys, I got a zip line. And I dropped the zip line for them, and they're like, oh, sick, thanks, bro. Yo, really coming through. The guy's like, okay, I'm going to set it up. And he shoots the zip line up to the tower, and he's like, okay, let me go first in case it didn't like deploy right. And he jumps onto the zip line, and he's like a quarter of the way up. And his buddy's like, I'm not letting you go alone, bro. Don't worry, I got this too. He jumps on, they go up. I see the first guy, he just hits the wall, just falls straight down from the tower to his death, dies. Second guy's like, oh shit, hits the wall, straight down. And I'm like, oh shit, sorry guys. And I'm like, I'll go look at you. And then I went down. I don't have, there is an item, a defibrillator item that lets you revive anybody, whereas normally you can only revive your squad mates. And since this is a solo, I could not revive them. And one of the guys was just like, I guess you can have my stuff, bro. And then he just died at my feet. And I'm like, shit, sorry guys.
Oh, so funny.
So it's just like funny stuff just like happens sometimes.
That's
And
pretty good.
it's neat that they set up that kind of interactions to happen. And I don't know, it's just really cool.
Yeah.
But I did stop playing it kind of because I would get too stressed out. Yeah, it's just, I don't know what
High tension when you're alone.
Maybe it's like the idea of losing my loot like really bothers me, even though my like storage capacity is like basically bursting full of stuff. I'm like, well, I don't want them to take my gun that I upgraded 2 or 3 times. Like, that's my gun. Like, and yeah, I don't know. It honestly did something to my heart rate too, where I'm just like, after playing it, I'm like shaking. I'm like,
Hell yeah.
I don't know if I should be playing this game. It's like too intense. Like I'm trying to relax here, and I'm like, ugh. Or like listening to the song that plays when you're loading into the match. Your guy's like gets loaded into a tube, and I'm like getting like a stress, like post-traumatic thing going on. I'm like, my bowels need to make a movement. Actually,
Wow.
I don't know, but yeah, I mean, it's a great game. I feel like it is also unique in that the gunplay is really slow. Whereas like a Call of Duty, it's like if you get shot, you're gonna die kind of thing. Whereas this, I like that it's slow because you can actually react and like maybe turn things around. And it again plays into like maybe don't just shoot people on sight because like if you don't kill them fast, they're gonna find cover and then it's gonna turn into a real gunfight and you might lose it all. You don't know?
Yeah.
My nail artist told me she's playing this game, and she says that she can really only play it when she has friends she can play it with because it's too scary to play alone, like solo, especially because she's on console. And I think maybe well, I don't know. It's crossplay though, right?
It is crossplay.
Yeah. So,
but the console players are apparently more aggro.
yeah, which is funny and makes sense to me.
All right, Andrew, I'll get it.
Yeah,
Get
this
it
is
so you don't have to be scared anymore.
Yeah,
well,
we gotta help
that's
you
the
out,
other
man.
thing though. Is if you're playing with a squad, this people are more aggro again because it's
Perceive
like
you
they
as a
have their
threat.
friends. They don't need to team up
Can
anymore.
people tell that you're a squad, or just from because you're talking to them and you're with them, or is it like
well,
a show
if
that
you
you're a
have
squad?
one or two people, you get queued into squad queues.
So everyone's in a
Generally,
squad.
will never encounter a solo player
I
see.
see.
Interesting.
Very
unless
interesting.
they like already died earlier in the match.
Yeah.
But I know that you would like to have a buddy playing this game with you, Andrew.
And
so
we could play.
reluctantly,
We could play with Cameron.
I will
could be
get
fun.
this game
I
just for you, not for any other.
But it's
reason.
also like there's no
doesn't sit.
guarantee that those cool things will happen.
No, it sounds awesome. I want to get it.
well, I watched you play a bit of it, and it seems neat. And I'm so bad at shooters. I feel like I don't have situational awareness. Like Fortnite maybe helped me a little bit with that, but I'm so bad at it, and that makes it really stressful. Like even Fortnite, I'm like, oh god, this is like really stressful for me to play Fortnite now, because I'm like, I'm just not good enough. But I kind of want to play this game.
Yeah, it's a cool game. All right, that's our creators.
Cool. Yeah, for me, number 7, we're probably going to talk about it later. It's Baby Steps.
Yeah, I have this higher too.
Yeah,
Cool.
same.
All right, well, yeah, Baby Steps. I guess we just keep going for now.
All right.
Okay, my number 7 is Consume Me.
Whoa,
All right,
It's a higher for me.
it's higher for you. Okay, then
nice.
we'll come back to this.
Oh, okay. I guess we're on me now.
Yeah.
Okay. My number 7 is Mario Kart World. Is it higher for anyone
yeah.
else? Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Whoa.
Guys, let's just
Lightning
keep
round.
let's just keep moving along.
Okay, so that brings us into the number 6s.
Whoa.
Heck yeah.
For me, it is Abiotic Factor.
Whoa.
Whoa.
This
Nice.
is a tree puncher set in an underground research lab. Very similar to the Half-Life, I guess, 1 series, in that you're hanging out with a bunch of scientist types, and you're breaking desks and furniture, collecting some water. Yeah, if you're into crafting games, this is a good one of those, and I like that it is released instead of early access. Like a lot of these games come out in early access, but from what I understand, the full game is out. It does have an ending. So to me, a good tree puncher is a designed world, which this has, and has an ending, which I guess Minecraft kind of does. But like that's one of the things is I do like having a goal to work towards.
Mhm.
And in general, this will have like a vague objective of like go here or like unlock this area. And it seems like there's sometimes multiple ways to do things. Like I haven't gone too in depth with how the game can be beaten, like speedrun wise. But it seems like you can pick up a lot of furniture and like stack things in different ways. And if you notice a vent, you can stack furniture and go up to that vent. Or if you're far enough into the game, you can like craft launch pads and like do big jumps, that kind of thing. And yeah, I've just been really into it lately. Like this is one of the games that I stopped playing Star Wars Outlaws for. There's like a lot of flavor with the game. So one of the main things that they've been researching is portals. And these are portals to like alternate dimensions. So once you're far enough into the game, you start exploring alternate dimensions, which I haven't gotten too deep into the alternate dimensions, but the scientists are kind of like exploiting these portals because they're also like locked in time. So ties into the resource loop of like, oh, we need some rare items. We'll go into this portal, run through, collect as much as you want. And then after like a day or two, that portal will reset if you need more of that item. And yeah, it's got like kind of what's that show called with Scully and Mulder?
X-Files.
Yeah, the X-Files of like, oh, what's the monster gonna be like over here kind of thing. There's like monsters that chase you around, or like there's just weird things in the game, like a box with legs showed up at some point and you can put items into it, and like sometimes it'll disappear for a while and then it'll show up and you'll be like, oh, yo, he's got my root beer. Yeah.
This is another game that I see you play and I'm like, should I be playing this game?
This game seems awesome.
really
Yeah. Honestly, I think you guys might be into it if we like turn down the hunger and like weapon breaking stuff. It does have lots of options to tune. Like if you hate hunger or weapon durability, I think you can just turn that off. But yeah, it's been good. And I like popped into one world that's like very Christmas themed and like interacted with something and like big things are happening. I'm like, well, I don't know what the fuck's doing. And I made this like teleport back to your base device, and I just pressed that and got out of there. But like there's still cool stuff to explore that I haven't fully checked out.
Yeah, I'm trying to think like what the first moment when I was watching this game that made me go like, wow, this game is like actually super dope was. I think it was when like you went into that portal and you saw like some big dude.
Yeah, some big dudes.
And,
yeah,
like that was a really big dude. I was like, wow, that's some freaky alien stuff, man.
It's like the size of a street light kind of big dude.
Yeah, it's like, heck
but
yeah.
like, yeah, you're like a tiny guy. Well, I mean, the world is human scaled, but he's just like so big, and he's like got special animations of like trying to reach into the buildings to get you, and you're like, ooh, I gotta hide in this little corner until you leave.
Yeah, the voice acting and flavor text is like surprisingly good. Sets up a good atmosphere.
I think if people like Control for like their like weird anomalies that they're finding, it has a lot of that. But to me, it feels better than Control because a lot of the times you're actually interacting with the anomalies, or like the scientists are like, now we'll use this to craft this crazy thing. Whereas Control, it kind of just boiled down to like shoot it or throw a thing at it. I guess I didn't go fully deep into Control because I was just like, yeah, okay, I shoot, I throw a rock.
Yeah.
But
There was a lot of rock throwing in that game.
Yeah. It's been cool. And I'll like look online of like, where should I build a base? And I'll see people's bases. They're like, this is the best base spot and a base tour. And I'm like, this isn't the best base spot. This guy's an idiot. Where I built my base is actually way better than this. So yeah.
What about people like building bases on like a train or subway system or something in this game? Would you know anything about that?
Well, the first area like immediately opens up into like a big lobby that has like 4 train stops.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
So that's another kind of nice thing is like if you started your base in that like literal first area, the game will like go off into a farther direction, and then you'll unlock a train station there, and then you can go back to your first base. So if you're the kind of gamer that just like has one base, you can live with just one base.
Wow.
Instead of, it's just nice that it gives you options to come back to that starting area a lot for your one base.
I see.
But I like to build bases, so I have like 4 bases at any given time. I'm like, this is the new main base.
I see. Wow.
Yeah, so that's Abiotic Factor. Alex, yeah, hit me with that number 6.
Cool. All right. Well, this one we might talk about a bit later. It's Night Rain.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's gonna come
That's
up
a later talk.
All right.
Wait a second. Yeah, it is later. But
Well,
it's okay. Yeah, keep going.
it's
Keep
later
going.
for any of us. It's later. Okay.
Yeah.
My number 6, Mario Kart World.
Is that the highest?
I think probably they will.
I think so.
Yeah.
Right.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right,
Okay.
All right.
break into it.
Honestly, I don't know if I should have put it this high, but I'm having second thoughts. But you know, I think that I really value games that I can play with friends, and Mario Kart World is a game that we play with friends. And even though it maybe was a little bit of a letdown compared to what we hoped it would be in terms of like the open world or whatever, I still think it's a good Mario Kart. I like it more than 8. And not everyone does, but I like it more than 8. And I think like the variety of tracks keeps it like fresh. I feel like sometimes when I was playing 8, it felt like everyone had memorized all the courses, but I had not memorized all the courses. And in this one, when you're playing like those between course segments, like nobody knows all of those. There's so many of them. Yeah.
Yeah. Mario Kart World? Okay. Yeah. When I first played it, I was like, this is not what I'm expecting. When they said open world Mario Kart, I was expecting it to be like, bam, the open world part is amazing. But the open world part is a very muted side distraction, which was initially a bit of a disappointment for me. But the more I played it, I just feel like this is the best Mario Kart the gameplay has ever been.
Yeah.
I'm like, the controls feel amazing. All of the tracks that are in the base game, like, they're all bangers.
Yeah.
The music is hitting better than they've done of any previous game. The graphics are gorgeous. There's tons of characters.
They patch in that volume thing.
They patched in the volume. They made it so you can make the music louder for you audio freaks out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just, I kind of like, I kind of got not that into Mario Kart after Mario Kart 8. I was a little bit like, yeah, it's been done.
Yeah.
But Mario Kart World, for some reason, I get in there and I feel good. I have a good time. It's just a really well done Mario Kart.
Yeah.
And the open world stuff is neat.
It's a good time killer, too. Like, you know,
Yeah.
if we're just sitting here and idling around, like, you know, it's just like, go do a few P-switches or whatever.
Yeah. I still think it's a missed opportunity. If they had really, like, done more of that open world, maybe it could have been higher up on this list. But I feel like the open world is just, it's neat that it's there. It's, like, kind of makes the world feel more cohesive. I mean, like, obviously, because it's a connected world. But it's just neat that you can drive from one place to another and you can see the other tracks in the background as you're driving on one track. Just like kind of adds a little bit of an extra oomph to the experience. And yeah.
I had never engaged with like the time challenge parts of Mario Kart before World. I really like racing your own ghost to try to get better times. I mean, that's not a new feature, but I just was never compelled to engage with it before World. And racing like the world record, and or like at least like watching and see how they play it is also very like fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like there's a lot of tech skill in this one, which is really neat. Like a lot of new mechanics around jumping and wall riding and everything.
Rails.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of stuff.
The new mechanics they've had are pretty niche. They're definitely for advanced players. But like, I feel like they just give the game so much more, you can express yourself so much more.
Yeah.
The way that you drive and the way you interact with the world. I think like the wall riding, the jump ability, the grinding on rails, like all this stuff is just like a pretty solid addition
Yeah.
to
Yeah, I kind of wish that charging up a jump was a different button than doing a drift. There's a lot of times I try to jump and I'm just do the drift instead.
Yeah.
Yeah, or vice versa. It's happened to me where I'm like trying to go into a drift, but I press the button slightly before I tilt the stick, and then it's like, oh, no, you're just slowing down and going in a straight line and charging a jump, and that's really bad when you're trying to get around the corner.
Yeah, I like all of the outfits that you can unlock.
Oh, yeah. All those
Especially Princess Peach World Tour
outfits.
outfit.
Yeah,
I
the
saw
little
that
bomber jacket.
In the
It's so
promotional
good.
material, I'm like, damn, she's cool.
I just
On her
think
little
she's neat.
Scooter.
I
Yeah.
think she's neat, guys. But like, she actually just looks cool. Like,
Yeah.
it's not just like, oh, Nintendo character is so hot, Gardevoir. Like, she's just cool, guys. Okay.
Yeah, that's like all you gotta do is give him a cool jacket.
Yeah.
That's the
cool
key.
jacket.
Yeah.
You know,
I love all the like weird characters that you like the bat and like the
yeah.
Mhm,
The-
Dolphin.
Yeah.
what's the conquer, you know, the ostrich thing like with the long neck.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
hilarious. Like
Playing as the cow.
playing as the
Yeah.
cow.
Yeah.
Yes, the movement cow finally getting what it deserves.
You know, I feel like I'm a little bit disappointed they didn't do more with unlockable challenges. I feel like the way you unlock outfits, which is just like kind of from like a random like loot box sort of thing.
Yeah, eating
Yeah.
some food.
Yeah, I guess it's a very casual approach, like they're trying to make sure everyone can get it, but I think it would have been more satisfying to have those tied to things you do in the open world or certain achievements or things
I
like
mean,
that.
isn't it like you can get it by going to the region where certain food stalls are? Like, I feel like that's alright. I don't want the outfits to be too hard to get because I like to collect all the outfits and then use them.
Yeah, you know, it's that's definitely what they were going for, but not my favorite thing.
I see.
Are there any signs of them adding like co-op to the open world aspect of the game?
I don't think
wish.
they are. They kind of have a little bit of it if you're doing like online multiplayer lobbies, but like they get rid of the P switches, which are kind of like the main attraction. So
And you can't get too far. And like,
Yeah.
even if some local multiplayer, you can do like the split screen open world. But the thing is, like, you drive too far away, and then they're like, no, and then they move you back together, and I'm like, oh, that's kind of lame.
When you play online, can you do just like free roam?
we actually, I don't think I know anyone who has this game, so we can't test it. But I think that you can do online free roam, but it's again the P switches are disabled.
Right. Yeah, I hear a lot of people kind of poo-pooing on the newest Mario Kart, and like, fair enough, like, there are things that you can complain about, but just the way that we play it, of like, we're just hanging out, passing the controller around, and being like, hit that toad. You know, dude, like, Any Austin made a video going through that toad town and being like, this is the rich area, and over here, some of these toads live in poverty.
Oh, no.
It's like, why did they put that in the game? Just feels real, I guess. Yeah, it's just a neat game, I guess.
Yeah, I
And,
like that there's all the different regions and all of those different tracks, and like, yeah, it's great.
The night versions of a ton of songs I use in my videos just because they're like chill and good.
Yeah, the
jazzy.
music is really good.
Yeah.
I'd love to know if the game had like some turmoil in the development or it was rushed, because it really feels like they must have imagined more for their open world part.
Yeah.
But like I don't know, maybe they didn't. But just I'm curious to see, you know, if their plans, what they set out to do, was
Yeah.
what they ended up doing.
And I'm interested to see if there will be, or maybe more, what will be the DLC, because I feel like DLC was a pretty important part of Mario Kart 8. Like
That's
the track,
true. There was
and
so much of it. It went on for so long.
I feel like surely they have those ambitions for Mario Kart World, but I don't know how they'll integrate that, or
It'll
like,
be tougher because they have to actually put it in the world. And not that it's impossible, but like, you know, it's
or will there be another island or something, or like,
Yeah.
Yeah,
What-
people are conspiracy brained. They're like, how come Donkey Kong doesn't have any outfits? Seems like maybe they're waiting for Donkey Kong to come out, and then they'll have a bunch of outfits from the game in DLC later.
or maybe
I
the
don't know.
DLC will be more like the characters in the carts. rather than the tracks, which I don't think will hit.
We gotta have some new tracks.
Yeah,
That's
like-
what I-
gotta try.
Surely they'll add tracks.
Do a Tears of the Kingdom, have a whole sub layer of the map to the DLC. Who knows?
Or maybe they'll add in like classic tracks that are not on the map at all, but like you can play with the new mechanics on like some, tracks that didn't make it into the game from previous games.
Yeah, I feel like they'd have to add new tracks to get people to invest.
You're right, yeah.
Yeah.
Alright. Mario Kart World. It's a good one.
It's a good one.
I think it's Adam.
Oh
for
yeah,
number
sorry.
6.
We're on to me. I'm thinking about Bento. I hope he's okay up there.
Yeah, I can hear him eating kib.
Okay. All right, my number 6 is Elden Ring Night Rain.
Oh, I have it higher.
I also have it higher.
All right. Yeah, we'll talk about that later, but solid V game.
Yeah, we both had it at number 6.
Oh yeah. All right.
Yeah.
I forgot that was when you mentioned it. I wanted to be like, "Yo, number 6 club."
Number 6 club.
Yeah, pretty decent. So
Yeah.
yeah, well, we'll discuss this later.
Yeah, there will be some discussion.
Alright. I know you guys aren't like as into this game. For my number 5, I'm probably the biggest fan here of Hollow Knight Silksong.
Yeah, that's definitely not appearing on my
A lot of
list.
I
fun
have that.
movement in this game. Cool character. Very bug themed. It's just a lot to explore in it. It was a pretty hard game.
Yeah, I thought it was shit.
Anyways, Alex, you're number 5?
My number 5 was 1000X Resist.
Ooh.
Nice.
Oh,
It's higher on my list.
Okay.
I forgot it. It would have been higher on my man. That's one that I should
Yeah.
not have forgotten because that
Uh-oh.
would be up there for me.
Yeah.
Well,
Man,
we'll
okay,
get
we'll
to
get
talk
that's your
there.
about
number
it
0
anyways.
game, I guess.
Maybe.
Where it
What
deserves
did I
to be.
forget? Okay.
Okay, yeah. So 1000X Resist, it's a bit higher for people, so I guess we'll talk about it later. Nice. I love to hear that it's higher for people. Yeah.
Okay, my number 5 is Kirby Air Riders.
Nice.
Yeah, I don't know. I was hyped about this game. I feel like the downfall of this game is that I can't find enough people to play it with. But and maybe it's crazy for me to put it above Mario Kart in a way because I feel like maybe there's not like, but I don't know. They're different. They're different, and I feel like Kirby Air Riders, the like Sakurai like UI juiciness is like so nice. I love that the races, it's like 3, 2, 1, go, like so fast,
Yeah.
and like you're in there. I feel like there's probably a higher skill ceiling on this game than people might think, and I'm not good at it. And it's so fast. Like it's so fast. Like things are just flying past you. Those corners come up on you really quickly, which makes it like you have to kind of be locked in compared to Mario Kart. Like for me, maybe if you're like professional level Mario Karter, you're locked in. But for me, Mario Kart is like fun party game, and so is Kirby's Air Riders. But Kirby Air Riders, like I need to pay attention because like. Yeah, it's just going really fast.
There's no like auto steering Kirby Air Ride, right?
That's true. There's no auto steer, although I don't use the auto steer in World.
Well, in Kirby, there's a lot less opportunities to fall off the track. Like, there's a lot of invisible walls everywhere.
Yeah, it's just like you can, like, I mean that's true of Mario Kart too. I was gonna say like you hit a wall and you can go from like first to last pretty quick, but that's true. Mario Kart, you can fall behind quickly. Mario
Do you
Kart, sure.
mostly do the races, or are you into like the city?
I
Right.
like both. I don't play Top Ride very much though. Top Ride is like
I don't know what that is.
Top Ride is like it's a top-down race. It's a small. It's like it looks almost like a go-kart track. Like it's small track, and you're going like from a top-down view, but it has like the same-ish mechanics as the normal racing, but the controls are different. And
Yeah. From
I feel like it's kind of a toy.
from the little bit that I played, I do like the city trial.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
City
sick.
Trial is
I don't
fun.
know what's happening. I'm just like, I just must go.
Yes.
Something will show up. It'll be like, fuck this guy up. And maybe I will. And sometimes it's like, eat these JPEGs of food.
Yeah.
I don't know. Just I go around,
Okay.
I collect the things. If my guy sucks at the end, I mean, sometimes that happens too.
Mm-hmm.
I remember we did
Sometimes it
one.
doesn't matter.
Sometimes it doesn't even matter if your guy sucks at the end because it's like a weird contest.
I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, one time we did a race afterwards, and like you
That
guys
mattered, yeah.
all finished the course like 30 seconds before me. I was like, damn, this is a big difference in not having these speed ups or whatever.
I feel like I followed into a similar strategy every time in City Trial, which is like I need to get airborne, and I just start collecting things that are high up.
Oh yeah.
Mm.
And I'm like,
Neat.
this is the only way I know how to like be okay at this.
And I'm like, there was stuff in the air? What?
Oh yeah, there's like rings you can fly through. There's like islands in the sky you can eventually reach if you have enough glide.
All right. Yeah, I've never.
You can go
never
through a
saw
portal
any
to
of
the
that
moon.
personally.
You don't even need flying for
What?
that.
You
You-
go-
Oh, yeah.
Or like I don't know, like a weird space area or
Yeah.
something. I don't know.
Mark knew about that, and I was like,
Yeah.
damn, I gotta download this for the next time I play. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like Kirby
Sick
Air
choice.
Riders is better than I thought it was going to be. I really did not like the GameCube Air Riders. I rented it as a kid, and I was like, even as a child, I was like, I hate this.
Oh, no.
So I enjoyed this one a lot more. Again, like Sakurai's style and polish is everywhere. It's like, so polished. It's a gorgeous game. It's got like, I feel like, but it's also such a strangely designed game in my opinion. It's like it feels like the Smash Bros. Like meta structure has been applied to Kirby Air Riders, having like these one-off. It's like built around like one-off like tracks. There's no like Grand Prix mode.
Like, it seems like he's really into it's just one button to like do all this stuff.
Yeah,
Kind of like maybe it'd be nice to just use the other buttons. Like, there's definitely times when I'm like, I'm coming up on this guy and I'm gonna punch his ass, and then I break. I'm like, I guess I wasn't close enough to punch him, so I break. And
yeah.
it's like, damn.
I mean, like, I feel like when people, I don't want to like I'm not trying to like criticize Sakurai, but it feels very much like a designer, like a game designer being like, what if I could put it all on one button? Wouldn't that be so perfect? Like streamlined, simple. Everyone can get it. Just one button. I feel like that's like a very much a designer's like, they're trying to rub off the rough edges and trying to like perfect their design. And I feel like, it is a game. It's a game.
I feel like I kind of agree, but I also kind of I don't know. I think that maybe there's a little bit of a trade-off. Like some of the things I can't get through my head that like you don't have to press a button. Like a lot of the copy abilities, like the fighter, I can't blanking on any of the other ones, but like you don't actually have to press a button. It will automatically attack things when you get close, including your opponents. But I can't remember that, so then I press B and then I break. But also there are abilities that you only like Needle you use only when you're pressing the button, which also makes you break, right? Like so it's like a trade-off.
Yeah.
And I think like that is maybe kind of intentional. Like I don't know, like which ones happen by themselves and which ones don't. Is like
No, yeah, maybe.
oh,
yeah.
like you are trading some speed for an attack kind of a thing. Like but if your attack is successful, you'll win out in the end and get more speed. It's like it's almost I feel like I when this was still in trailers, I remember saying to somebody like it feels like he's trying to turn a racing game into a fighting game.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's like cool.
I love it. I love that it's doing something like unique in the racing game genre. I don't know. I really I want to get a Switch 2, and this is like one of the games I'm most looking forward to playing on the Switch 2 because it just seems really unique.
That is the downfall of both World and Kirby Air Riders is that like I don't feel like there's enough people who have a Switch 2 that were like playing with the friends as much. Yeah. So that's too bad.
How's the progression in single player content in this game? Like, do you feel like you've scratched the surface of like
feel like I
unlockable
should
stuff?
have finished the story mode, but I have not actually.
Oh, so there is a story mode.
There's
nice.
the story mode kind of feels like Subspace Emissary
Oh yeah.
ish. Yeah, like
Sweet.
it's like you're on a track and you come across a bunch of like events on the track.
Oh yeah,
Like,
yeah.
and you can pick your path.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is this the road trip?
Yeah, road trip.
All right.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and for some reason I still haven't finished. It's long, actually.
Yeah.
It feels long. I mean, I could have just like ground it out, and like I'm probably close to the end, I think. But yeah, I'm like, whoa, this like keeps going.
Yeah, one thing for me is that because Mario Kart and Kirby came out in the same year, it's easy to look at both of them and compare them.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like I wish that, like, there's elements of both of them that like stand out and are strong to me. And I feel like Kirby feels like Kirby Air Riders feels so like the meta structure feels so rich. It's like the main menu. There's like so many things to click on right off the bat. Like there's all these different modes, and they have sub menus, and you can customize all the modes. And there's like this like clipboard at the bottom with like an extras page,
My
a soundtrack
Machine.
page, My Machine. You can customize your carts. It feels like the meta structure in that game is like super duper dense and rich.
Well-
And I kind of wish that like Mario Kart as an opposite end, I really love the moment to moment gameplay, but they're very kind of the meta structure of theirs is a lot more sparse. It's like, you know, you have your 4 main modes and you do them, and there's not like, you know, these side like I don't know. I mean, like you have the whole open world, and I guess that's supposed to be that extra content, but it just feels like, you know, it'd be nice to be able to dress up your cars in Mario Kart.
Yeah,
and
when
just,
you
like,
get like the sticker, but then you find out you can like barely do
you
anything with the
can't really
sticker
use
in your
it.
car.
Yeah.
But,
Where,
like,
and
we-
then Sakurai's like, wait a minute, guys. I got it.
Yeah. It's just also the Smash games were all like that. Like they all had like these weird side modes that were like, you know, like didn't the Smash games have this like arcade thing where you could like shoot like it was like on a pool table, and you had a little thing on the bottom, and you shot like pellets at like different like statues as they go by. I think it was Smash Bros. Brawl. Anyways, yeah, no one. It's not a very memorable
Or, like,
part of the game.
The credits where you can
shoot things.
Yeah.
It's just like he just like put a bunch of stuff in the game, and that just made it feel very rich.
Playing with your collected gummies in like it has a whole thing for, and it's like it serves no purpose. They're just like, these gummies are cute. I bet you want to touch them. Like that's it. Yeah. It's a good game.
Yeah.
My Machine is wild. Like, yeah.
Yeah, and they have like this whole like economy of like selling your
Yeah.
My Machines, and then like, you know, applying them to other things, and then like collecting coins that you can use to spend in the in-game shop. Like it's got a lot going on. I don't know.
Wasn't there a lot of censorship that had to be done around like crazy My Machine designs or something?
I don't
that were
know what it's
spreading,
like on their end.
We'll
but
never know the
yes.
extent of the
Yeah, I'm sure. I know what it's like dealing with UGC. I'm sure they've had lots of their fair share of the usuals.
Yeah.
In my mind, I don't know if I want to say them.
No, don't.
But the usuals.
Yeah,
No.
I mean, I customized the thing pretty quickly, and it didn't seem that in depth to me. It was like I attached some objects, but maybe we didn't have that much stuff unlocked.
So the real complexity comes out with the decals, like options, because you can resize them, you can rotate them, you can place them anywhere on the machine, and there's a lot of different ones to choose from. So people basically can make any, if you can imagine it, and you can make it in 20 decals or less, it's out there. Like, you know, like
Yeah.
It
people do
feels
really
like-
creative stuff. Like,
Yeah, it feels like if you're good enough, you can basically paint your machine with
Yeah.
no restrictions.
yeah.
I was mainly just joking about the Chef Kawasaki
The Chef
bikini
Kawasaki.
design.
They can't keep them down. Yeah.
They'll make the bikini even smaller next
Yeah.
time.
Well, no, this is what people were trying to find out is how small, because they did, like, some bikinis are allowed, but they were like, how small does it have to be before it gets Nintendo banned? And there is a line, and they're
There's
like
a-
trying to find that
Oh,
line.
man.
You know?
Yeah. Yeah, it just feels familiar. People searching for that line.
Oh god.
Alright.
Anyways.
Yeah.
That was Kirby Air Riders.
Kirby Air Riders. Probably say more, but let's move on.
That was number 5, right?
That was number
Yeah.
5.
All right. My number 5 is Consume Me.
All right.
Does anybody have that higher on their list?
Nope.
All right.
All right. Well, Consume Me. It is a video game where you play somewhat autobiographical video game, whereas you play as a high school teenage girl, and she decides that she wants to get hot by dieting due to various social pressures. So obviously there's like, that's not, dieting can be unhealthy, people's relationship with it, and I think
the knee-jerk reaction is like, oh, you shouldn't diet, you're already beautiful, kind of thing. But it's like, well, but also, I don't know, maybe people just want to be more or less.
Well, people have goals and various things going on, but also there is I think Don can probably say that there is, being a woman who is a teenager, there's probably a lot of pressure on you to look a certain way.
I think that like the way that it's presented to me in the game is that the character Jenny, and also based on, we actually saw her give a talk at GDC about the game, and that was kind of insightful too, and also very funny. If it's up on, is it up on YouTube? If it's up on YouTube, watch it. I think that she had a problem with like perfectionism, and that extended as well to like an unhealthy pattern of dieting. And like it was not a healthy relationship with dieting, I think. And I think there's probably like a question of like how much to put in the game, because the game is like very comedic, like it's really lighthearted, at least most of the time, right? Like the tone of the game is hilarious. It's really fun. It's very goofy. It's very silly. It feels good, and I think there was probably like a balance about like how much to put in there. Like I already think it's like very bold to make like that autobiographical of a game, and it's like pretty like self-deprecating, but in a like, I don't know, would you say it's like it's like somewhat self-deprecating, at least towards her like teenage self, and being like, obviously this was a goofy way to be, like this was like silly to be like this in a way, right? Like, and that's part of where the comedy comes from.
Yeah, I just like I'm just also thinking about the structure of the game, of being like a time management, resource management. You're kind of encouraged to like min-max every day to try and meet your various goals that her evil mirror self has set for herself.
Yeah.
And I guess like they say it's got a really good melding of like the themes they want to talk about and then the gameplay. Like the game tries to create systems to incentivize the player to make the kind of choices that teenage Jenny was making, which is like not always the best choices for, depending on what various values or opinions or feelings you have, but
they're like tricking you into like having way too much caffeine, like because like you can do an extra task, and like of course it's like seems like a pretty good deal of like just drink a couple coffees and then I can hit those like to-do lists for the day, and then it like comes back and bites you later, and like so they like, I believe she talked at her GD talk, like is like you said, trying to trick the player into behaving the way that teenage Jenny would have behaved by like seeming, it's like by like the dramatization of like, which is not to us it's a dramatization, but to herself in high school it probably was not a dramatization. But like, you have to get all these checklists done. Like you have to like get into the right college. You have to like ace all of your exams. You have to burn this many calories. You have to get this much exercise done. Like you have to do these things.
Yeah, because everything feels
threatening. Yeah, it's like, or you will die. Like yeah.
It reminds me of like the. I remember thinking like, as the game starts out being like where dieting is the main thing, but it kind of progresses into just being like a life simulator of what it's like to be a teenage or
a young
college
adult, yeah.
student.
Like,
And I remember when I was in school, like everything felt like it was like. I remember there was one time I was doing a math test in like first year of university, and I felt like it was going badly, and I had like a little bit of like, I wouldn't say a panic attack, but I had like, you know, you have 1 hour to do your test, and I was spending like a good portion of it thinking about like what would happen if I dropped out of math or dropped out of school and be like, because I can't do this one test, and I'm like, what other careers am I gonna do? And it just like in the moment, like these things feel so important.
Yeah.
Like you need, like it's how much like I was obsessed or focused on getting good grades, and like all of that like seems so trivial, or not trivial, but like it's just like small little beans now. Like in the moment, these things feel really, really important.
and I think the ending of the game kind of highlights that too. Is like you grow up, and these things you start having perspective and realize like that's not the end of your life. It's not. It wasn't actually that big of a deal. But when you were there, like at least for me, like when I was like a teen and a young adult, it did feel like do or die. It felt like this is like the most important thing, and like what am I going to do if this doesn't work out? And I would have panic attacks, and like it was like a whole like thing, you know, like. But then at the end of the game, like there's not really a strong resolution to the events. Things don't go the way that Jenny wants them to in the end, and it just sort of almost like, I wouldn't say like fades out, but it kind of like does like a time skip. And they're like, what happened? It's like, well, my life just went on, actually, and everything's fine. And, like, that's how the game kind of ends. And, like, that's kind of, like, how it is in real life.
Yeah.
That makes sense as an autobiographical thing. It's like, yeah, I actually continued to be alive, and I grew up, and other things happened to me that were good.
Yeah.
And I was able to not always feel that way for the rest of my life, you know, like, yeah.
So yeah, it was a good story. It was really well presented. I feel like the presentation was unique. The style was great. It was super polished, and I like the gameplay. I mean, like sometimes with some more narrative games, I have a short attention span. I like to do things.
Yeah, you like to press buttons.
Yeah, I like to press buttons, and this game asks you to press a lot of buttons.
You get to press a lot of buttons. And it's so funny. I laughed so many times. Like, it was so hilarious. And, like, the art is so good.
Yeah, I can't remember the last time that, like, just the menu of a game, like, the UI of browsing the things to do in in a room, like, made me laugh out loud.
The art for when she's, like, bed rotting.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
So funny,
and it's just, like, a blob.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The outfits are so cute, and like I loved the systems. Like I was like really deep into like using outfits for my strategy. Like
because it's a strategy game, kind of like you know,
It's
it feels a little bit
sim.
like a board game in a way.
Yeah,
like one of those resource management. You got all these things, you got a turn, and then you go through the turns trying to do that. It's enough to like keep your brain engaged, to pull you through the story at like a good pace.
And it also was like every time they had the cutscene with the mirror, and they were like, all right, you passed the last chapter, but now you have a whole new set of goals for this chapter. And it always felt impossible. It was like, I will never do this. But I actually I think I did. I think I got, for as far as I played anyway, because I watched you play the end instead of playing the end myself, just because you were streaming it. But I think I managed to do it, which is both bad and good. Yeah, it does a good job of making it seem like insurmountable problems, and it's stressful.
I don't know about how you guys feel about it entirely, but it felt like there wasn't like negative consequences. Like I would assume that they were going to be like, so in the end dieting like this was bad, and it never really gets into like anorexia kind of thing. It kind of just seems like she went on a diet, she gets her high school boyfriend, and like things are stressful, but like she kind of lived her life the way that she wanted to in those early years. And sure, like there's like the breakdown arc, but it wasn't, I didn't feel like I was left with like a moral of like, I gotta do this or this. I don't know. It just kind of, ended.
I think it probably, like, yeah, I don't know if it is an autobiographical piece, and I think it's not trying to deliver a moral, it's trying to tell a story. And I feel like there's a little bit of an implication, like, that everybody knows this is not good for Jenny, but we're doing it anyway. And, like, she probably knows it's not good for her, but she's doing it anyway. And, like, eventually it all comes tumbling down, because, of course, it was bound to eventually, right? Like, I feel like they do kind of skip over a lot of stuff towards the end, I think, when they do the big time jump, and, like, she does not, like, I think, disclose to the player, like, the whole, like, because you wouldn't want to play, like, the lowest point of her life.
I think
right?
I would.
Like, I think, okay, well, I don't know, maybe she doesn't want to share that part, you know? Like, that's the other thing. And it's like, how much this is kind of what I was saying at the beginning, like, there's probably a lot of decision have to be made about, like, how much you actually want to disclose in an autobiographical game.
To me, it feels like there's a missing chunk of, like, you have the build-up of all the tension and, like, I'm trying to live my life perfectly, and then, she feels like everything has crumbled and collapsed and everything that she wanted is gone. And then jump to 10 years later, it's not the glamorous, perfect life, but, like, actually it's pretty good. And it's like, okay, well, let's take a step back.
The moral is that it does turn out in the end, and you're not going to feel like that forever. Like, I think that, like, if you think about it as a message to a younger person, like, maybe that's where it's going. It's like, you might feel like your teenage and young adult, your university years are, like, the most important thing that will ever happen to you, and you're going to mess it all up. But it's like, actually, life goes on and it can be good even if you do mess it up.
But it is at the same time, like, a foundational part of your life.
Totally.
So it is very important.
Sure.
So it just kind of feels like an off-balance betrayal in the game.
I don't know.
I think, like, the game starts with a trigger warning being like, you know, it displays disordered eating. So it tells you straight up, like, this is, you know, like, the player knows, like, oh, this is not good for her.
But even that feels light to me, in that they never go into bulimia or anorexia. She's always shown as being, like, a healthy weight.
It's, like, so cartoonized, I think, that it's not, like... And it also could be, like, her perception of herself more than, like, what's actually going on. And, like, you know...
I just mean, if they got to a part of the story where, like, the climax of the story is, by the way, like, disordered eating is bad. It's like, you knew that, like, at the beginning of the story. Like, the first thing is, like, this is just shows disordered eating. And you, like, I think the like, kind of, like...
But the
context that it's shown in,
it's just calorie counting, like, not even.
But it's really extreme. It's, like, very,
I guess if you go as a bite is 1 calorie, like, yeah, it is pretty extreme.
Yeah,
but
I think
since it's
like,
bite, it's, like, kind of nebulous.
It's somewhat, yeah, it's an analogy, right? But, like, I think that it's, like, oh, like, the fact that it's, like, oh, if you have, like, slightly over your limit, then you must, like, burn it off by doing a bunch of exercise, or, like, if you do this, like, that, like, it's like a, and if you don't stand at that calorie limit, like, you're gonna die, basically. Like, that's like,
I guess it's also hard because watching you guys never got a game over.
That's true.
Or, like, you rarely even got a cheat day. I feel like you stayed within the limits, like, almost every time.
Yeah,
even
but
at
also,
the end, when she's like, let's look at what you did wrong, and then it's like, actually, you did everything perfectly, and, like, I guess it still turned out like this.
I think it's kind of like, I don't know, like, there are sacrifices you make by, like, prioritizing, like, you know, you only eat this amount and you have to work out this amount afterwards, and it's like, maybe that was not that necessary,
and she's not
she
happy.
Put more
like,
stress on herself than she
showing.
needed.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Anyways.
I don't know. It is just a really interesting game, and I did enjoy. Like, I would have played it if you guys weren't already playing it, and honestly, it does kind of seem like the same experience, except do you want to press the buttons or not?
It's like the difference is the amount of stress, probably. Like, you feel a little bit under pressure. You're like, oh my goodness, I have to keep track of all these things I'm trying to do, and like, if I do this, then I won't get that, and like, it's a little bit of a mind game.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think it's like showing that like even if you somehow manage to tick all these boxes and do everything perfect, Jenny's not happy. This is not a good life for Jenny. Like, and things may still not turn out the way she hopes, which they don't. Like, so bad to put that kind of pressure on yourself, I think.
All right.
Yeah. Anyway, interesting game. Good game.
Consume me.
Consume me.
Now, as for the religious part of the game, no, we don't have to talk about that part. But yeah, that was your number 5.
Yep, that's my number 5.
All right, you guys ready for some number 4s?
All right.
Yeah.
All right, my number 4 is Baby Steps.
Whoa. Is this the highest it gets?
Baby Steps?
I mean, I've got Baby Steps at an equivalent rank.
I see.
Okay,
I don't know what that means if we talk about it now or
let's
later.
just talk about it
Let's
now
just
then.
talk
All right.
Okay, so Baby Steps. You control an adult man, and you have control of their individual legs, and you take steps like manually instead of just moving the left stick around. It's like you lift your foot up, you put it down, kind of thing. And it kind of has the vibe of like a hard to control game where it's like funny that your guy's gonna be falling down mountains and stuff. But there's times when it like gets a little bit real. And I'm like, damn, does this game have something to say about, I don't know, living your life? Like, what are some of your thoughts, Adam?
Yeah, I'm just thinking, Alex, this didn't make your top 10, eh?
Oh, it did actually. It was number 7.
Oh, sorry, I forgot.
Yeah.
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 All
So, yeah, I also have a bunch to say about this.
Yeah. Baby Steps. Yeah, just, going into it, you're thinking, is this going to be, like, getting over it? I guess, like, because it's also made by Bennett Foddy,
Yep.
or, like, half of the team was Bennett Foddy, and it presents itself as a humorous, streamable game with wacky physics. So, there's kind of expectations going in there, and, I think, it lived up to, well, I don't know. What do you think, Alex?
I think it went a very different path than my expectations.
It did.
led
It
me
was
to
a lot
believe,
different.
But I liked that it did that. I was very surprised how it took like some of the elements of getting over it, but made it open world. I liked the way it made challenges kind of pointless and almost anti-rewarding. Like you'll spend like 20 minutes forcing your way up a staircase, only be rewarded with a cutscene of like a guy with a donkey head like pissing off a bridge or something. And
He's like, let's piss at the same
Let's
time.
piss at the same time.
Why
It's
are you
awkward
pissing?
and terrible. It's funny, but like it's or the way that like skipping cutscenes is like in its own way a mini game that gets progressively harder the more cutscenes that you try to skip.
And I didn't know this until listening to other people talk about it, but if you skip every cutscene, at the end of the game, there's an unskippable 45-minute long cutscene that is basically just a podcast. Yeah. I'm like, I gotta go watch that on YouTube, because I tried to skip every cutscene, and
The last mini game seems
it's so hard. Like, I don't know what I'm doing wrong.
Yeah, man. But yeah, I loved that it was a huge world. It's like there's so many directions you can take. There's like so many little random challenges that you just don't have to do, just strewn all around the place, but they feel cohesive. It feels like it's building towards something. I felt like it had a lot to say about toxic masculinity in a way, and about like asking people for help. And it, sometimes I just kind of think like maybe I should be less like Nate and more like, I don't know, it's just like it comes up in conversation or whatever around like asking people for help for like basic things. Or like support that you feel like you need. I don't know. And I loved Nate. I thought Nate was hilarious.
Yeah. I also think it was really cool that it was open world. Really didn't expect that from this game.
So about the world,
Yeah.
it's like hinted at the beginning. There's some rules to be explained, but Nate's like, I already know. Don't worry. So we don't actually get to know like what's actually happening within the game. It like starts out with Nate in a degen basement. He's like watching One Piece, and then he just vanishes, and he's in this natural environment. So it kind of seems like, do you think Nate died and is in the afterlife here, and that's why he can't die falling down any mountains? He never gets hurt, he just falls and gets back up. What do you guys think?
See, this is hard because I actually missed the first, I don't know, like maybe an hour or so of the game, and I've not seen it yet. So it's hard to draw a conclusion.
Yeah, so I'm not sure if he's like literally dead, or some people say it's more of a metaphor of just being out on your own. There are telephones that you can answer throughout the world, and there are conversations with your dad that you do, or like Nate does speak back and forth with him.
Oh.
And they're all like, hey, yeah, we're packing up your basement. Yeah, do you need this DJ stuff? Or we're just going to throw it out. Don't worry. And he's like, don't throw out my DJ gear. I need that.
Oh.
So,
I never heard any of those phone conversations.
Yeah, I only found like a couple of them. Because, again, do you want to spend 20 to 30 minutes of like trial and error getting up this challenging section to find it? It's
I don't think Nate's dead. I don't want Nate to be dead. I don't know. It's just, I don't see it as a purgatory. It's just funnier that way, I guess, that it's not a purgatory, but some weird thing you got transported into.
Because again, throughout the game, you're like seeing loading screens of the couch that he was on at the start of the game.
And it's getting like...
It like starts to rot and then like get gross.
And then they clean it up. They like,
becomes a workout studio.
Yeah, what was up with that? Why was it like...
It was like the original space that he was in just got left to rot and then cleaned out, I guess.
Right, so if it was like his parents' basement, and they were like, oh, we're packing your DJ stuff, why was it like... Or did it just happen that the basement got flooded at some time?
I don't know. It's all up for us to decide what we believe in. We all have seen the end, so it's kind of still open and ended.
Yeah.
Of like, what is the truth of the world? But yeah, like I don't know about you guys, but like I guess you were kind of saying like I kind of feel like I relate to Nate a bit, and a bit being kind of like a fat ass and trying to do things the hard way, even though there's easier ways to go about things. A bit of, I guess, feels kind of shameful to be a jobless basement watching One Piece all day kind of guy.
It was funny they did show One Piece on the guy's
Yeah.
Oh, they
screen.
did?
Yeah, that's what he was
They
watching
did,
before he got Isekai.
Yeah.
Literally, okay.
And I don't know. It definitely got pretty real when he goes into the cave
Yo, yeah.
and he's making his wish.
This is spoilers, I guess.
Yeah, big spoilers, guys. And yeah, he wishes that he was dead.
Yeah, like that comes out of no. Well, it doesn't. It makes sense, but it really like kind of like
And it's,
it feels surprising because it's tonally different from most of the game is.
It has mostly been like bro-y humor of like, oh, all these donkeys have their dicks out. Like, what's up with that?
and you're a little bit like, haha, look at this funny man. Like,
Yeah, like they play him
he's
as a
funny,
joke.
incompetent man. He falls down, haha, and then he like gets there. Yeah, and like the expectation is that he's going to wish to go home. Like he's been trying to figure out how to leave. And then he gets there, and the cutscene shows him like looking down on himself on that couch in the basement, and he's like, "I wish I was dead." Right? And it's like, oh, like that hit pretty hard.
It just suddenly kind of recontextualizes it as like Nate is more of a human than a joke. Like, because he's kind of portrayed as just like a jokey character up until that point, but then like it's implied he hates himself.
Yeah.
Like, he sees himself as incompetent as the game is presenting himself. And that's just, like, I don't know. It was a impactful moment. And also, I don't know, I feel like we got to talk about the Manbreaker.
Yeah.
I saw an article saying the Manbreaker is one of the best choices, like video game choice that you make in a year. And I think it's just in general, like, the Manbreaker is just, you get to a point where you can either take a really, really difficult route or an extremely simple route. But the simple route is presented as, like, the baby's choice, or, like, the easy way a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's trivial, basically.
Yeah.
You have a staircase protection.
Uh-huh.
or you have,
Is
like,
it though? Because aren't they like, we build this staircase for you, and like so that people didn't have to do this, and like this is the reasonable thing to do, is that you should do this. I don't know if it is presented as a baby.
Well,
or is there a
it's-
character
well,
who says
it's-
I mean,
that,
like,
or,
the
It's because
you
Nate-
get goaded. Yeah.
Nate is like, oh, I don't need to take that. Like, there's a perfectly fine trail on the mountain. Like,
Yeah.
Nate calls the stairs trivial.
Yeah.
so it's self-imposed.
And,
Yeah.
well, the Bennett Foddy character is like, then I forbid you from taking the stairs.
Yeah.
But if you do take the stairs, then you must call me Lord.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just really driving home, like, one of the main themes of the game or whatever is, like, why do you play video games? Why do you make yourself do hard things? And, like, it's just, like, the whole thing of, like, all the challenges are you do something difficult and it kind of, like, makes fun of you a little bit for spending the time to do that. And this is just, like, taking that concept to, like, the purest form of expression. I don't know. I just thought it was a really good moment in
And
the
the
game.
Manbreaker broke me. I stopped playing the game at that
You
point. I never
stopped?
got past it.
Yeah.
Rather than take the stairs.
Rather than take the stairs, I just didn't pick the game up again. I guess because I'd watched you guys play the ending past the Manbreaker enough that, like, you know, I sort of knew. But even then, like, I don't know. I just don't think I could have brought myself in my own file to take the stairs.
Yeah.
I had
like,
to do the Manbreaker.
if it was me as a person in the game, I'd probably just take the stairs. But I wouldn't have started this, like, weird argument with the guy in the first place. I'd be like, yeah, stairs.
Yeah, this is what keeps you on the knife edge of a, like, you know, feeling too, like, serious about Nate, is because he keeps doing it to himself. Like, it's a little bit like, Nate, like,
Yeah.
why are you doing this?
But I did feel like, well, I have to do the Manbreaker because that's what Nate would do. So, and then turns out the Manbreaker, not that hard. If you're willing to put in the hours, because, like, one successful Manbreaker attempt takes like half an hour, but there's like 3 hard parts. So I was able to do it in, like, I don't know, 15-ish attempts.
You did watch a video tutorial.
Well, the tutorial, I just watched that to be like, how ridiculous are we talking about getting up here? And it didn't get that crazy. And honestly, I didn't even use their techniques. I've, like, found some of my own easier ways.
You also got weirdly good at the
Oh.
game.
But the fact that you know what is ahead is part of what I'd say part of what breaks a man is not knowing what's ahead.
Yeah.
As you're going up and stuff.
Psychological, yeah.
That's fair.
But anyways, no, not to
Just
diminish
knowing
your
that it
accomplishment.
was possible does make it easier.
Yeah, but your accomplishment, genuinely, I was like,
Yeah,
seems
it's-
hard.
it's
I could not do it.
But, yeah, I don't know. You did get a special cutscene at least.
Yeah, where he kills himself.
Well, no, it seems like no one
kill
can
Bennett
die.
Foddy.
He's just at the bottom of the mountain. He doesn't die. Like, no one dies in the game.
We don't know. He's kind of like
never
the
shows
guardian
up
of the
again.
space. Maybe he doesn't abide by the same rules.
It's so sad.
Yeah.
There was the whole art gallery section, which is just like filled with optional like side challenges, some of which were like pretty funny, like rolling the ball across the
Yeah, you have to, like, balance on the
balance
ball.
on the ball
and roll
It's
it.
just like, oh man,
And,
a bunch of fruit that you can eat that just end with like a pointless
just screams
cutscene
the
of
name
Nate
of the
like
fruit.
screaming why the fruit is so good while he like eats it immediately.
I like
Makes a bunch of noises.
from watching you guys beat it, and you see the map of the whole thing. There's like, I went to the secret cave, and I found Did I ever tell you guys about it?
I think you did, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
I think so.
You go to the secret cave and it's like, don't go in here. And then there's a door that like slams shut on you and it knocks you back down. But there is stuff in there. So eventually if you like kind of worm your way in there, you find a key and then there's a map next to it that's like, oh, the key goes to this thing down by the soccer field. And it's like half of the game away basically. So you go all the way back down. Hopefully you don't drop the key and just lose it. And when you open up the chest, it's just a guy in there. He's like, but you didn't think I was going to be in here. And Nate's like, I thought it'd be more worth it to do this. He's like, you thought it was be more worth it? It's been a lot of work making the fucking game. All right? So don't expect more from me.
Oh, wait, is
Kind of
like a
thing.
developer's in there?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Like,
no, I don't think you did
yeah.
tell me. I thought you were gonna tell me about the cave. I guess it's not a secret cave. Where like that guy is like crushed by a rock or something.
oh, yeah,
Yeah.
that too is also near the end of the game. One of the guys that you've been seeing throughout the game, he's crushed by a rock, and he's like, go get help. I mean, I looked online, and everyone's like, you can't help that guy.
He's just done for.
Yeah. So that's a bit of a bummer.
Uh.
Like, that guy was alright.
Yeah, he was alright.
Yeah.
He was a
There's-
good guy.
There's one of the fruit cutscenes where you get up there, and he's there, and he eats the fruit before you. And he's like, it was a rambutan or something. Like, I don't know. It's just funny to see that guy all over the place.
Yeah. Oh, what a wonderful game. I love that there's so many secrets in it. Or not necessarily secrets, but like things to find. And like it feels like feels worth it to find all the stuff. Even though the game makes fun of you like, "Oh, why did you do this?" Like the developers in there, like it was worth it actually. The cutscene was funny.
Yeah.
And
And it is kind of like, I don't know, overall, I guess it's like, why did we do anything? I don't know. I gotta check my notes if I had a moral takeaway or something, that a life lesson taught.
A life lesson.
You know, after pooping on Consumi, I'm like, oh, the game about a man is very relatable.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know that your point about Consumi is really much of a criticism, so much as just like mismatched expectations, I guess. I agree that the
Yeah.
game was a bit more autobiographical than I thought it was going to be going in. And
Yeah.
that like played with my expectations. Or like mismatched my expectations a little. I think that's more
Yeah,
at least
life
where I'm coming from on that point.
doesn't have a clear answer. So, an autobiographical game, or a game about being alive or experiencing things, sometimes it's just that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Whereas I think like Baby Steps is more like it's clearly more of like a I don't know, I guess there's not like a super strong moral, but there are like messages within it.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, the end, like, it's not like it's a surprising how the game is going to end a little bit. I feel like right at the beginning, or, you know, the theme is Nate can't accept help. The end of the game is he accepts help.
Yeah.
So it's not exactly that surprising. It's like, you know, that's the moral. Sometimes you gotta accept help. But it was a satisfying journey to see through.
Yeah.
And
And
was,
it's neat that the top of the mountain is not the end of this of the
Yeah.
the credits point.
Mm.
Yeah, I guess, I don't know. This is a little bit like about giving up or not giving up with the Manbreaker, or like just the
think-
game in general. Like, are you going to get to the
Isn't
credits?
Kind of like.
It can be about multiple things.
Yeah.
I feel like a little bit it's kind of like it doesn't matter. Maybe? Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong about that.
Well, Nate's life does seem to be at its best at the end of the game.
That's true, yeah.
When he's
Yeah, totally.
with Miz.
When he accepts help.
Cozy.
That part of it, yeah. But
Specifically,
I think,
he asks for help.
Yeah.
Yeah.
but I guess I mean, like, with the Manbreaker, the choice that you make.
That part didn't really matter.
Yeah, like,
story-wise.
it's like, are you going to do the hard thing or are you going to take the easy way out? And it's like, you're going to get up there either way. Why did it really matter that you did that? And I think the game is trying to, like, iron in this point. It's like, there wasn't a reason. It's just because you wanted to do that kind of a thing, right?
Yeah.
Like you didn't actually get anything from doing the hard thing, like for the credit. They like continually make a joke out of you doing that, right?
The game kind of like says it on its own though. Like if you take the stairs up, that side character Mike that gets trapped under the boulder, he's like, yeah, I'm doing the Manbreaker. Of course I want to challenge myself and see the beauty of the mountain and puzzle my way through and, you know, figure this out. But if you're doing the Manbreaker, you meet him at the same spot, and he's like, why would you do that? Like, the stairs are right here. We just breeze on up.
Oh, wait, and he's taking the stairs?
He's
Yeah,
taking
he's
the stairs.
But yeah, I mean, that's always the case, that somebody's going to be doing the thing you
So
didn't
there wasn't
do,
like a wrong way to do it.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
just what you're doing, I guess.
Yeah.
What you
That's
choose.
interesting.
So yeah.
I'm thinking in my head still, like, is there more of a clear moral or direction in this than Consume Me? Like, you guys seem to feel like there is, but I'm not
No,
sure
I guess
if
just
there's-
I don't
know.
feel like this is an autobiographical.
No, it's not.
thing.
It's definitely not
It's
autobiographical.
making
in
you
the way
think
that Consume
kind
Me
of
was.
game, though.
Definitely.
In a way that I don't think any of us expected.
That's true.
Yeah, I definitely did not expect that.
Like, it's
going
funny,
in.
like, if you take the stairs again with the Manbreaker, you get an achievement for taking the stairs. If you do the Manbreaker, you get the cutscene. No achievement, though.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I also feel like, I was surprised at how the messages in the game, like, the trailer for the game makes it clear that there's going to be, like, a, you know, just take life one step at a time kind of message behind the game, but then the messages in the game are a lot more subtle or integrated into the mechanics than...
It's deeper than
Yeah.
it
Yeah.
presents itself.
Yeah, exactly. I thought it was a lot deeper than it seemed like it was going to be from the trailers, and that I was very pleasantly surprised by that. Yeah, it wasn't preachy.
yeah. Baby steps.
Baby
Number
steps.
4.
This is a cool game.
Yeah. All right, my number 4 was the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles.
Whoa!
Yeah, bit of a surprise pick here, especially like, you know, this deep into the list. But man, I loved this game. I super duper loved this game. Like, yeah. So this is a prequel of sorts to the Phoenix Wright series. It's like set 100 years in the past or whatever. Supposedly you're playing like a distant ancestor of Phoenix Wright. But it's like, you know, loosely, there's no real connection. And you know, yeah,
Okay, just timeline-wise, this is before modern day.
right.
Okay.
Yeah, this is like 1900, even like a bit before 1900, I think.
And you played the other Phoenix Wrights. This isn't that, like, collection that came out?
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
This is a separate collection of 2 games, Great Ace Attorney 1 and Great Ace Attorney 2. They were released as separate games in Japan, but they got released together as a single collection in the
Okay.
US. I think last year or this
Oh
year.
man, if this is in our Steam Family Library, I'm gonna check it out.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
And yeah, you know, I'd grown pretty tired of the Phoenix Wright series. I liked like the 6th game in the series, I think, quite a bit, but before that, I just sort of felt like I'd seen all that there was to see with the series, all the major story beats or whatever. So, you know, I wasn't like super excited at the prospect of playing one, but I heard good things about it, and I wanted a visual novel that I could play while like I was falling asleep or whatever, just lying in bed. And yeah, I kind of dismissed this as like a side story sort of thing for a while. Like, I just wasn't excited about it because I thought it would be just, you know, it didn't have any of the same cast of characters, so, you know, how could it possibly, like...
Do they have, like, telephones in that time, or...?
Do they ever... Yeah, I think there are phone call
Alright, but,
related
like,
situations.
technology in general is pretty limited, or...?
Yeah.
Alright.
And they do explore that a bit, but it's sort of... There's like a steampunk element going on. Like there's some characters that basically defy that rule completely to bring in like super advanced stuff into the setting, but like in a steampunky kind of way that fits with the setting. Yeah, it's like you go to London basically, and Sherlock Holmes is there, or like he's called Herlock Sholmes in this game.
All right.
And he's just very wacky in this game, but in a way that's kind of like endearing, where it's hard to tell if he's like just stupid or...
Does he kind of take the Detective Gumshoe role?
Yeah, he takes like a bit of that role, shares it with another sort of cast member, but he also plays his own kind of role in the story as also being like kind of the mysterious, like divulging you some of the details, but not all of the details of the greater like full story plot that's going on. Anyways, yeah, for reasons why I liked it, I felt like having a fresh start on the series with like its own completely separate cast of characters was actually like amazing. It allowed it to basically write like its own completely separate independent story, a very complete story, it felt like, from start to finish over the course of 10 cases. And it's like long too, because it was originally intended to be just like one single like 10 case long game. It like really builds up this strong arc from like start to finish across like all 10 cases. The music's really good. It makes a really compelling case for the move to 3D for the whole series, because they're able to do really dynamic things with like both the character animations, their interactions with each other, and the environments. Yeah, you just get a lot of interesting camera angles, a lot of like new animations or like unique animations that I felt like would have been a pain if they had to like hand draw like every single one of them. And yeah, I just thought it was really funny, really charming. Had a really good time with it throughout. Yeah, I loved basically every case in it. Thought it had some really interesting plot twists as well. Yeah.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah,
Very cool.
looks sick.
Sounds like a kind of game I want to check out.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
I'm gonna check this out. I feel like this would be maybe a great Steam Deck game. I assume you played it on
Yeah,
your Steam
exactly.
Deck.
I just
feel
played
this
on my
would be great
Steam
to,
Deck in bed.
Oh,
and it was
yeah.
like,
Hunker
hell yeah.
down and like, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that was my number 4, Great Ace Attorney Chronicles.
Sick.
Alright. My number 4 is definitely gonna come up later because it's Night Rain.
I think I have this higher.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So sorry, guys.
No, it's all good.
Unless there's anything you want to say right now.
We'll get to it. We'll get to it later.
Okay. And then Adam, your number 4 was Baby Steps.
It was Baby
correct?
Steps.
Which we went into detail.
Yep.
So back to me. I'm gonna kick it off. Or actually, do you want to kick off your number 3?
My number 3.
Yeah.
Huh?
No,
Let me see.
just to mix it up.
I mean, it's kind of your turn. So,
Yeah.
and we're on the
Yeah.
3 slot.
Do you
So
think things
why
are
not?
going to get too messed up by playing with the formula like
No,
this?
just
Yeah,
go
I mean,
for it, dude.
Andrew.
I think it's your turn, and we're on number 3.
All right,
Yeah,
we're going
that's
for
right.
it.
All right.
Number 3 is 1000X Resist.
Oh, wow, nice.
The title I
Wow.
forgot.
So, is this higher on anyone else's list?
No,
No.
I had it
Okay.
at 5. Dawn, I'd be curious where you would end up slotting
I've
it
been
if
thinking
you had
about
to
it
pick.
ever since I realized I forgot it, and I'm
Yeah.
not sure where I would slot it in, but it
Yeah.
would be in here for sure.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
It would be bumping something off. I guess it would be bumping the Tamagotchi Paradise off the bottom of my list.
Only
Well,
off the
luckily, we
bottom.
get to talk about it right now.
Yeah. Okay, so, I kind of think of myself as, like, not that patient, not that, I'm not really into, like, smart games. Like, when I saw Disco Elysium, I'm like, I'm not gonna like this. Loved it. But, like, I did not expect it. And it's the same thing with this game. I saw it was gonna be, like, a visual novel-ish game with, like, some sci-fi plot twist stuff. And I was just like, I don't know. I'm like, I think I looked at some screenshots and they were using lots of big words and like there was lots of like parts that looked like poetry. And
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, that looks like poetry. Like, I don't know if I'm smart enough to read a game where there's lots of poetry in it. Anyways, hooked me right off the bat, I
Well,
think. Yeah.
The opening, the very, very first thing that happens in that game is that it has that poem that's like
Yeah.
inscrutable. It has like made up words in it. They're like Heki Elmo, whatever.
Right,
and we
that.
were both like, I don't know.
Yeah,
but
it's gonna
then
be
like
pretentious.
very
like-
quickly we were drawn in.
Yeah.
Yeah. To be fair, there's one of the first scenes in the game. Somebody gets murdered, after a poem, and I was like, all right. But then the next scene afterwards, where you're exploring kind of like this high school under the guise of a pandemic that's going on, like that quickly kind of drew me in with the world building there.
Yeah.
So.
You're like, how did we get from there to here? And
Yeah.
how did we get from here to there? Which is like a good narrative tool, I guess.
Yeah.
I also was like, is this game going to be pretentious? Because I do get turned off things that seem to take themselves a little too seriously. But this game definitely, you know, has the meat. You know, you can dig into this. It's not fluff that thinks it, like, it's not pretentious, I'd say. It's just well done.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's just incredible.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man.
But yeah, I don't know. Just one of those games where I started playing it and just kept playing it. It was like binge watching a TV show a little bit. Because, you know, it is, at the end of the day, it is, I don't want to use the word visual novel. Not like that's an insult or anything, but just like it is more than a visual novel. There are some parts where you explore. But the pacing of the game is very much just like, you know, you watch cutscenes, you talk to people, and you don't really do any, you know, sort of combat or even any puzzle work. It's all about the story, and it's just a lot of dialogue and reading.
Yeah, I think it's actually to its credit that it's a visual novel, because I think it pushes the genre and, like, it's, like, the constraints of the genre, like, a bit forward, I think. Like, I think it did really interesting things being a visual novel.
Right.
I consider it, like, to be a great entry in a visual novel. You
Yeah.
know, like,
I guess I'm forgetting about the platforming sections. Does that make it... What's the deal with the platforming sections? Does that make it not a visual novel? Or...
No, it's just a different type of visual novel,
Okay.
I would say. Because
Yeah.
usually it's just like you're clicking on something to get to another character that tells you, like, more visual
Right.
novel, and, like, the environment is kind of adding to the storytelling, I think.
Yeah.
Sort of like turning pages, going
Yeah.
from point to point there. I don't play a lot of visual novels, but this actually in combination with what was that game Max was streaming? Pat the Empress, Road to
Oh,
Empress
yeah,
or
Road
something
to
like.
Empress,
It
yeah.
makes me think, it makes me think maybe I would like to play visual novels more if I did it socially with other people, because I feel like it is sort of like watching a show or a movie with your friends, but you get to talk about it while it's happening and influence events sometimes, or like choose your dialogue or whatever.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, like, I don't know, it's like a nice social experience, I think, even though probably most people who play visual novels do so solo. I feel like I don't know, could I have played this game alone? Maybe, but it was definitely more fun to, like, talk about it and think about it and speculate between episodes and, like, think about it and, like, I don't know, share it. Yeah.
Man. Yeah, I loved this game. I thought it was super important, I guess. The themes that it tackles, the topics that it tackles.
Do you want to just, like, go ahead and, like, talk about it?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, like, don't worry about the spoilers.
Yeah, okay.
Spoilers!
We'll put spoilers on the screen, I guess. I don't know. Don't worry about it. Just, like, speak your truth, man.
I mean, it's a protest game.
All right.
I think. And I thought... I don't know. I just thought that was really inspiring or cool.
So
I
do
guess
you guys,
really
like,
cool is the wrong
know
word.
the people behind the game? Like, from what I've heard, it's, like, kind of something to do with, the Hong Kong protest.
Yeah.
It's literally includes, like, recreations of scenes from the Hong Kong protests in it. Like, I think the kind of the starting, the earliest chronology or chronological order, the earliest events of the game happened during the Hong Kong protests. That's where the protagonist's parents meet each other, and they eventually flee the country, come to Canada, and, like, that's where our protagonist is. And, like, she, I think, there's a schoolmate who's like, first generation immigrant from China and wants to, like, be friends and relate to the protagonist, and the protagonist is, like, doesn't identify with that, and also like is ashamed of her parents a little bit, or like the cowards who ran away or something.
Yeah, so she
there's
kind
like
of pushes her away.
Yeah, there's like commentary about I guess being the child of immigrants, which is like interesting, and yeah, I don't know. And then like it kind of like the way the story goes, everything kind of like it's like a domino effect of that,
Yeah.
and it just builds, and like the character of this teenager ends up having huge consequences for the rest of the big story.
Yeah, and somehow like this whole society ends up building around like basically worshipping the character and like a manufactured past of this character.
Yeah, this is a weird setup because like I feel like everything I've seen is like you control like a blue android lady, and she's like, you are a robot and you're
no, she's not a
She's not a
robot. She's a
robot.
person. She just was wearing a suit.
do security robot business.
No.
No.
This is your sister, computer robot girl.
No,
she
none of
only
them are
computer robots. And I'm like, what the
None of them are
fuck?
robots, but they are clones.
Okay, well, you guys know what I mean. It's very sci-fi, so it's like anything real in this game, I'm like, what are you guys talking about?
Yeah, I think
Like
that's...
you're in a dome with like 4 robots, so they're the same.
It also talks about like the pandemic a little bit, because there's like this event that occurs, which is actually like it's an alien invasion, but it kind of is like a pandemic. Like people catch like a sickness
Yeah.
from the aliens or whatever, and
she's like the only survivor.
she's immune. The
Yeah.
protagonist is immune, and you know, like everyone at her school dies, and then eventually the government is like, we want you to come with us so we can try to like make a cure. And her mom is like, don't do this, and she's like, screw you, Mom, I hate you, and like goes with them, like as it's kind of an act of rebellion, and like that has long-reaching consequences in her and everyone else's lives after that. So like eventually what happens is society breaks down to the point where she's the only person left alive, and her clones, because they were making clones of her.
Alright.
And they're like all living in this like ark basically underwater, but that's not revealed kind of until later in the game, that that's where you are. You're just in like some kind of weird facility that's supposed to be sheltered from like the occupants, is what they call the aliens.
Yeah.
And eventually you find out it's like, yeah, you're in this weird like life arc. Yeah, it's like, it's crazy. It sounds really crazy to describe this game.
Yeah, but the way it like gives you this information over time, like it's all done very tastefully, like, and like surprisingly, like it like I don't know, they just find a good way to structure it that like helps it feel like a natural build up to all these things. Like first you're exploring just like this one scene from like when the virus outbreak basically like happened in her high school, but then like from there you start to get information about her like friend and like her relationships and her parents, and it all just sort of builds up over time, and like a lot of different scenes where like the art direction of the game is really quite good. It's like a lot of scenes where like they just really find like neat camera angles or neat perspectives to like, or neat ways for you to interact with things, where it's like sometimes it'll be like a more like 2D section, or sometimes it'll be like more of like a teleporting around this like massive 3D space kind of thing. And it's really engaging.
Yeah, a large part of the game takes place as like, I mean, the character you're controlling through most of the game is like Sister Blue or whoever, and so like clones get promoted into this like position if the clone dies or something. But there's like, you know, some head clones, and they form like a few units of society, like and so apparently the Blue Sister's role is like remembering things.
Watcher? Kind of seems like a snitch.
Yeah, she does seem like a snitch, actually.
cop.
It turns out to be that she's kind of a cop, but it's also like she is entrusted with this like little drone, and that little drone gives her the ability to commune with other clones and like share like memories and experiences, not even necessarily from their person, but like of their commoners, so like the original, like the person that was cloned.
All right.
All mother is what they call her.
To be honest, like
we don't have to get into all of it. I guess.
If you guys are like loving this, like keep going. But like, I watched for like 15 minutes and I was like, I'd rather just do something else.
Damn, man.
I get it. I feel like you have to like.
I wasn't there for the beginning.
Yeah,
though,
you have
so
to like
I was
it's
like,
the
what
story that
fuck
you're
is
there
even
for. The
happening?
gameplay's not like interesting to watch if you aren't in it for the story.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just like that like mechanic of like communing and like you continually revisiting like the memories of this like teenager basically, and kind of a bratty teenager, honestly.
Yeah.
And like she's lived like many hundreds of years, maybe thousands of years. So there's like all these memories are like confused and jumbled, and there's like mixed with the parent, like her parents' memories, and like it's very interesting.
Yeah.
It's also got a sense of humor. I was looking at the store page just now, and I was reminded of pretty early on in the game, it introduces some lore, and the imagery it uses to introduce it is a bunch of like how to draw anime pictures. It at the time when it happens, it seems like so out of place. It makes sense later, but it's like they're talking about like the history of the people, and it's all drawn like a kind of bad anime drawings that are like
8-year-olds.
but they're like celebrated like they're great works of art.
Is it like literally like that book, How to Draw Anime, or
A little bit
manga?
worse, I'd say.
Yeah,
Okay.
more
Yeah.
Like a
childish.
child's
Yeah.
But anyways, it's got a good sense of humor, and I feel like I was like looking over the store page just now, and maybe I'm thinking about calling it a visual novel is maybe a bit too reductive. Like I said, I know you want to push the boundaries a bit more, but like there is some light puzzle solving, maybe. Like with some of there's that part where you need to figure out what the occupants are trying to say,
That's
and there's
true.
the part where you need to kind of figure out how to get into rooms by like switching like what time zone you're in. But like I'd say overall, it's like those parts like aren't really meant to be challenging so much as just integrate
Flavor.
into the story.
Yeah.
Yeah, some flavor. And so I don't know. I'm just thinking, it's a neat game.
It's really
I'm not sure if a visual novel is the right word, but it's definitely, I guess, the closest thing that is like, at least in the video game space, that you can use to describe it, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like visual novels are good. It's not like a knock against it.
No, yeah, but I just don't.
Same way like walking sims, it's like, hey, I kind of like those.
Okay, yeah, this is just because one time I was at Bit Bazaar.
Yeah.
Do you guys know this story?
No.
Okay, well, I was at some booth, and I was playing it, and I don't know if I want to, like... Anyways, I'm playing somebody's demo, and there's a lot of talking in it, and after playing a little bit, I put it down and was like... I was gonna go... The guy was like, so, what did you think of it? And I was like, I mean... I don't play a lot of like visual novel type stuff, so I'm like, I'm not really sure. It's not really what I'm used to. And he's like, so this is a visual novel to you? And I was like, oh, I mean, I guess there was just a lot of talking, and I'm like, all right, I'm gonna go. And the game did have walking around. It was kind of like you walked around and you talked to people, but you're quickly ushered from scene to scene, where you talk to some more people, and then you usher to the next scene. And anyways, I just think...
Someone
I
who
don't know.
didn't realize they were making a visual novel, maybe.
I don't know. Maybe, people have different opinions of what
I
visual
feel like
novel
if
is.
70% or more of your game is reading text, you're making a visual novel. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm like, if the story is the most, like, if story and writing is like the primary component of your game, right? Like,
Yeah.
that's...
I mean, like, traversing the space station was, like, a meaningful part of the game. Like, exploring and, like, finding nooks to learn
Yeah.
about the lore and stuff. So, it's like, calling it, like, is Gone Home a visual novel? Like, no.
It's a walking sim.
It's a walking sim. So, I don't
That's
know.
true. It's a lot, yeah.
Anyways.
It kind of was like one of the proto walking sims, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Anyways.
Could there be a novel adaptation to your video game? I guess that's not
like a good measure. That probably happened for lots of games, but
I guess how accurate could a novel be your game instead of the game?
I mean, maybe that's doing a disservice to visual novels. Like, visual novels are different from novels as well. So I don't know.
Yeah.
We'll have to play more visual novels in the upcoming year and then revisit this topic.
That's true.
All right.
Okay.
Well, 1000X Resist sounds like a banger for people who like to listen to dialogue. It's all voice, right?
Yeah, it's all voice. Voice work was good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you want a cool story, sounds like it's got it. If you're willing to put in more than 15 minutes and watch the beginning.
Yeah. Generally a good idea.
Yeah.
All right, so yeah, that was 1000X Resist, and we're moving on to Andrew's numero 3.
Hey, all right. Now, I've climbed mountains with you guys. Not just in real life, and those climbs, it's actually just walking on a big trail. But that relates to this game of climbing the mountains in
Blueprints.
Peak.
Yeah. This is higher on mine.
Higher?
Yeah.
Ooh, okay.
Oh,
Whoa. I'm like, could Peak be
Surprise.
Don's number one? But
Who can
who
say?
knows? Who can say?
Wouldn't you like to know?
We will revisit this mountaintop shortly. Alex, if you'd like to continue.
With my number 3, also Peak.
Whoa!
Okay. Number 3, buddies. Twins.
Alright,
Alright.
well, going on to Dawn.
We're probably going to skip me too because my number 3 is Silksong.
Okay.
Wow. All right.
Wow,
Cool.
hit us up with your number 2, Adam.
All right. My number 2 game of 2025 is Blueprints.
Ooh.
Mine
Let's
too.
go. Is it higher for anyone else?
No.
I'm tied with you.
Okay. So, Blueprints.
Alex, what is your number 2 also Blueprints?
That's correct.
Okay.
Oh.
Wait, is it not
hey.
even on your list, Andrew?
It's not on my list.
Oh, wait, because I guess you didn't play it technically.
He played it a decent amount.
I played a good amount, and I didn't love it like you guys did. Honestly, I had a better time just watching you guys do it and like helping you guys have like maybe a different take on some puzzles, but mostly I'm just like, yeah, you guys do it. You guys do this.
Exactly
yeah,
how
sorry.
I felt during Flare Obscure.
Go ahead.
Oh, no, yeah, Blueprints. All right. So, for the listeners out there, that's right, Tyler. Blueprints is a puzzle game a lot like Myst, but it is done in a roguelike structure where you enter this mansion and you kind of have to like enter room after room that's kind of randomized, and there's going to be like puzzles in it a lot like Myst, where they're kind of like obscure, or like there's hints or like codes you need to figure out, or you're looking for patterns, and it's just like you instantly think like that couldn't work, because like Myst is about like, you know, taking your time, observing the environments, like thinking about things and like exploring at your own pace until like these things click.
Yep.
But in Blueprints, because it's a roguelike, as soon as you run out of energy in the day, you're going to be moving on to another day, and you won't be able to see the same hints. Like the clues won't necessarily be there. So as you're exploring the house, you are seeing things that you think might be a clue, but you're also like, maybe I don't have all the information to like solve this yet. So I'm like, what should I even focus on?
Yeah,
So-
there's times when you like come back to a room. I guess we should say that the mansion, it's like a 5x9 tall grid of square rooms, and when you go into every room you have a choice to like pick which room that you want to actually be in each square every day. And sometimes you'll go back to the same room, but if it's in a different square, parts of the room are different sometimes in certain puzzles and things. So it like takes some time to figure out like what is important sometimes.
And the rooms have a certain number of doors, and you want there to be a certain orientation, and like, yeah, it's like you're kind of like piecing together a puzzle, but you have to do it basically from a like random chance. Like you get like you draw 3, I think, rooms. It was a 3.
Yeah.
So every time you go through the door, there's 3 choices, and you're kind of like, you have something you probably want to do by a certain point of the game. Like, you're like, oh, I'm really looking for this room, or like, I don't want to, make a dead end in this
hallway that I'm building. Like, I want to go like north if I can, and like that's the frustrating or the gripe of this game is that sometimes you just can't draw what you need, even though you're really trying to do something. But it was still like a very, I think, compelling game. Like, very interesting, very fun.
Yeah, I think there's a discussion there about like how this format affects like the puzzle structure, and I think like some people like to say that in missed games, you'll see a clue and you'll be like, this is really important, and you kind of get stuck being like, I'm not gonna look around or explore, or you're kind of like maybe you miss something and you feel like I have to focus on this one puzzle, and you don't really see other ways forward. Mm-hmm. And that maybe the roguelike structure allows it so that you if you can't figure something out, like, you just let it go, because there's always going to be something new behind the next door, and eventually you just have to let it go and wait till it comes up again.
Yeah, it kind of prevents you from fixating on just one problem.
Yeah, ideally.
Just usually there are multiple problems you're trying to solve.
Yeah.
There was just, and yeah, it didn't bother me too much, but I know it was like a contention point.
Yeah, it was.
And it definitely towards like the end of our runs. I mean, I think there's further we could do. I don't think we've like 100%ed the game, but you know, we got to like an end point, the credits roll. And when we were getting close to that, it was feeling just slightly frustrating sometimes, but not being able to do what you think you've solved like the whole thing, but you can't roll the right rooms. But I don't think it bothered us that much on our run.
I don't think I felt that to be a problem until I beat the game. I think having the initial, when you start up the game, it kind of gives you a very concrete goal that you need to work towards. Like, you're trying to make it as far as you can in the mansion. And there's like I think the 46th room is the one you're trying to get to. And it's, I guess the other part of the game is that it's not just like a puzzle game in like the traditional sense, but there's also like a resource management game here. Because like you're trying to like, you know, smartly, every time you go into a room, you're gonna have to spend resources, whether it's gems or steps or keys, and it's kind of like this game of just trying to be like, you know, should I spend my resource here, or should I save it for later? And if I try to draft this room, I'm likely to find these items, and I'm going to need that later for this. And I feel like there's kind of like two games you're playing at once. You're trying to solve the larger mystery, and you're also trying to like learn the best way to navigate through the mansion while not running out of resources. And I think that's interesting and compelling. It adds kind of like that addictive like game loop to it. Some people think that addictive game loop, like, you know, the random luck, like sometimes you're going to draw a really good room or a really good item, or you're going to like get like 100 steps from like or something that you get early on. Like that, a lot, I don't know, like slot machine aspect to it, I think is compelling. Some people argue that that's not the right kind of compelling, maybe. Like, you know, some people say Blueprints wastes your time. That's what other people, some people have said. But I don't know. I thought the whole thing felt very original. I loved the puzzles. It makes you feel clever. And by the time you finish the game, there's like still a lot of mysteries to solve. But, you know, I think I had a good time. Like, you know, my 20 hours or whatever, 30 hours getting to the credits the first time. And it felt nice knowing that there was more without, like, feeling like I needed to really like get in there and solve everything.
And another really good social game. Like, it was fun to play side by side, but also it was fun to talk to people who were playing it, their own runs simultaneously, and be like, did you find this? Or like, is this something? Or like, you know, have you been to this room? And like, just like, also, it's really novel. Like, I don't know if there's something like it that I could point to. I mean, like, you're making comparisons, but like, this combination and like this like drafting the house, it was very neat. Yeah,
I'm thinking there was a lot of moments where we like are clicking on a door and you see the rooms come up and you're like yes, like we found the room that we want, and that high is exciting. It's exciting to be like you have a plan and then it's starting to come together, and then like you're kind of the random generator is giving you what you want, and like those highs of like I just remember the high of being like, is this the run where I'm going to win? Like, is like, and like it's the rounds take a long time, so there's a natural tension. Like, you spent like 15 minutes in this house. Am I going to make it to the end this time, or am I going to have to start over? And just like, I don't know, it's that classic, like, roguelike feeling and the excitement and thrill of like getting your favorite item or your favorite room. You know, it was cool.
Yeah, there's a question. Are the runs short or long?
I'd say they're generally long. I'd probably say like 10 minutes per run.
That's short to me.
That's fast.
That's really fast.
Maybe not. Maybe longer.
I feel especially
maybe
at the
30 minutes.
beginning, I feel like it was like an hour or more.
Yeah,
and then
you're right.
kind
It
of
could
the
be
more
really
you
long,
play, maybe the more you're rushing through and like you kind of know what you're looking for. Maybe it'll be faster. But
That's true. You're right.
But they
It was
definitely
long.
they seem short enough that it was not hard to sit down and play more than one run at a time.
Yeah.
We would play like a lot of runs, too many runs. Stay up late, like.
Yeah. It was one of those games that I got sucked into, and it always feels fun to have a game that sucks you in. To have something that to look forward to. And there's only a handful of games that do that to me each year, where I'm thinking about it when I'm not playing it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's fun to get caught up in the video game magic, which feels fewer and fewer as you are a 30-year-old man who's seen a lot of video games.
There's definitely like some big highs, like just like watching you guys find things out, but it didn't really translate to like when I would play it on my own. Because I remember there being something important like with the garage, and like you also need like the fuse box room. And I would have like multiple runs where I'd be like, well, I guess I'll put the fuse box here. And then I'm making my way up the left side of the mansion and be like, all right, let's get that garage. And then it just doesn't show up. And like, since I know like there's permanent upgrades and stuff to be got, I'm like, well, I'm not going to beat the game without some permanent upgrades. It gets pretty... Like, again, you went over this criticism that people have of the game. Yeah. So for me, it did become like, I don't know, I'm kind of sick of dealing with the RNG of it. And I don't know, like, you guys playing it, did you get good ways to deal with the RNG or like permanent redrawing your tiles when you need to?
I think you get like... You learn more things about how the RNG works that help you manipulate it in some ways to get the draws that you want for the specific thing that you're trying to. And that's one of the things that I thought was super neat about the game, is how like the more you play it, the more you understand the rules by which it's operating. Some of which are like pretty hidden, like like courtyard rooms being more common, like green rooms being more common on the exterior parts, like the west and east ends of the of the house. And then like I think like there only being specific types of green rooms that you might be able to draft on like one of those ends.
And you start realizing that like there's only a finite number of rooms you can draw with certain configurations of doors. So you can kind of like, oh, you know, if you've explored this area, you're like, oh, this would fit that tile. I think I have a pretty good chance of drawing that room if I go here now. Like, you can kind of choose which, like, slot you open up and, like, try to expend, like, the rooms you don't want in other places if you know there's a room you want that will only appear over there. Like...
And if you get the security room, you can like specifically like configure things so you get more key card doors, which means you'll get less like locked doors. So if you have a key card, it can be very good to like configure the house so it generates a lot of key card doors. So you have like less, you need to use keys like in the higher ranks of the house where they're more common.
And it's hard to say if there's like permanent upgrades per se. I guess kind of, but like it's not like you're like, oh, like, if you find this room, then you'll always be able to, like, redraw 3 times. Like, that, it's more like you learn, like, your toolbox, kind of.
Yeah, you learn a bit of your toolbox. There are some permanent upgrades from things like the Dark Room puzzle. Yeah, sorry, I'm just firmly in spoiler territory at this point.
Yeah.
Progressing the game
like
state
opening up that orchard
happen.
gives you something.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I loved this game a lot. I thought the atmosphere was incredible. I loved like the music being like just this very like soft drone a lot of the time. That's kind of like ominous.
Yeah, it definitely feels a little bit creepy to play the game.
Yeah,
like any moment, like, is this gonna turn into like a jump scare thing gonna happen?
It's kind of creepy. It's kind of contemplative.
Never really. I don't think there's any jump scares, right?
No.
Nothing on purpose, at least.
There's like moments that are like kind of tense, but nothing I would say jump scary. There are definitely some like very atmospheric cutscenes, which they took me by surprise, and I like quite enjoyed. I quite enjoyed the first time entering the
Solitaire.
security room. I quite enjoyed that guy.
Yeah. Did that guy ever say anything useful?
Yeah, he says like useful stuff for like the post game.
Okay.
I've said ever since, like, I feel like we stopped playing this like when Night Rain came out or something like that. Like something came out that kind of was like, oh, we better put this down for now. But I've always said like, I would like to go back and like find some more of the post game content in that game. I feel like it's good. Like,
I just worried I'm too stupid. And also, the RNG really started to annoy me in the post game because I'd run out of threads to pull, and maybe there were threads that I couldn't see yet, but like at least the ones that I were tracking, I kind of ran out of them. So it's just kind of like hoping to get my favorite rooms until I get inspiration.
I agree that that's where the RNG would get pretty frustrating. Is like when you're trying to solve one specific puzzle as opposed to like working on 20 separate puzzles in like parallel.
when you're not just exploring and seeing what you find anymore, and you're like,
because I think that's one of the main like the key points of the game that made it so awesome to me was the fact that like you could like there were so many individual mysteries, like sub mysteries of like the meaning of each room and their relationship to other rooms that like weren't really obvious at first glance. Like the fact that like some rooms have like a power line running through them on the ceiling that wouldn't even really stand out to you. And there's like a whole puzzle around like getting one specific room to like configure that power line. That's like something that like you can like run by run, like start to note which rooms have that power line and how it's configured.
Yeah.
And then like start to like unravel that. And then, I don't know, just like, so many details in the rooms that don't seem important at first, but then actually turn out to be super important for other rooms. So you just like start drawing all these connections, and like your note list becomes like super detailed, and you have bullet points under bullet points, and I thought that was really awesome. Like the visual style of the game too.
I really want to like know there's like a meta puzzle or like a meta narrative, or you're like beyond getting to the last secret room or whatever. There seems to be like a larger plot, something going on between your family, your grandfather, like the nation that you're living in is like maybe in this weird political situation, and like there's this whole like world that you're also learning about through the like, especially once you start getting classrooms. Like, and then you're like, actually I feel like by the time we got classrooms we kind of already found it out through other stuff, but like you're like, so this is like there's some countries and they have certain flags and colors, and like we're in one of them, and like there's something going on here, and like we didn't get too far deep into what that was about, but there's like a monarchy, or there's like maybe a power struggle or disruption, and it's like interesting what's happening here actually.
The world building's great.
And I would love to go back and like solve that part of the game.
Also, I just want to do a little side quest here, thinking about Blueprints. Thinking just a discussion about... There was one point in Blueprints where Don and I looked at a guide. And for me, after that point happens, I'm like... I what's the word? Tainted the experience for me. Like, I've like... Oh, I'll tell you in a sec. We'll talk about the part where we looked up. But I feel like once I've done that, I feel like this game is like, I don't know what to use the word, but like dirty now. I've made it impure. And now if I keep playing, I feel like I didn't do it for real. Like, even if I get to the end, it's not... You
walked up the stairs instead of doing the man breaker and figuring out the puzzles on your own.
Yeah, but they that's in the game. They gave me that choice. Yeah. I mean, like, I know that, like, as a game designer, you can, in 2025, you can rely on the fact that people can use guides to cover up your bad design. Not saying this game had bad design, but, it is something you're aware of. But at least for me, I felt like when I do this in a video game, there's a little bit of like, what's the point of finishing it anymore? Because I've already soiled the experience. It's impure. If I finish it now, it would be like, I don't know. Does anyone else get this, or is this just me?
I kind of agree.
I get it. Yeah, like especially if it's something that you feel like you're like, oh, I could have figured that out.
I don't think we could have figured this out.
I think like I agree in some cases, but not all cases. I feel like there's a certain point in which, like, I know that probably I could figure out any problem given enough time, or, like, you know, within reason. Can't solve all the problems in the world, but, like, in video games, I could probably solve most problems given enough time. But I have to choose whether that's what I want to spend my limited time on. And, like, maybe someone else could have figured it out in less time. And, like, I just have to make a value judgment about, like, okay, do I want to spend X unknown number of further hours trying to bash my head on this? Or do I want to say, well, that's too bad, look it up and move on? And, like, I don't feel like it ruins the game for me. Sometimes I'm like, man. But I can still move on and be like, that's fine.
Yeah, you know, I think that's what I should do. Like, a little bit like, I think about Blueprints, and I'm like, well, that's like an impure game now. Like, why go back to it? But I think I can, like, I should be able to get past that and, like, keep going. But the puzzle that we had to look up, I don't think I would have ever solved. So that's thinking about that, I'm like, would that just be, like, one of those mysteries that, like, you know, it's a mystery that would forever be beyond me?
What was it? I
Or
don't remember.
is it going to be, there's a part, the gallery room. I don't know if you guys remember. There's a part where you get to, in the post game, you get to a room and there's a bunch of paintings on the walls. And the paintings are abstract art, and you have to interpret the title from the abstract art. And I think there was at least one of those that I feel pretty certain I would never be able to get.
I see.
And we looked it up, but you know, now it's impure. So
Yeah, and it was like maybe optional content too. I can't remember now.
It might have been optional, so maybe it doesn't even really matter. But
I have a puzzle that I looked up, and that also kind of made me be like, I don't know if I should continue. And it's, I think I asked you guys, and you're like, everything you need to solve that is in the room. And it was just one of the vaults, and there's a hint that's like, the number of queens marches in something to do with 3. And it was just like, there's 3 of this picture, and March is the 3rd. And the code was just like a bunch of 3s or something. And I was like, damn. I could have figured that out. But, like, when I didn't know, it was like, well, there's like a million pictures in this room, so I don't know who the queen is. And, like, March, like, I don't know, something about soldiers are marching. I don't know. It's just, like, there's a lot of information that, maybe that comes into play for the greater picture of things. And it can be hard to parse. And it was a little bit like, this puzzle is kind of simple, and I already am overthinking it. So I was like, I don't know, fuck it.
Also, I just thought the premise of the game was super... Yeah, sorry, this is going on a complete tangent. I thought the premise was really compelling.
It is cool.
I thought, finding a mystery room in, like, a mansion that's going to make you, like, super rich. And, like, the owner of this property, if you can find it, is, like, I don't know, it's just, like, it in a, like, a childhood, like, kind of, like... magic, tree, how, I don't know.
I remember you getting to the antechamber for the first time, and I'm like just watching, and I'm like shaking. I'm like, is he gonna get it?
Yeah. I don't know. I just thought it was a really good setup.
It is.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Thought it would easily be my #1 game of the year. I thought there was no way anything could beat it.
Maybe it's time to move on to our #1 games of the year.
Are you guys actually done talking about?
Well, we're still
Blueprints?
#2s, right? Because
I think I have
my
a
number
number 2
as well.
Right. Okay. And it was my #2, so it's just Andrew's #2, right?
Yeah, I almost want to talk about Blueprints more though. Like,
was-
more.
Oh yeah.
Let's
get, you got more?
It's worth
Let's
talking
dig
about.
in.
I like hearing you guys talk about it.
There was another thing I was going to say, but I've forgotten it, so I wasn't going to linger.
The whole underground area, that seemed cool.
Oh, yeah, that was neat.
Oh,
More
I like
mysteries.
like secrets in games, and this game had so many
So
secrets.
many secrets.
Did
Yeah.
anyone go back to the 46th room? Like, how many of you guys
no, I haven't
actually?
gone back yet.
I don't think I've
No,
ever
I've
gone
only
back
been there
yet
once.
either.
Yeah.
Okay,
I gotta go back.
because that was another kind of like disappointment as a viewer. It's like you got there, and then it was like, "Good job, game." Rolls credits. if you want to actually explore that room, do it again.
Yeah, I mean, it
Like,
doesn't seem
yeah,
like it'd
what
be
the
too
fuck?
bad to do it again once you've done it once.
I don't know.
I gotta go back and do the post game stuff because I don't know. Cat spoiled me on
What the fuck, Cat?
what like the ending of the game and
Tainted.
No.
He tainted
That's
it.
tainted.
no, it wasn't like
It's
it
impure.
was something that I like. It's something that Adam and I asked for, I think, at the time, and
I've forgotten.
yeah, I'm not gonna say what it is, but yeah, I wish I hadn't asked in retrospect. I thought there was nothing more that could surprise me.
This actually
Yeah.
reminds me of what I forgot, which was shout out to Kat. Kat posited that a lot of the frustration in this game, or like the friction of this game, especially the post game, I think, could be resolved by letting you draw 4 tiles instead of 3, just to tweak that randomness a little bit. I wonder if
Yeah.
anyone's like modded that in or
Or
something.
getting one free reroll or something.
Like maybe that's a difficulty setting thing, or like I don't know. But also maybe it would throw the balance off completely. Who's to say? We're not the devs.
It's just like, just let us control it. Because, like, fuck it.
It does feel like, you know, the game gives you like power ups like as you go through, like permanent upgrades. But I kind of feel like, sorry, once you beat the game, like maybe I was like just didn't find all of them, but I kind of felt like I found a lot of them, and you still weren't OP enough to kind of counter the RNG. Maybe the designer really wanted you to like solely master the drafting without having like, you know, without just giving you a bunch of resources, but I felt like I hadn't managed to do that. I found drafting still hard.
I wonder, like, is there a way to get, like, a ton of money? Because isn't there one room that's, like, a vault or, like, a store with, like, a bunch of powerful-looking items? So it's like, I don't know how anyone's ever going to get 50 coins. Like, that's fucking crazy, guys.
Yeah.
We've done it. Like, you kind of just, like, have to get lucky or, like, be planning for it. Like... Yeah, you know, if you get the key, if you get the vault and you get a key to the vault, sometimes you can get like a crap ton of money. I think there's one way of getting like 100 coins from something.
Yeah, I mean the vault had a crap ton of money in it.
Yeah,
didn't it?
there's a one with there's a room that's hard to get to with a bunch of money, and there's also a room that's hard to get to that has a bunch of like expensive power up items,
Right.
Permanent power up items.
And then there's
but-
like the code check that you can use to like store an item for like a
For the
future
next
day and
day,
stuff,
yeah.
and you could use that to manipulate things. Also loved the ways you could use that room,
Yeah.
like in combination of things like the basement key and stuff. Like it felt really satisfying to like. I don't know. I felt really smart when I figured out that I could use the code check to save the basement key for another day, and then like.
Yeah, I think that's another thing
Roll
I
for it.
effed up is like one of the tiles is like pretty easy to upgrade early on in the security room or whatever. And I was like, oh, this could give you 10 coins? I guess that's good. But in hindsight, I'm like, actually, like a key or a gem would have been a lot better to like, because of how often you need keys just to continue playing the game.
Yeah, I
Whereas the coins didn't help that much.
I don't know what's going
weird noise.
on. Weird crashes.
Probably our
The
neighbors.
prince who's coming for us.
There was speaking of atmosphere, there were a few moments that kind of gave me the chills in Blueprints. I think in particular, there was this really great track that plays when you go down, you light 4 flames in the courtyard, and you take an elevator down, and there's this like droning track that plays, and you're reading about like people who've gone disappeared in the mines and stuff, and like, you know, the deaths that have taken place on this like, you know, on this estate in like the process of building it.
Yeah.
And you know, it doesn't sound like much, like there's no big reveal here, but like there's just a few bits where they I don't know,
The atmosphere is really powerful.
yeah, I felt like it was strong.
Yeah.
I feel like I just, you know, shout out to drones.
Yep.
Like that was a really good drone track. I'm gonna look it up.
Yeah.
Is that a band or
No, it just mean like it's like
droning sound.
it's a sound.
But also
Just-
maybe don't shout
like
out
not
to
the
drones.
robot drone?
Okay, well not drones. I mean like droning sound.
Yeah, no.
Anyways, it was It was a eerie sound, and I don't know why, but it reminded me of like, there's like a moment in Gone Home where I got like spooked and creeped out, and it was a combination of just like subtle like the insinuation that something bad has happened here and droning noises.
Yeah.
So. Yeah.
Yeah. Man, I just keep bringing up the security room because that was like the first moment that I was like,
You're like, ooh, some production.
wow, this
value.
game is great. This game's so great.
I remember feeling afraid that we were going to see another person on the security room.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, another thing that pissed me off about Blueprints.
Oh no.
Alright. Is having a hard time and then hearing people be like, but then you learn how to manipulate the
Oh,
tiles.
sorry, I did that earlier.
Sorry.
My bad.
No, I mean, it's true. You guys all gave valid examples. But the early one that you find is a note that's like, on the west wing, it's more likely to have locked doors. And you're like, okay, I'll focus on the right wing, I guess. And then you find a note that's like, notes written in red are lies. And I'm like, well, so they're not more locked? Or like, is the east wing more locked?
And then you find another thing that's like, unless they're typed or written by hand. I don't remember.
I'm like,
typing.
I don't fucking know anymore. We're at a net zero. I don't know.
I feel
Where
like
am
you
I?
need a notepad in this game, and like we kept a little notepad, and also like screenshots, and
Yeah.
like oh
Yeah, we
man,
took a lot of
Huge amount of
screenshots.
screenshots,
So much, like-
huge notepad doc.
yeah.
But yeah, I liked being a second brain till just look at what you guys were doing instead, ultimately.
Yeah, I feel like that is legitimate. Like, just like me and Claire obscure. some games are good to watch.
Yeah. Alright. So that was your collective number 2. Let's kick it off with my number 2 of Elden Ring, Night Rain.
Nice. It's Night Rain time, right?
I think so. I guess you guys have all brought up Night Rain.
Yep.
Yeah,
it
it
was
was
my
6.
number 6.
Yeah, it was 9/4.
Damn, you guys didn't have that good of a time, I guess.
Yeah, I'm surprised it's not higher for you guys actually.
I
Number
think
6 is really high. I played a lot of games this
I'm
year.
like,
Fair enough.
it's just there's a lot of good games, and it's also like I kind of factor in my like personal respect a little bit.
My personal, yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, what does that mean? That you didn't personally respect?
Well,
Night
it
Rain?
is kind of like a reskin, a bunch of reused content in a new package,
Alright.
which I respect as just like, get that bag, guys. Like, have a new guy directing a thing and like get experimental with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like when I say personal respect, I just mean like how much it was meaningful to me, and sometimes that has an important like art factor.
Yeah.
I don't think of Night Rain as a particularly arty game. Still loved it, amazing, number 6 worthy, but like, it's just it was good time, but maybe not like, whoa, big deal for me.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So if you don't know what Elden Ring Night Rain is, it is a session-based game. Ideally, you're playing with 2 other people, so it's like you're in a team of 3. You are dropped into a map similar to Fortnite, and you're not fighting any human players. You're only fighting monsters in the area, similar to Kirby's Air Riders, kind of the City Trials.
What?
It's kind of true that you're just
can
like
see it.
you wander around, you get upgrades, you get your character to be more powerful,
Okay, I
and
see it.
you're collecting random drops, and like that might affect how you're building your character. And at the end, it's probably about a 30-minute game. You go and you fight the final boss. You either win or lose, and usually it's just a fun time all around, going around fighting enemies in the Elden Ring gameplay style.
Yeah, like City Trial if you knew what you were going to be fighting at the end.
Hey, those first times we played Elden Ring Night Rain, we're like, what are we doing? Just scatter.
Yeah. It was very stressful.
hmm
So I'll get into this topic more maybe as we talk about another couple of games that we're going to hear about, I think. But
Yep.
I found Night Rain to be highly enjoyable, social activity, fun with friends. I love that.
Yeah.
But has this edge of stress where there's a performance anxiety.
Yeah, you don't want
And
to let
that
your
drives
friends
me
down.
crazy when, like, I want to play this game,
I like this game. All my friends are playing this game too. I want to play together. However, if I'm bad at game, the experience becomes tainted.
Oh, tainted!
Tainted. That's
Whoa.
right.
Yeah.
And it starts becoming emotionally distressing, and that makes me sad. That kind of takes the it blunts the enjoyment. And I feel like I haven't touched the DLC for this reason. There's been 2 patches, I think, right? There was like, I played when they did like the Everdark update.
Which is like harder versions
of the bosses.
The 3rd phase
But
has hit
then-
the game.
They added a whole new mode, which is maybe even more difficult, right?
Deep of Night.
Deep of Night. I didn't play Deep of Night. And I haven't played the new characters, and I haven't played the new bosses. Because they added some new bosses as well, right?
Yeah, that's correct. In the
Yeah.
but I think you can only do them if you
Oh,
have
it's
the
part
DLC.
of the Everdark? Okay. Yeah, so that's kind of a bummer. But still, was my number 4, did I say? Yeah, it was my number 4.
There's been many a run that ends with 2 of our teammates dead, and Alex is the only one alive, and we're like, Alex, clutch it! And like the boss still has like a third of their HP left, and we're like, Alex! It's like completely unrealistic to expect somebody to do it solo.
I think there was one time I like clutched like a
Sometimes.
fight against like the Demon Prince in
Do you
like
think-
the DLC. Yeah.
Do you think Let Me Solo Her is playing Night Rain?
I think they're copycats, but I'm not sure about the person themselves. Yeah.
For those that don't know, Let Me Solo Her is a famous Elden Ring player who is able to solo the most difficult boss in Elden Ring, Melania.
Yeah.
And so he like just shows up as like a multiplayer summonable. So like if you have trouble with a boss, like sometimes like people will like put their name down so you can summon them, and they'll get summoned into your session to help you. So his literal like visible username is Let Me Solo Her, and he's like his like ghost will just be standing there ready for you to summon outside of the most difficult boss, and you don't have to do a thing, he'll just do it. And there's lots
Legendary
of videos of
player.
encounters with this guy.
Yeah. Hundreds or like thousands of encounters with
It's just
her,
like how he plays this game is
yeah.
just Melania. That's it.
Wipes her out.
And he like doesn't even get
Absolutely
hit,
wild.
right? He's not wearing armor.
Oh yeah, he's like wearing nothing but like a pot helmet.
Stupid,
like this, the
mean,
joke,
like-
yeah, like pot on his head.
And like a giant club or something.
Shangri-La Online-esque character.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Just in a loincloth, just doing it.
But yeah, I thought Night Rain had a really good understanding of like the push and pull of social games, where you don't want it to be entirely like action all the time, because then there's like no opportunity to talk about anything with your friends that you're playing with. And I felt like the navigation of the map, like it gave you like a lot of downtime to like talk about stuff sometimes. Like you sort of set your pin. I know this might be a different
completely disagree.
experience.
Oh my gosh, I feel like there's no time to think about anything when you're in this. That's part of why it's so stressful. It's like you're like, okay, we gotta go over here. Yeah, we gotta go over here, and like somebody has to be like calling the shots, and it's like you're not chatting.
Yeah.
You are like, okay, run. Like you hit the ground
That's
and you
fair.
just go until you get to that final boss room. You're like, all right.
Depends on how far away some of the pins are and like how well you understand how to
I
get there.
found it pretty manageable. Like,
Yeah, I guess
like,
it's
kind of
just you
just like
guys.
look around.
Guys,
I'm thinking
not
about
having the same experience. I am so it's so stressful.
looking at Andrew, thinking about like the first or 2 sessions I played. It was like after Andrew had already played like 3 rounds.
And maybe that affected.
I'm like,
our,
okay, we're going to the
yeah.
church.
Yeah.
We get your level up.
It's like, why didn't I was like, why didn't you touch the church thing? And I'm like, I didn't know. Anyways, I just remember Andrew he was like, this is what you're doing, and he'd be like, all right, make sure you go to the church, and I didn't understand what that meant to the point, so I ran past it a little bit. We went, and I'm like, all right, yeah, you got the church, right? And I'm like, I mean, like I went by the church.
Yeah, I remember our first session. It was like kind of a nightmare because you had already played a bunch. I remember
So
you
funny.
specifically
A bunch?
saying like it was like my first time playing,
And I was like, oh, what's this? And he's like, you were like, we gotta move. I was like, oh, I just want to like look at the thing. And he's like, do you want to play this game or not? And I was like, oh, okay. Like,
Those are some of my funny. I thought
you guys want to win or like, what are you doing? And I was like, I don't know. This is my first time here. What's
We're level
happening?
4 and night 1 is here. What are we doing?
Although I do remember early on you were good at being like, okay, I'm gonna be the calls guy. I'm like, sometimes you need someone to lead the team, and like, because otherwise people are like kind of like going different ways. And Andrew was quickly, he's got opinions, he's got the confidence, he's got the riz. He's just gonna be like, all right, guys, we're doing this next.
Yeah.
And we're like, okay.
This is what handicapped me throughout my entire experience with this game. It was just like I never had to like use critical thinking or like solve problems or like figure out how the map is laid out because I'm always just like following Andrew or whoever is calling the shots. I'm never the one calling the shots. I'm just like, okay, I'm trying to keep up. I'm desperately trying to keep up all the time.
But did love the game.
I did love the game.
I liked that. Sorry, Andrew, I'm not trying to call you out. It was just like one memorable moment for me.
Yeah.
But it's a fun time. I love that we can all play together at this game.
Sorry, I read a Redditor's quick start guide to like how to play.
No, I don't. It wasn't that bad.
No,
it
was so fun. Yeah,
I had a good time.
And it feels good to win. It gives you that high when you beat a boss after a few runs, like attempting it, and then you're like, we did.
Yeah, get in that dog's ass.
Just, I mean, just generally this year and past few years, you're looking for games that you can just spend time with your friends and everybody enjoys. It's kind of hard to find a game that everybody enjoys because everyone has different things they're looking for in games. And Night Rain was one of them that a lot of people that I knew enjoyed. I liked that it was tough and that it was fun and that people were into it and that, I don't know. It didn't feel as hard as Elden Ring.
Yeah.
Because you could lean on like somebody like Alex to carry you.
It felt so refreshing to like go up to like what would be a pretty serious encounter in actual Elden Ring with you and your 3 buddies and just wail on it. You're like, ha! Die!
Yeah.
3 raiders just bonking the shit out of everything.
I liked a bunch of the classes in this game.
I still really wish I could have gotten good with Revenant. Like summoning
she
the like
seems so complicated to me though, and she's so squishy.
Yeah. But,
Damn.
That's how it is.
I also really like the live service aspect of this game. The way they slowly rolled out upgraded versions of bosses over time. So we talked about them a bit earlier, but just like, week by week or whatever, like month by month, there was a new Everdark, and it felt like an event every time it happened. It was always like a lot of like speculation on like what's the Everdark version of like...
Especially like at that point, we had kind of got the hang of like the easier bosses. It's Triphylos, we beat them every time. And then Everdark Triphylos, we're like,
we never won.
What? Yeah. And then like I still remember the moth, like remember the red moth thing, and I'm like, oh man,
like doing a 3-way battle with that where like the red moth is reviving the other 2 teammates. It's just like it was really really creative variations on bosses, really surprising.
We're like, what's the deal with this squid guy just floating around? And then we see it like drop a thing, and we're like,
what is that? Like, is that gonna kill us?
Does anyone have a bow?
I remember the very first time we did not know what was happening. We're like, I guess they were supposed to attack this thing. Like, what's gonna happen?
The other games, I think we were all a little bit, or at least I was.
We were nervous. We were like, "What is this? Is this a way?
Thing.
What is this?"
We're just dying to the sleep status effect.
Yeah.
Oh, this
is so sad.
Oh, it's a great game though. Great game. Maybe I'll go back to it when I've had like my
figuring out the boss gimmicks and how to build your characters. Once you've done a failed run, it's like it's cool.
Yeah,
a thing to overcome with your battles.
Yeah, I don't know. Like Peak, which we'll talk about later. It gets a point where I'm like I don't know. I'm just done with it.
You don't want to go that hard?
Yeah, I mean, like, at some point I felt like I'm just, like, going through the motions in the game, and, like, you know, like, so much of Night Rain is, like, the final battle. And sometimes, like, the 30 minutes leading up to it is a little bit, like, you just... It doesn't feel like I'm getting a lot out of it anymore.
Yeah.
Oh, how did you guys feel when they made it harder to do that Night 2 scrounge?
That's
Yeah,
fine.
it's fine.
I think
with
that's
it.
fine.
was a good change.
'cause, Yeah, that
shortens
Night
the
2
runs.
scrounge, yeah, it could
There's
become really
a lot of times we'd be
long.
like, let's get to 15. It'll be worth it if we can beat
Yeah,
the
and
boss.
so it just like it felt like half the run was like just
yeah,
the
another 20
scrounge.
But
minutes of that.
So that's
would
nice.
actually
But
be
did
great.
it also make the bosses a lot harder when they took that away?
It did, but
Yeah.
I haven't really played as much since they like
Changed that.
yeah, I kind of stopped
Yeah.
playing regularly before that update happened, so I
Yeah.
haven't really felt the difference.
I feel like we have enough runes that we could spec in a way that we'd, if everybody has an XP boosting thing on, it wasn't that hard to get to
Yeah.
max level without doing any end of night shenanigan.
That was another stressful part for me was like loading out before you do your run, and I'm like, there's just so much on the screen right now, so many different combinations and like the different like cups and stuff, and I'm like, I probably should be smart about this and try to really think about it, and like maybe I haven't bought the right things or like upgraded the right stuff, but it's like people are waiting to play, so you can't like, I never like logged on when no one else was on and was like, I'm gonna spend 30 minutes like fussing around with inventory. Like I never did that. It was only ever like, hey, you want to play? And I'm like, yeah, and then I'm like, what am I doing?
I was like, what do
Yeah,
you mean
but
you don't have...
Maybe when I'm like back from stress leave from this game, I'll do that.
The PTSD is healed.
You need Hawkeye's special ability +1.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alright.
All right.
So that was my number 2. I guess we've done number 2s around the board. So Alex, if you'd like to kick off.
The
your
number one.
The finale round.
All right. Yep, my number 1 was Hollow Knight Silksong.
Wow.
Yo!
High
five!
High five.
That's the sound of a high five.
Yeah. Boom.
We totally just reached across the
Oh,
room.
definitely.
Yeah.
Is this also your number 1, Adam?
Yeah, you know it.
Yeah.
Is this also your number 1?
No.
No.
Of course not. Is it my number 1?
No.
No, it was my number 3.
So. Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I know what theirs
All
are.
right, let's get
We
into
have
it.
the same number 1?
No.
No, you already mentioned.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah,
I
that
know what
makes
their
sense.
number ones are.
I
Yeah,
can't remember what Andrews is. I'll figure it out.
Yeah. Do we talk about Silksong now?
Yeah,
Yeah,
now that
let's-
Silk
okay,
Song,
Silksong.
the Silksong hour has
Oh.
begun.
All right.
Great. Wow. Where to even begin with how good this game is? It just feels so good to play, and I love how it's finally like a difficult platformer with like good production value. It feels like I've always had to like pick one or the other. It's like you always get like a nail hard like platformer, but it like looks like an MS Paint game. Like I Want to Be the Guy or something, or like it'll be like a really polished platformer, but it's like got that Mario progression to it, where you're never like really truly challenged except for like one or two like bosses that maybe are like frustrating, but maybe even not for like intended reasons or whatever. Whereas this game, like, really, the bosses were challenging, the platforming was challenging. It felt like you'd be fairly precise in quite a few areas, but the mechanics felt like good enough that it was rarely like frustrating, because it more just felt like I needed to get good to do things, and like you can play it so aggressively.
And that's not frustrating to you.
No, yeah, because you can play it so aggressively, you can
Yeah.
play so fast, you can move around like at lightning speed. Like the moment you get the dash in this game, it just feels like electricity. Like it's just, you're just moving around so quickly through the environments. And every single like movement ability that you get just feels like it adds to that feeling more and more of just like you can tear those environments up, but in a way that feels cohesive and like very well paced. Like it doesn't feel like it detracts from any of the atmosphere or like the world building that they've done in this area. And the game's very intentional with how like like all the areas are designed, how they fit into the lore, how the mechanics fit into the lore, how there's these rosary beads that this whole world is built like a currency over, and there's like commentary on the value of those rosary beads and how people are manipulated into doing things for like this greater power for like meager change of rosary beads. And there's like, yeah, there's lore behind the currency in a way that feels meaningful and well integrated into different rooms. I don't know. I like, yeah. Sorry, that was a bit of a ramble.
No,
that's good.
we're living for it.
Man, yeah. Amazing game. I'm thinking about how this game had like 7 years of hype. And
Yeah.
sometimes you get to the point, it's like, is it going to live up to the hype? And for me, I loved Hollow Knight. I think last time we did our GOATys of all time, I think I put it at like number 2. I really love Hollow Knight. So I was thinking, is Silksong going to capture the magic again? Is it like something that's like, you know, it's just going to be more of the same? And that's both good and a bad thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. It met my expectations. Did it exceed them? I think they were already pretty high. And I think it did exceed them still. I loved the game.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the original Hollow Knight took a very long time to click for me. I think I had to do like 4 separate... Like, I started the game 4 times before I finally committed to actually finishing it. Yeah, it didn't really grab me from the start in the way that it grabbed some other people. Like, I thought it was kind of slow-paced. I didn't really like the first movement ability that you got in the game. Yeah, the atmosphere was cool, and the characters were quirky in a funny way that I really enjoyed. But, yeah, it didn't really hook me. But this one I thought was just... yeah, I thought it was super engaging from the get-go.
No, yeah, that's fair. I think a lot of people I know had trouble getting into the first Hollow Knight. And I think a lot of people I know who did Silksong kind of, you know, they went through. Like, the game, I don't know, pulled people in better, I guess?
I think it had a strong onboarding curve. I think, like, the difficulty curve at the start of the game, I think, was improved from Hollow Knight, maybe. But I also don't have really, like, good memory of Hollow Knight.
I feel like there's 3 main improvements that they've changed from the first game that, at least for me, made it like, I do want to finish this and play it. The one, your character is mostly red, so it's like easy to track a red character. Whereas, you know, when you were playing Hollow Knight, you're a gray guy in a gray world. I'm like, I don't know what's going on. I guess he had a white head, but I was like, whatever.
Yeah, the environments felt kind of boring to me in
Yeah.
the first Hollow Knight until, like...
I guess also, side note, Hollow Knight doesn't look as cool as Silksong. Like, Silksong looks cool.
It really pops.
Yeah.
They did a good job.
The other thing is, in the map, there was usually a big icon of, like, this is, like, where you want to go for the story. Which was why I never finished Hollow Knight, because I spent, like, 3 hours walking around in a big loop of the map, being like, where the fuck I go, man?
Yeah.
That's fair.
And since there wasn't, like, a clear marker of, like, what I've done in the game, people would be like, just explore. I'm like, fuck, man, like, what do you think I've been doing?
Yeah, there are definitely points in Hollow Knight where it can... I don't know, it can just be really hard to tell where the heck to go next. And you just sort of loop the map for forever.
The third major improvement is the ledge grab. An ability you have right from the beginning of the game. Like, I'm not the best at platforming, but as long as you get close to that ledge and she just hops up on there, I'm like, yo, this is actually, like, sick.
Yeah.
Every platformer needs a ledge grab now.
Dang.
I think, yeah, I agree with comments on the movement feeling very good. Like, it does. The movement feels really nice. And I feel like I was doing speedrun training sometimes, doing those runbacks for boss fights, where I would get, like, really, really optimize my, like, path back from the bench to the boss. And, like, I remember in particular the last judge run back.
Yep.
I could do that so fast and, like, not miss anything and, like, hit all those, like, I don't know. And I liked the variety and, like, the like, fighting styles that you could get from the, what do you call it? Like, the
chambers.
the things, the thing in the corner, the top left corner of your screen, like, you can get the Reaper or the
Oh, the crests.
The
Yeah,
crest,
different
thank
crests.
you.
Yeah,
The different
yeah.
crests, I like that a lot. Yeah, like, expressive and, like, yeah.
Do you guys switch crests often?
No.
I use the default one.
I switched between the first few I got, and then I kind of realized I had a favorite, and then I kind of stuck with that. Although when I did 2 playthroughs and finished neither of them, and I think I used one. I can't remember which one. I used one crest for my first run and a different crest on my second run because I changed my preference. I liked that you can choose what tools you're bringing with you. Like that also felt really exciting. Like the combat just so yeah, you can make a lot of choices and it feels really good. But what I appreciate maybe even more is the same thing that I liked about Hollow Knight 1, the exploration and the lore and trying to figure out what's going on here and all these little bug guys. Love me a little guy.
Yeah. Some gross, some real cute.
I was sad that I'm not sure. I put this down one day and never picked it back up. I think because Adam, you were getting really close to the end, and I decided that I did want to. I was not watching your thing when you were ahead of me because I didn't want to get spoiled. At a certain point, I'm well, I kind of want to watch you beat the game, and I think I wasn't even stuck on a boss or anything, but I just put it down one day and didn't pick it back up in the Citadel. I think when I was about to go into the mechanical areas.
Yeah,
the Cog Core. Yeah, I think that's as far as I got on my more developed run. My other run on the Switch, I was stuck. Well, not stuck. I just hadn't finished. Was still attempting Phantom.
Oh yeah.
I went through the fog. Yeah, really enjoyed it, but I'm not sure if I will finish it just because I feel like I got what I wanted out of it, and I watched someone else beat it.
And did you guys get the true ending, beat it, or?
Yeah.
Alright, nice. I did the Act 2 ending. I'll probably go back at some point and try to get the true good ending, but I felt from hearing some people describe it, it seems like it's a lot of old boss battles again in Act 3, but harder, or?
I'd say maybe half or slightly less than half are harder
remixed harder versions of older fights. Yeah.
But there still is plenty of new fights.
Those remixed fights are kind of bangers. There's some real good remixed fights in there. I haven't done all of them, but the ones that I did do, I was wow, this is great.
I was slightly disappointed with Act 3. I think for me, one of the biggest things that I like in these games are uncovering new areas.
Yeah, and Act 3 is very much going through the same environments.
Yeah, it's more about finding a few nooks and crannies to reveal new bosses. It felt like it was very boss focused.
Yeah.
Which was, if you like bosses, that's great. And I did like them. I did do it all, but I think for me, the so much of the magic, the thing that I love so much about Hollow Knight and Silksong and some of the Dark Souls games is I like exploring.
Uncovering that map?
Yeah, uncovering the map, finding all the things, and then... there are different types of exploration in games, but for some reason for me, when it's coupled with, the danger of, a Souls-like, just really makes everything feel more impactful. It's hard to describe, because it all, comes together as, a cohesive thing for me. And, I was thinking when you were talking about the run back to the Last Judge, and, runbacks are something that are a bit controversial, and do they waste your time, right? Why didn't they just put a save point right in front of the Last Judge? Because it's not like that part before it was even that hard, but it kind of burns a place into your memory a bit. It's hard to describe, but you form more of a relationship with the space.
Yeah.
A stronger memory, a stronger emotion. So it is annoying, and I did think, as I was doing that run back, I was damn, I wish they didn't put this run back in the game. It's really freaking annoying.
Yeah.
But
it does have its meaning.
It's I don't know, it makes the space feel more meaningful in a way. And just the relationship of the, exploring and you're getting further away from your save point, and there's that tension of I don't want to die and go back. This isn't new gameplay territory, but I don't know. They do the Metroidvania thing of getting the new powers, poking around the map, and finding secrets, and they just do it the best. The best any other Metroidvania. I feel can I say that Silksong is the best Metroidvania?
You can.
I think it's I
feel like
it's definitely
it's
part of the
subjectively
debate.
to you the best Metroidvania.
Like,
Yeah.
honestly, I feel like after you beat Silksong, you were just jonesing for more Metroidvanias, and I was like, yo, everybody likes Castlevania
Symphony of the
Night. And then watching you play it, I'm like, when does this get good? Because, like, I remember it being, like, cool.
It's got its cool moments, though,
But you're just, like,
atmosphere-wise.
walking through a flat hallway, and there's, like, 3 skeletons in a row, and you kill them, and then you just, like, do that again. And I'm like, wait.
Yeah, but you level up, so it feels good. I don't know.
I guess.
The pacing of games, like, our expectations have changed.
Yeah.
Like, that, like, walk, like, through the thing is, like, not what you want to be doing.
Yeah.
You want to be, like,
But it's
running
such a stylish
full tilt,
walk.
Like, yeah.
I mean, there's
Well,
parts.
sure, there's good things
It's
about it,
such
too.
a
Like,
good
If you
walk.
do like animation comparisons between Alucard and Hornet, like they have some similar moves. Like when you
Yeah.
do like the quick backwards like direction change, how Hornet like leans backwards for a half a frame and like holds that pose. That is Alucard's pose.
Yeah, there was like a tweet about how they kind of share the same character controller. I mean, not literally, but like
But,
it was
like,
like
there's a little
it was a
bit.
side-by-side comparison of
Interesting.
like the movement in Symphony of the Night versus Hornet, and like how it's like
Just on fast forward.
not even on fast forward. It looked identical almost,
Oh.
like the motions, the sort of like tweens, the
And
tightness of
it's-
it.
It's a cool pose to like put in for that quick direction change without it like affecting how it feels gameplay wise, or
Yeah.
like visually having her just, you know, a low budget game would just be like, all right, we flip the sprite and that's good enough. Instead, it's like this nice, cool whooshin animation that transitions. You know, it's just the game has lots of little touches like that.
Yeah.
good animations.
On the topic of Act 3, since we were talking about it,
Yeah.
I really liked its ambition, though.
Uh-huh.
I can see the point about, like, retreading the same environments being tedious or taking some of the magic out compared to having a bunch of new environments to explore, but, yeah, I thought it was incredible that they redid the entire game.
Yeah,
With
yeah.
this whole change, from everything getting voidified or abyssified or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
And the way it progresses each of the plot lines in the games, and you can like revisit old environments, and everything's changed. It becomes significantly worse, and it's sort of like apocalyptic. Yeah.
Yeah, it was really cool. It's cool to have like almost like a dark world version of the map.
Yeah,
that
and
you
the
go
map was
into.
already so huge, so I thought it was just incredible that they pulled that off. I was really
Yeah.
Do you
blown
guys
away.
remember the Silksong full map leak where, like, a meme, like, where it had, like,
Yeah, every single like
just a bunch of made up stuff, and it was
Yeah.
enormous. Like,
yeah, just a bunch of made up area names plus the
different
original
parts of
Hollow
the-
Knight map like bolted into the side.
like
Honestly, that would have been so sick.
some of
though.
the like the depths from like Dark Souls games and like
Yeah.
all these that was really funny. It was really
I
good.
do like some sections of the original Hollow Knight in the game.
There's
Kind of.
references in the memories, but
Yeah.
that's kind of it.
And then there's the Abyss, which is like a big reveal at the time it happens. I think that the
Yeah.
Abyss from the first game is also in the second game, and literally some of like the same rooms are in there.
Really?
Yeah, I think
I
so.
didn't know.
Or it like feels similar in structure,
Okay, yeah.
but yeah, it's definitely supposed to be a huge throwback to the Abyss area from the first game.
Yeah, I was Act 3, I really like it when you discover new areas. So I know that the whole air map kind of changed, but like it wasn't like, I don't know. I was hoping the Abyss would be bigger.
Mm.
I was hoping that like I think the Abyss and then maybe Verdania are the
Yeah.
only two new areas in Act 3.
Yeah, there's also the area above the Citadel.
Oh. Yeah, that's like a
It's
small
like
area.
Yeah, it's like a challenge sort of thing more than anything. There's also I don't know, I'm trying to think if there are areas that were Was it really only Verdania?
I think so. Like for me, like yeah, that's all I could think of.
Wasn't there like a red area too, or is that just more Red March or whatever? The
Well, there was Coral
Wonders
Tower,
March.
but that's like a boss arena rush
Yeah.
sort of thing.
I mean, like I'm not trying to like be ungrateful.
Yeah.
Because you mean like there's still tons of game, but I mean like the hype of getting to Act 3 was just not my favorite part of the game, but still enjoyable, still good. I love that part where you either see a part in the map that you're like, is that go anywhere? You go there, you like poke around, and then you find like a wall, and then it leads to like an entirely new area. Or like when you think you found everything, and then they're just like, boom, we're actually giving you more. Like I had plenty of those moments.
Yeah.
But you were disappointed, and you wanted more ultimately.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Don't worry, there's DLC coming.
Yeah.
Greedy devs.
But I just mean like why I'm attracted to this game so much is just like exploration. I think is like kind of the main meat that makes it so satisfying. But it's not. It's also the other components coming in there. But it really delivers that feel of going on an adventure and making lots of discoveries and I don't know.
Yeah.
Finding cool shit everywhere.
So much cool
One of the
shit.
coolest moments that I think most people encountered is like there's this bug that's like holds a big cage and it like slams it down on you and you think, okay, I just gotta whack my way out of this thing and kick his ass. But no, you get knocked out and then you get thrown into prison and you don't have any of your items. It's like a Shawshank Redemption prison break.
Yep.
Yeah.
It was like pretty cool.
And if you check the map, you're like far away from the rest of the
you're
world,
so
so
far away.
You're like,
it's a little bit of a
At
teaser.
this
Where am
point, it's
I?
like, what the heck?
Yeah.
How big is this
The map
world?
is this big? Yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's this exact moment, but I have heard this is like kind of a hard thing to do, but if you get infested by maggots and then get kidnapped, the maggots will kill the guy that abducted you and you'll wake up in a different area.
Whoa.
What?
Which is like
crazy.
an Easter egg that like almost no one would find because like that maggot area is not close to where
Yeah.
you get
No,
abducted.
not at all.
But it's like they thought like, hey, it is possible that this could happen to someone, so why not put a little special
that's
thing
neat.
in
That's very cool.
that's just a little different.
It does remind me that like I keep reading about like either on the internet or like on YouTube shorts about like little touches in the game, and there's like so many of them, and it's like I can't remember, but like there's lots of little like attention to detail that they put in the game that like is I don't know, just like all adds up that maybe you'll see like 20% of these like tiny things that they put in there, but like I don't know, they make it feel rich, like there's more of that you haven't seen or discovered. Like I'm trying to think of an example. All I can think of right now is the fact that if you go back to the stage where you fought that guy, you'll see like him like pretending to be dead and then look up and then come down.
Yeah.
And like there's just like a bunch of little things like that they scatter all over, and like the fact that you can play your instrument for any
Anything.
NPC or any enemy, and they'll all sing to you like lore dropping lyrics, and sometimes they'll do like unique animations or unique like I don't know, events will occur. It's just feels like I don't know, it's just a dope game, guys.
It's a well-realized world.
And I called them greedy, but that was a joke because of how cheap the game is.
Yeah. Oh.
It was like 20 Canadian or 25 Canadian.
Yeah. I think it was
Which,
20
like,
USD.
They
which
could
is
have
insane.
charged any amount of money, and people were so hungry for it. They
Yeah.
would have paid anything.
Well, some people. I feel like the value is definitely there for what they were charging.
For sure.
I feel like they could have charged $40 and people would be pretty content still. I don't think they'd be even mad.
Yeah.
Because the game's big.
It's
Yeah.
really
There's
big.
a lot
It took
in
a long
there.
time to make it.
Yeah.
A lot of bosses. And let's see how to say this exactly. I feel like I don't play many games these days where it is just get good
Yeah.
kind of game. I'm usually like, I don't know if I want to get good. But with Silksong, it definitely feels like at the end of the day, like you can explore and find some little upgrades. But usually it is just get good and fight the guy. So when you do win, it is like, well, I guess I got good and I fought him.
Yeah.
And by getting good, it's mostly like learn their patterns and prioritize dodging instead of the nonstop attack.
It's that Souls-like flavor.
But I guess also when you've gotten like really good, it's like you're doing those dodges and you're attacking nonstop, and it's like insane. Like I feel like it took me a kind of a while to get there. Like once I had the hook shot thing, it was like, okay, now I've got like a really big gap closer and can do some damage. But yeah, I didn't really use the other crests because it felt so ingrained, the default moveset. It was like, I would change it up a little bit if I really needed just a little bit more reach for, like, I think the Hunter crest. Or is that the default crest?
I don't know, I only play with the
Hunter
default
is
one,
the
basically.
default one. You might be thinking of what's the one that's shaped like a harp that has a little, is that the one that has a little more reach?
So there's like Beast, there's
the Reaper crest,
there's
oh yeah, I like the Reaper
I would go into the Reaper crest sometimes if I just needed a tiny bit of extra reach, but other than that, I was mostly a Hunter crest user. Just a really cool game. And Alex, you've gotten the like beat it under 5 hours achievement, which is pretty crazy. And I remember watching you do it, and you're like, I don't know, I think we're probably over. And he's like 3 hours and 20 minutes. I'm like, what?
Yeah, it was like 3 hours and 20 seconds. Yeah.
Just
That's crazy.
It felt long at the time I was doing it.
But
By the time I finished.
So, if you're wondering if anyone here is a god gamer, like,
no.
Alex was like, what was that, your first speedrun attempt at the game? It was 3 hours? Pretty good.
No, 3 hours is nothing compared to what the crazy gamers do online.
Yeah, but in their first attempt? I don't know.
No. Man, what a good game.
Yeah.
So, why is this number one for you, Alex?
Yeah, so let's see. Why would it be number one? The main way I did a whole exercise at the end of the year where, in order to make my top 10 list, I stack ranked every single game that I played this year against each other.
Nice.
Like every single one that I played up to like, I did 49 games.
Yeah.
And you end up like comparing a lot of different genres with each other. Like you're comparing something like 1000X Resist to like Silksong, you're comparing something like, I don't know, Cookie Clicker to like Nubby's Number Factory or something. Like all sorts of weird games across like a bunch of different genres. And I guess for me, what it comes down to is, for what I think the vision is that the developer like had in their head for the game, how well do I feel like the game realized that vision? And how much did that vision resonate with me personally? And for me, I just feel like every other game that I played this year just fell a bit short of what its vision was in a few different ways. Like I have sort of gripes with them that I didn't really have with Silksong. Even the issues that I could maybe take with Silksong feel kind of intentional to the way it was designed. Like there's things around the environment maybe that I was a bit thrown off at first. There was like issues with like low amounts of currency in the early game, but then like the further you get in, the more you see that it kind of makes sense that there wouldn't be a lot of currency in those areas that you're exploring in the early game. So it even like the things that I initially felt were missteps felt thought out in a way that I really respected. And I think for me that's like why it took the number one spot. And also just I love that it was a really difficult, fast platformer with like top class production value. Like every room, every environment felt really realized.
And it's just amazing that one guy made this? Like, what the heck? Such a small team.
Yeah, such a small team, huh?
I do wonder how many
Only
people like
33
actually
people.
made it.
I feel like, I mean, like, it's hard to say, right? Like, tons of people touched the game. I think there was like a core level designer, core artist and core programmer. But I think the first two, I think the programmer was brought on later. When we're talking going back to Hollow Knight. So I don't know. They kind of consider it the vision of like the first two people, and then there's also the programmer, significant contributor.
Yeah, poor programmer. Just programming the game here is not a part of the core.
I don't know. I'm not sure. You know, I'm not. That's the vibe that I got from like the way the press treats it.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
also, I think there's the composer.
Huge.
Contributes a lot.
Huge.
Sound designers. There's like tons of stuff that I don't know. It's not definitely just one person or even two or even three. But.
Yeah, but like also looking at the credits, sometimes there is voices that are attributed to people who like worked on the game and like not just voices.
Mm-hmm.
Like I think there was something like a UI person was also the voice of Hornet, something like that.
Yeah, there was definitely a bit of role sharing. I think the person that voiced Trobio was on QA, for example, as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, a bunch of things like that.
So it is, I don't know, is it extra commendable when a huge game comes out and it's a small team?
I don't know. I don't know if really that factors into me. Personally.
like-
Yeah.
I like to see it.
It is nice to see.
Yeah.
When there's big AAA studios making big name titles and people are like, yeah, this game's so good. And I'm like, okay, that makes sense. They had a lot of money going into it, and like, not that there wasn't money going into this from Hollow Knight probably, but and they got all the talent they want to hire. But when it's like a small team, they're like, I really want to make this game, and then they make it, and then they make a sequel to it, and they're really good. I'm like, that's great. I love to see that. Like.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I'm just in general, like, my taste generally leads to smaller games. Like games that have I don't know, they're not trying to go for the biggest budget. Because the bigger budget you get, I guess, the more of an audience you need and the more generic you need to make it, I guess.
So it feels less tight, it's less focused.
Yeah, or less interesting. It's,
Yeah,
I've played a lot of games, like, it's neat to experience things that are, I don't know, more novel or specific. Hollow Knight isn't really novel, but it is, I don't know, it's not mainstream-ish in that it's like tries to be hard. It tries to be weird. Like, it's harder than any other game that like probably most AAA studios make.
Yeah, it gets really significantly hard really early on. There's like one room where there's a huge spike.
It's also like, about like these weird little bugs. It's like most AAA games don't. Well, maybe they do. Maybe they do make games, so it's more a Nintendo thing,
2D
I guess.
animation too. It's like a nice thing
Yeah.
to see done nicely. And I'm like also, I guess there's a feeling of like small games, K games as some people call it, indie games, like that level of like having a smaller team. I feel like there's more fingerprints like left on the final product, whereas like a big company game, it's so smooth. It's so smoothed over any rough edges. It's been, like touched by so many hands, and like it just feels a little bit different, right? Like I don't know how to describe that.
It's like you're getting to know the developer a little bit. From
Yeah.
like, this is the choices that they made, and like this is what they believe in game design wise. Like, to bring it back to Baby Steps, do you remember when there's that really big lady and she picks you up?
Yeah, I do remember that
What do
vividly.
they mean by that?
I think I saw someone on Blue Sky say that they could write a whole essay about that one scene.
Yeah, right? Because it is like weirdly moving at the same time. I'm like, like we all laugh because it's like,
Surreal
what the
as
fuck's
hell.
that happening? Why is there a big lady? It's like, is this real? And like the lyrics, I'm like, oh man.
The lyrics are sung in a way that's pretty hilarious. I don't know.
Oh, yeah. But
Yeah.
it's like,
But anyway, sorry, I was just thinking about that. Like,
That big lady.
forgot to bring up the big lady. That was like a cool moment.
Yeah, no, that was a cool moment.
weirdly sincere. Yeah. But,
Yeah,
hey, we're getting dragged back into the baby steps. Yeah.
maybe Baby Steps #1.
Alright, so I've been trying to think about why Silksong is my number one game, and I don't really have a good way to put it, but like, it's just like I was so bought in. I just like I love it getting sucked into a game, and it's a game that really sucked me in for whatever reason, for all the various amazing qualities that it has, and I felt like lived up to the hype, and you just felt like, I don't know, you were in this cool adventure. It was just a game. You're in, and I was immersed in it. I was invested. I was playing all this stuff.
Played it like nonstop on a flight for like 5 hours or something.
Yeah.
It was
it's everything. It's just a good game. It's just what a good game should be.
Yeah.
It's just like it's a video game.
It's well executed.
Now
And it is what it is. I don't know. It wrapped my brain up.
When this game was like getting big, there were some Metroidvania haters out there.
Yeah, I was
They're
going to say
like-
that like one of the main knocks I could think against it is the fact that it is just, at the end of the day, another Metroidvania.
It doesn't feel like just another Metroidvania to me, though.
Yeah.
Like, it feels like linear? Like, I don't know. What I was going to say is, like, people are like, oh, a game where you constantly forgot your keys. That's what people who hate Metroidvanias are like.
Yeah.
But I feel like it was very rare that I ever came across an obstacle that wasn't just like a boss fight, and it's like, just beat this boss. I don't know. It was more that, like, you would see some things scattered throughout levels that was like, oh, maybe I'll be able to interact with this ring later. But in general, I knew where I needed to go.
Yeah.
So it didn't really feel like there was much backtracking unless I wanted to just do more exploring.
Yeah, I think I remember seeing a breakdown on YouTube of the game's structure, and at least the first act has like a very clear, like, linear sequence that you can follow. Kind of like going from like the starting area to the Maros, to like the lava area, to the far fields, to Greymoor, to Bellheart, and then to the Blasted Steppes, and then to the Last Judge. Or like maybe I skipped over like the forest or whatever. But like it's just very like the game kind of like naturally draws you in kind of a
from
very
one thing to the next.
Yeah, and it's not that you can't break that and do some other like, you can like sequence break, you can explore, and you can find power ups, and there's other ways of exploring. But there's like it has a very strong it doesn't make you as lost. There's kind of a clear way to go ish at the beginning.
Maybe
in Act 1.
it's just like a psychology thing, but like when you start, you are at the very bottom of the map, right?
Yeah.
Or like at least it seems that way in the way that you've unlocked the map. So when I was playing, it's like, okay, I'm gonna go up, and then I'll explore whatever level I'm on, and then I'll always just keep going up until I can't go up anymore. Whereas again with the first game, I remember like wandering around, not sure where I'm going. There's a big vertical shaft, and I'm like, I guess I'll go check out that door. I miss a jump, and I fall all the way to the bottom, and I'm like, fuck, I gotta walk all the way back up there to explore. And like, I don't know if I missed something, but I actually feeling kind of lazy, so I'll just explore the door at the bottom. I'd like miss a bunch of stuff up there.
I love feeling like I've missed something. And that's what makes these games cool. It's because you see all these doors you didn't go in, and you're like, there could be cool shit behind those doors.
Well, you go through every door eventually, so it's like, let's make it not a big shaft that I fell down by accident.
I just mean like it's part of the appeal is the promise that there's all these things that you missed, and that this world is rich and full of stuff, and you just need to keep poking and looking around, and you'll always find more neat things.
Yeah.
I don't know.
All right. Well, in Silksong, there's definitely areas where there's a big vertical shaft, but it's not at the beginning, at least.
Actually, there is. Remember the bridge?
Right at the beginning.
Well, don't jump down there, because that's obviously where you just came from.
No, I
wasn't to me.
did. It wasn't obvious. I was like,
I fell by
if I hadn't
accident.
gone down, I
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Well, maybe I just watched you guys do that and didn't jump back down there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
What a prank. Those pranksters.
It's barely a
That's a
prank.
They could have put like a bridge over it or something.
Well,
that
you
were
build
like,
the
Can
bridge
build a
over
bridge.
it.
yeah,
Yeah.
you can, but like it should have started with the bridge and then you could have broken it, or they could have not put the hole there at all. But they put that hole there.
So,
They sure did.
The bridge is quite a funny subplot, though, so I kind of appreciate.
did
Yeah.
you guys get the house?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, I did. Yep.
Alright, I never got the house. Is it like an Act 3 thing, or?
No, it's Act 2, I think.
I think it's more like Act 3's like triggers aren't clearly like it's not obvious what to do to start Act 3.
Yeah.
So one of the things that you do is just start doing every quest, which
Yeah.
one of them is the house.
Alright. I do remember reading people being pissed that in the house, if you place your Hornet statue, you can break it. Did you break your Hornet statues?
I don't think
I don't think I
did.
placed my Hornet statue.
Okay. I never got a house.
It cost a lot of shards, I think.
Yeah.
Or rosaries or something to get that statue.
Yeah, it was like one of the last missions of the first village, right? It's like you donate a bunch of shards, and then the craftsman guy, makes a big statue of
Oh,
himself.
right. Yeah.
And then he's
You
also
can
like,
break that
here's like a
statue.
little one for you.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah.
uh,
So yeah, just a funny, neat game.
Yeah.
it's
and
just a
hard
funny,
and-
neat game.
Yeah, let's see. I might have wrote more things. I gotta double check my notes. Unless, is there more you guys have to discuss?
About Silksong?
Yeah.
I think that about covers it.
Yeah, you guys
Good
covered what I
game.
wanted to talk about.
Yeah,
Cool.
I mean, not really that much. I mean, yeah, if I had one gripe, it would probably just be that I wish the Act 3 transition was a bit more obvious from the plot or storytelling of the game. I did end up having to sort of get spoiled on how to trigger it to find the transition into Act 3, whereas in Hollow Knight, like I felt pretty smart figuring out what the criteria was.
You don't think you would naturally find it if you just wanted to 100% the game?
Okay, yeah, under those circumstances, yes, but it's pretty hard to find some of the hidden nooks and crannies that are like,
They count towards it?
yeah, like for like flea collection, for example, to get the flea person
Okay,
people
yeah.
to move into the right location.
But there is a scenario where like someone's like, well, of course I want to get all the fleas, and
I
like,
also
they
just
look
like
it up.
there was no reason for me to suspect
That
in
there
any
was-
way that flea
yeah.
collection was part of the criteria
Yeah, that's fair.
for like end game related stuff. In Hollow Knight, like for example, if I was going off of that precedent, like yeah, I don't know, it's pretty, to me it felt pretty clear what was necessary. You get this cool dream nail thing, you can upgrade it, you upgrade all the way, the upgrades that you get for it like naturally
Is-
point you in the direction.
Well, for me, if I'm like really enjoying a game, I'll naturally like want to do as much as I can.
Yeah, so maybe that's like part of the magic of Act 3 was just like if you just sort of naturally
If you
want to
are
help
that
out
kinda-
people, then you get rewarded with this whole like third act where that kind of like builds off of that direction.
Right.
So maybe that was like part of the magical experience that I was supposed to have, but didn't. And so I just felt kind of like,
Well,
Yeah, a bit
sometimes it's hard
lost.
because like if the side quests don't feel like they're like rewarding enough, and it doesn't need to be like, oh, you get this dope item for helping this guy out, but like just a little dialogue from somebody being like, hey, thanks for fixing my house is like better than sometimes it's like you just turn it into the board and it's like wish granted.
yeah, maybe the issue is I'm just not pure of heart, so just being kind to people wasn't like naturally on my like priority
Yeah,
list.
I've noticed that.
And
about
so I
you.
wasn't like rewarded with like, you know,
I kind of felt like when I got to the point where I didn't know what to do, I just started doing every wish that I
Yeah.
had left, and I feel like that naturally led me to where
yeah.
to Act 3. I don't know. I didn't know what triggered it because I didn't look up the things, but I was just like, all right, I know there was an Act 3, so I'm just gonna do every wish, and
Yeah.
eventually I unlocked it.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, the only spoiler I got was just that you need the fleas for it, which
Mm.
I didn't expect at all.
mm.
But yeah,
All right, I think
Silksong.
that was our Silksong hour.
Yeah. Oops.
Yeah.
Oops.
Don, do you want to hit us with your number one?
My number one is Peak.
Let's
That's
go.
right. Peak. Yeah, I think this made a bunch of your... What were the positions in your list?
Mine
It's
was
third for me.
3, yeah.
Three. Adam,
I
you
think I
weren't
was
that
like
hot on this
7
game,
or
right?
something.
Okay, still made it though.
6 or 7. It's
7. Okay. Yeah, Peak was the number one. You know, I mentioned a couple times during this podcast that I really value social games. I play games these days primarily as a social activity.
Yeah.
I don't play that much single player stuff alone. And this is a game that enabled me to have great times with my good friends. And that means it's number one for me. And with multiple groups of friends, too. I was able to catch up with some older friends who don't live in the same city and, like, introduce the game, like, yeah, to some friends we play other games with and things like that. Like, it was just nice. I think I played with at least, like, 4 different groups of people. And I had a great time with all of them. Definitely some variety in playstyles between the different groups, you know, on a spectrum from like casual chatting and like, oops, we failed, haha, to being like, we gotta get to the peak, guys, we gotta get to that peak, we gotta move. Like,
What do you mean you haven't touched the church yet?
there was a little bit of a performance anxiety appearance in this game for me as well, but I think I was able to, unlike Night Rain, overcome it a little bit. And like just get a little bit better at it, or just not take it too seriously. And the game doesn't take it that seriously. Like, it doesn't take itself very seriously. It has like a very humorous mood, and it's like
Potentially disagree, Don.
okay.
You make one wrong mistake, and then your run is over.
Yeah, but I mean that the
Dire
game is
consequences.
has a humorous vibe.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
It's like it's expected when you die, they make a funny gong sound, and you like get like this little like what's that sound of like a dot matrix printer sound of like your results come out, and you're like little line of where you like fall and like you die, and like that's funny. Like, I don't know, it's like it's good. It's fine to fail. You still had a good time. Like, I don't know, for me.
In a world that's had like a bunch of different social games, what do you think it is that makes Peak like so good that it's like the number one of all of those? Because it was also at like the top of my list for any social game that I played this year. And I'm like, but when I try to think of like how exactly to express what it is that makes it so good for me, I'm like,
I think it's a pretty accessible game. Like,
Yeah.
I feel like you don't have Night Rain. Like, good luck. Like, the sample size of people who will play Night Rain with you is not that big in reality, except among our circle of plays like Dark Souls or whatever. But like, I could play Peak with anybody.
yeah.
And this is like a $10 game.
And it's cheap. Yeah, so it's easy to get people to buy
not too hard to
in.
get your pals in.
You can play with people you don't know that well even and still chat and have a good time. Like, the fact that there's proximity chat, I feel like sometimes I used it in like humorous situations, but other times I would just turn that off and use Discord and just chat and like hike up a mountain together with your buds. Like, that's fun, and like sometimes funny things happen.
Yeah.
Oh, also, I just wanted to mention it's not a horror game, and a lot of these friend slot games are horror. And maybe that makes it more accessible to a lot of people.
Yeah, for me. Yeah, for
I was
sure.
gonna say, there's not many enemies in the game, so that's like kind of low stress. It is just like you versus the mountain. It feels like often.
Yeah.
It's like in real rock climbing, like it's a little bit of like you're just trying to solve little challenges and puzzles.
Yeah.
And you like thinking about it and like working together as a team to like kind of overcome these problems. But like in between those problems, there's still lots of time for you to just like you're just hiking and you're just chatting, and it's just like fun to hang out. And it's nice.
Yeah.
Okay, to think about the gameplay for a sec. I'm like, you guys, who played Lisa Mona this year?
Oh, I didn't play it.
Andrew.
Yeah.
So like the concept of that game was that they kind of like the levels aren't designed. They give you like kind of like a not exactly, but they give you like a weird level and they give you some random power-ups. But like they didn't like plan the level to go along with the power-ups. You kind of have to use what you have. And Peak, like according to the devs, the mountains are not like heavily curated. Like they said they tried an algorithm that made the mountains like more like deliberate, like being like, oh, here's a definite path, here are chunks that we put together that are like gameplay sections, and they found that was not as interesting as just like randomly shoving a bunch of stuff on the wall.
Yeah.
And that's what they ended up going with for their real game. And it's kind of like that thing where it's like they kind of give you a bunch of tools, like both like multiplayer tools and like literal random drops they give you, and you kind of got this big like space, and you kind of have to like figure out your own way up there. And it feels like, I guess like I'm just repeating what the interview said, but it feels more real than like you're going through a crafted gameplay session. Like you're solving like a real challenge with like these random tools you have, and it's kind of amazing that like knowing that you know, most of the mountains feel like they're doable if you had just made the right choice earlier. Like if you saved the right resources, or like, you know, you had, I don't know, not like taken a concussion earlier. It feels like you can always solve it, but like it's a little bit like up to you to how you want to tackle the problem.
It can't be like truly random though, right?
It's not like 100% random. I think it's like much more random than like their earlier attempts. It's like a little bit like
it's not like a series of hard-coded like prefabs strung together in like a random order or something. It's a lot more dynamic than that.
Yeah, I think there was a little bit like they like just shove a bunch of rocks at the wall with like some parameters to try and make it so that they think there's like kind of like a good way up.
When you're in the kiln, it feels like sometimes there's only one way to go, and in my mind I'm like, this feels like there must be some parameters that it's like you can't have like, or like there's always needs to be rocks within like 10 meters of each other kind of thing.
I assume, yeah. Like they probably not 100% like, you know, truly random, but like more, you know, not intentional. Like relying a lot more on like noise patterns than like crafted sections.
Which usually makes for, I would say, a worse game sometimes. Like when things are not handcrafted and instead randomly generated. Sometimes that really shows, but I feel like in this case it works.
Because like paired with the mountain climbing thing, where it naturally feels like things should be noisy and a bit chaotic.
Yeah. Like as someone who's recently been to a bouldering gym, which is they are handcrafted puzzles, but like they are kind of puzzles of being like you see like this formation and like how are you going to I've lost what I was going to say.
Yeah, but how are you going to move your body to grab onto these holds and stuff?
Yeah.
Which, you know, some people have an easier time if they're, like, taller and, like, I don't know, I've seen videos of the short rock climbers, like, do some crazy shit.
Yeah, like lick a lollipop. Sorry, it's a reference to Peak.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry. Stamina.
If somebody doesn't have very much stamina,
they
use creative items.
Yeah. But I don't know. I guess the randomness fits really well with the style of like trying to like see a natural or random space and then make a pattern out of it, a plan out of it.
Yeah.
And it feels like it's truly like your plan. Or
and
like
if it's too hard one day, come back the next one. Get a different one. That was nice.
New map every day.
New map every day.
Yeah. So yeah, just the design of the game seems clever. It reminds me about Jasant, game that a lot of people loved, but some people criticized as not really feeling like rock climbing, like more like you're just like
doing the Uncharted climb these sections.
Yeah.
Kind of game.
So they thought maybe like this game definitely feels like they like if there was a need that was left by Jasant about like a rock climbing game that actually feels like, you know, you're making decisions and you're solving problems, or you're kind of, I don't know, it left a design space open that I think Peak kind of like addressed and found something neat. And
the other thing about Peak is that it sated my appetite for my most anticipated game of 2026, which is Big Walk. I want a game where I can just go and hang out with my friends and do activities together. That's great.
Okay, that's like actually, I forgot about that game, but that's my number one hype game of 2026.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that a lot.
And GTA 6, right?
And the Silksong DLC.
Yeah, you know.
Okay.
So, do you guys, like, obviously there's been games you play with your friends with proximity chat, like before this, but it feels like friend slop, the term, has come to like peak, be defined by peak. How do you guys feel about that?
Like, as in, this is the pinnacle of friend swap?
Yeah.
I see. Maybe. I feel like this is my favorite one I played. I feel like we played quite a bit of Lethal Company, and that was fun. And I enjoyed it when we were doing it. But if I had to only pick one, it would be Peak for sure every time. Like,
Sorry, man.
Give it a frowny face, because I like a little bit like don't love Peak like a lot.
I think that's because you feel constrained a bit, maybe.
Maybe it's my personal playstyle, but like...
Because I feel like they're the tools within the game to go, like, super fast and, like, trailblaze a bunch if you want to.
Yeah, and I want to.
Yeah.
I think I am, like, really impatient and maybe not a good team player. And maybe that makes it so that I don't always enjoy Peak.
Yeah.
And sometimes I find that there's, like, enough coordination needed that people need to talk about the game, but, like, not enough, like... challenge that like I'll get to like I'll like run ahead and then I'll be like, well, I can't go too far ahead or I'll get killed by the scoutmaster, so I gotta just like stand here and wait. And then I'm like, I can't have a fun conversation because most people are already talking about like, should we go on that rock or like I don't know, maybe like that rock. I'm just like already 3 rocks above because I've just like had a little like scamper moment.
Yeah.
What's your
and
delta,
I'm just like,
bro?
I'm impatient, so
Yeah.
I've I don't know.
I really like those moments though of discussing which rock to go on.
Yeah.
I like the route planning. I like the interactions you can do with your friends, like
Feels real,
pulling each
man.
other up and stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know. It feels good to like grab someone's hand or extend your hand to grab someone else. It's just a really simple thing. That
Or your
feels
friend
really good
with the
in moment.
backpack runs out of stamina and they're like, please, 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 please.
Yeah. All the please moments are so good. Or like the moments when things go horribly wrong. You're just like, oh, Andrew's. I'm sorry, guys. Andrew's fucking dead.
Well, I feel like it's just a good like conversation buffer as well. Like, I feel like I don't know about you guys, but I feel like just like in an empty room with some people, like even if you know them really well, it's like, maybe it's easier to talk when you're doing something.
Yeah.
And I feel like this is prime doing something while talking activity.
Yeah.
Like
I was talking about that push and pull of Night Rain earlier where I felt like there required moments to talk, but yeah, in Peak there's definitely it's got those quieter
I've
moments.
yet to experience this in Night Rain.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's been cool. They've updated the game a couple times and added new biomes, the desert and the mushroom forest.
That's all
like
fun.
pretty cool stuff, guys.
They did the concert.
Yeah,
The concert was bizarre.
that was wild. Okay, it was funny.
Don't know how I feel about that one.
reaching Fortnite levels.
I don't want it
Of
to.
events.
I thought it was funny and like whatever. It was
That's fair.
a little bit of a one-off.
As long as it's a one-off, please.
Probably.
Some people seem to think that they added it in case they won for like best multiplayer in the game.
That was my theory. My game theory was like maybe they commissioned this because they thought maybe they would win, but then they were like, oh, didn't win, still gonna use it.
I never heard of Babinos before this, so
BB no
if
money.
anything,
No money.
he got big from Peak in
That's
my
true.
In your mind.
Yeah, they're riding that Peak coattails.
I also really enjoyed this game's like the run length. I was really shocked when I first played it at how long the game is.
Yeah, I think like the first time we got close, it was like a 2-hour thing.
Yeah, it was like it was literally 2 hours, and that felt really strenuous in a way that excited me, kind of.
But there was achievements in there that's like get to the top in less than an hour.
Yeah.
So that made me be like, all right, let's just go and like don't stop, like let's see if we can really just do this.
And hunger is kind of the killer.
Yeah.
And like you learn that over time, and you get better at it, and you get faster at it. And I feel like it took me a while. This is again going back to this performance anxiety problem. I feel like it took me a little longer to get faster. And so it was another situation where I'm like, I'm falling behind. I'm
Yeah.
stressed.
I think early on I thought that like running and like using all your stamina and stuff would make you hungry faster. But it doesn't seem like that's the case.
Yeah, I don't
It's
think
just
there's any correlation.
just go crazy and like you'll just get hungry at the fixed rate.
Yeah.
And
I was gonna ask what you guys think about the difficulty, because for me, you have to pick a difficulty mode, and if you pick Tenderfoot, I'm like, well, what's the point? You know, I'm
What?
like,
That's my favorite difficulty.
I'm just like, if it's gonna be easy, then like, why bother at all?
I feel like the game is still decently difficult on Tenderfoot because
Yeah.
sometimes you get like really difficult mountain arrangements.
And this is like, that's such a baby steps thing of say, if it's easy, what is the point? Is like, the point is I'm having a good time with my buds. That's why I'm
true,
playing.
yeah.
And so
Like,
like,
if
why
you-
make it a stress? Like, you know.
if you really want to chat with your friends, it's nice to have Tenderfoot and not
So
worry
there's
about the
not
fog
hunger
coming.
pressure, or the
And the
fog
hunger.
coming in as much.
Hmm.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
can just
But
linger.
there's still like stress from the mountain arrangements. I
Or-
feel like.
yeah, you
If
can
you
still
do the
buy.
mod with and have like 8 people in there, there's not going to be enough food around, so it's kind of like nice
Yeah.
to have it not need a bunch of food.
Yeah, on the difficulty, there's like the difficulty modifiers that you unlock as you like beat the game more times and whatnot. Those were neat. I liked the progression, but I didn't really keep going
That's
with
neat.
those.
I've never touched any.
Yeah.
Of it. Yeah.
I think that makes me realize why I think there's no point to Tenderfoot. It's because you don't unlock anything, right?
Yeah.
No,
But you
you
can still
get
do like
achievements.
the achievements and like you can get the cosmetics by doing bonus challenges. So I think that's another reason why Tenderfoot, like, to me there's still challenge in it, because usually there's like I'm not just trying to reach the top of the mountain. There's like some
You-
achievement I'm aiming
Bonus
for in
objectives.
each run.
Yeah, get the gourmand badge. They, like,
yeah, I
know
get
what
the
to
gourmand
cook.
with or like the mushroom one.
Yeah,
I love that you have that little lanyard with the badges on it, the scout badge.
Oh yeah, the
it's
scout
so
badges.
Cute.
The cosmetics roll really
Cosmetics are so
cute. I
good.
thought. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I need that carrot on a stick. I
Yeah.
need that reason of something that I need to achieve.
And I thought the game provided it pretty well, actually. Yeah. At least in my opinion. I'm still going for that don't take any fall damage in a run achievement. I always manage to somehow take like one tiny unit of fall damage every single time, or just flat out die.
We need to have another session where I get convinced to like this game more again. I really liked it at the beginning, but then afterwards, I'm like, when people are like, let's play Peak, I'm like, I don't really want to play another round of Peak. I'm just going to like throw myself off the cliff.
So like in code. Yeah.
So, any more thoughts on Peak?
I think that about covers it for me.
All right, yeah, Peak, good game
Number
to play with
one.
your pals. An understandable number 1. It was pretty high on my list as well.
Mhm.
I believe that leaves just me. Let me double check my notes here.
I've noticed so far one game that I think you're a fan of has been omitted
Yeah.
from all the games you've mentioned thus
That's
far.
right, everybody. The game is
I
Kingdom
knew
Come Deliverance 2.
I knew it! I knew it, guys! I was so right.
Henry.
So right.
Henry.
And right.
Henry.
Henry's here to visit us.
Okay,
Actually,
but I do want to note, it didn't make anyone else's top 10 list.
I just
no
haven't
one else
played it.
played it.
Oh, wait, I played it.
Oh, you did?
I've
Yeah.
played it, yeah.
Well,
I guess, did you guys, I thought you guys played it.
I played
No.
one for a bit this year.
I
I guess it should have been on my list in
Mm.
retrospect.
started a one file literally like a couple weeks ago with Amy.
Okay.
In some ways, this is one of those kind of games that's like, we're going to make this game hard for you. And I know not everybody's going to be on board for that. Like, you do get hungry in the game. You do need sleep. You might stink and you need to wash. And those all have, like, kind of cool elements associated with them.
Yeah.
Which I feel like isn't that hard to get over the hunger. Usually there's a pot that you can just go and, like, gobble down some food. And no one will be mad at you. Yeah, I found, like, a little thing of hay to sleep on for free early game. And stink, again, you just go up to any water trough and wash yourself. So if you know what you're doing, it's like you can get over that stuff. But it does kind of play into future parts of the game where you're like out in the wilderness and like you fell in some shit or something and you start to reek and you're like, oh, here's the bandit camp finally, but you reek so bad that like you're waking people up and they're like, what smells like shit? And I'm like, shit, I was trying to slit this guy's throat in the middle of the night, but I stink too bad.
Yeah, I love the role-playing aspects of Kingdom Come Deliverance. I think that's why I don't mind like the hunger and thirst related stuff in the in this game, because like it just feels like part of the role-playing that you're doing.
Yeah, so like, you know, bigger picture, if you haven't heard of the game, it is mostly an open world game where you're playing as a peasant in medieval times, and it's very immersive. They've paid close attention to trying to get like it to be like historically accurate. They do take artistic liberties here and there. Like, I've been watching I think his name's Luke Dale. He's the voice actor for Hans Capon, who's kind of like your main side character throughout the game. But somebody wrote in and was like, so if they were really trying to go historically accurate, Henry and Hans should be like 14. Isn't it weird that it shows them chasing girls and stuff at that age? And he's like, okay, guys, it's not that accurate, okay? They're at least 18 in the game.
Yep.
But yeah, I guess there's a little bit of controversies around the historical accuracy of the game. Specifically, I guess how white the game is. Like, most of the characters in the first game are white Europeans. And I guess I don't really like think too much about it, because I'm just like, I get medieval times is very whitewashed. Like, I don't know, like how many black people would be in medieval Europe, whereas in Kingdom Come 2 there actually is an important black character, and the game goes from being not woke to now the game is suddenly woke because there's a black guy in the game.
In the eyes of the agitated masses, you mean?
Yeah, it's weird. But well, his name is Musa of Mali, and he's just a cool character. Like, I was wondering when he's going to show up, because like I'm reading about the controversies and stuff. So like, what are the internet chuds talking about, and like why are they upset? So when you do meet him, you actually get to interview him, and he like kind of, if you want to, you go into like his whole life story. And there's a cool quest. He's like he's the doctor for the rival king of the area.
Oh.
And you want to get close to him so you can kind of get close to this rival king and like know what's going on. And there's like a whole detective mission to like save Musa from being accused of like poisoning people.
Oh my gosh.
So I don't know, to me it felt integrated in a cool way.
Yeah, I don't really know much about.
Yeah, you're not going to find any chuds in this room to argue with you about that.
And the existence of strong female characters in the game is too much for some people, and I'm like, I feel like the strong female characters are usually like strong in that they're like being sneaky and stuff. I'm like, I don't know, I feel like probably pay off to be good at sneaky stuff in medieval times.
Yeah.
I think it's an interesting contrast to a game like Skyrim, where, like, in theory, they're the same genre, or, like, you know, you could be first person, open world, like, you can steal, you can sneak,
Yeah, I think
you can
Skyrim's
use,
a good comparison
you can use
point.
conversation skills, like, those sorts of things, and, like, but they feel, like, very different.
Yeah.
And, like, a la Skyrim, when I started my one file, I like took every piece of food from my parents' house. Like, where you like wake up and they're like, go talk to your father. And I'm like, hold on. And like pick up every 53 apples and like, you know. But like aside from that, like the combat's very different.
Yeah, you definitely don't feel strong in Kingdom Come.
No.
Until, like, I guess in the later games you can start to feel strong. But like, if you're not paying attention, like just a random guy on the road, well, if he wants to fuck you up, he might fuck you up.
it's scary getting into combat in the early game.
But
Yeah.
also, like, just maybe we talked about this on a previous one if you talked about the first Kingdom Come, but the combat mechanics are, like, very different from most other games, I feel like, or at least in any game I've played, where it's, like, you're not just doing, like, light attack, heavy attack, or, like, right hand, left hand. You're doing, like, you gotta hold that weapon at the right angle and, like, look for openings and, like, that kind of stuff.
You're like paying attention to the other guy's animation to be like, okay, he's going for a swing here. I'm going to block from that direction, and then I'm going to swing at his other side. So if he tries to block, it's going to take him time to move his sword in that direction. And
Feels hard.
2 is definitely easier than 1. I think 1, you have like 5 directions, whereas in 2 they simplify it to 4 directions.
Oh, nice.
Oh, that's kind of
That
nice.
would
like
help.
the bottom right and left kind of like get merged. It's like, I don't
6 if you count the jab.
know. Yeah.
True.
Yes?
I want to ask a question to you, Andrew.
Is it about Musa Mali?
No. It's about the fact that this game didn't make my top 10.
Yeah.
And I could talk about that a little bit in a sec.
Yeah, bring
But
it on.
I want to know, why is it your number 1 game? What makes this the best game of 2025 for you?
I think we touched on a little bit of the immersive elements being like kind of a really big deal. I feel like I've been transported to medieval times.
Yeah.
And I feel like I'm playing the game in the way that I have chosen to play the game. And
You have agency?
I have player agency. Pretty much at the start of both games, you have nothing, and it's like, oh, damn, I gotta find a way to, like, make my way in the world. And they do give you, like, a main quest that's gonna help you out. But I'm like, I don't know if I'm, like, ready for that. I don't even have a weapon, so my go-to way is, like, I find an area with lots of dandelions. And dandelions are just everywhere. So I'm, like, picking up these dandelions, and a dandelion is worth like 0.1 groschen, which is basically worthless.
Yeah.
But I mean, 10 dandelions, not that hard to get. And like, I pick up 20 dandelions, and then I've leveled up my herbalism. Now every time I pick up a dandelion, I'm picking up like 3 dandelions at a time.
Yeah.
And then I'm like getting this perk where like every time I pick flowers, my legs are getting strong, and that's just giving me strength.
Yeah.
So it's like I haven't even killed anybody, but now I'm like 2 levels in strength that like the game doesn't expect you to have. So
Yeah, peak role playing.
So just maybe that, like, this game has all these systems, and it's fun to like find your niche or your like particular way that you can, like, I don't know,
Play style or like route.
Yeah.
kind of like when you're
there's some elements of that. Or like, you guys ever think like, oh, if you were transported to medieval times, like, could you survive as a modern human?
Almost certainly not.
Like, do you have enough knowledge that like maybe you'd have some sort of advantage over them?
I just don't imagine picking dandelions.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think picking dandelions would work either, but I don't know. It's just fun to think about. Obviously I'm like abusing a system in the game, but in a fun way that I'm like, I came up with this. Even though it actually turns out this is like not an uncommon way to play the game. People are like, yeah, just pick dandelion, bro.
I mean, I love that. That's like the open
great.
world system jank that like is cool.
I do love a game where they're like, your mission, and then you're like, cool, and you like walk away. And you're like, I'm gonna go over there. Do some random stuff.
But similar to what you're saying in like Silksong, exploring the world and like feeling involved in all of the little quests.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's a lot of opening quests that feel like, oh, go fetch this thing.
Mm.
And then as you like do them, they evolve into more deeper storylines.
Yeah, they get complicated.
Yeah. Like, there's one where it's like, okay, go fight this guy with your fists. And it's pretty obviously just a tutorial for like, this is how fist fighting works.
Yeah.
In case you don't want to get in a fight to the death with someone, you can just fist fight. And that's like, you usually don't get punished, depending on the context.
Mm.
But after that, it's like, okay, become the strongest fist fighter in the land. And it's like, go to this bar and fight this guy. And usually those were like, not very story heavy until you get to the last guy. It's like, go fight this guy who's living alone at the edge of town. He's the strongest fighter in the land. And you go and meet him, and he's like, yeah, I'm just a herbalist. Like, you want to fight me? I guess if you won't take no for an answer, I will fight you. And you fight him, and you beat him, and he's like, well, at least I'll be able to live a more relaxing life now that you're the strongest in the land. People will finally leave me alone. And you can ask him, you're like, so, what made you want to become the strongest in the land? And he's like, oh, well, I never actually wanted to be the strongest in the land. It's just that people found out that I have a certain preference for men, and they would attack me, so I just had to defend myself. And then, you're Henry. Usually you have good options to be like, oh, damn, that sucks. And he's like, damn, that's just not fair. But, it's just like that extra flavor of like, oh, damn. I thought we were just doing a boxing tutorial, and then, like, shit got a little real here.
Yeah, that is neat.
Okay. Because I'm thinking a lot of things in my head right now. I'm thinking, first thing I think is that when I was playing the game, I enjoyed the systems. I love stealing. I was enjoying the stealing systems. And maybe it's just a fact that I felt like my life was busy, or maybe that the game didn't hook me strong enough. But, like, I didn't have... The game has a lot of story to it.
Can you fix your mic?
Yeah, it needs to go up here.
Yeah, it was just like out your neck before.
All right. The game has a lot of story to it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, people are always talking to you, and there's a lot of cutscenes in the game. And I guess I felt like I didn't feel like I wanted to watch the cutscenes. I didn't feel invested enough in the story.
Yeah.
And I'm branching out. There's two things. I'm thinking this game is like Skyrim. Skyrim also had a terrible story, but I was really invested in it, and I played the whole thing.
Okay, terrible story.
Okay, not terrible.
You know what you're talking about.
Never mind. I'm not going to say terrible, but a story
Don't
that
say
I wasn't...
also terrible.
Yeah.
You can say Skyrim's was terrible.
Okay, I was not invested in it. Sorry, that's what I meant. Not invested in the story,
well,
but I still loved that game to pieces. And I'm like, is it the historical aspect that makes, like, you're a history buff and, like, this is really cool and interesting to you? Or are there parts of the story that I wasn't seeing?
Well, I guess you did play, like, the beginning of Kingdom Come 1, right? So you do have some knowledge of, like, the character's history, but you didn't see that fully through and, like, make the nemesis of, like, the guys that you're looking for that were involved in burning down your hometown. Whereas, to me, you are kind of picking up right where that game left off, and you're like looking for the guy who like fucked up your town while helping out Hans Capon. So like immediately I'm like, okay, I know what's going on, and like I want to get back into like being a strong person in this world so I can finish what we've started in the first game.
Adam, I feel like you're not a role player, and that might be what turns you off some of this. Like, I feel like frequently there's been the case where I'm invested in a game, and you might be interested in playing the game, but you're not invested in like the cutscenes or the story or the dialogue that much. You'll skip through it, or you'll be like, I'm gonna steal everything. I'm like, don't do that. Because I'm, like, trying to roleplay as this character, and you're like, haha, stealing, fun. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, I feel like, would you say you're not much of a role player game guy? Like, role-playing in a game guy?
I don't know. Not sure.
I think you also might not have gotten to see the full consequences of stealing everything. Like, it seemed like you pretty much just got away with it.
Well, no, I was like banned in so many, places.
You eventually, like, you get caught and they'll put you in the stocks, and then a day passes and they'll let you out. And then, like, for a long time, people will be like, you were that asshole in the stocks.
Yeah, it was a problem.
If you get caught more, eventually they literally brand your neck.
Really?
And then when people will see you, they'll be like, oh, you're a fucking thief. You fucking rat. Like, I don't want to talk to you.
And then is your whole game just ruined?
Kinda. I mean, yeah. And like, if you go and steal the armor, it's like best gear and stuff, and then are wearing it the next day, he'll be like, hey, that's my shit. I just see you wearing it. I'm calling the guards. Where I think we were at least like smart enough to be like, well, let's put this in the stash until the red hand disappears. Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, like, that was all cool, but I guess I just, like, there's this one moment, I've already told you about this,
Yeah.
we were playing this quest where you have to, like, drink with this guy. It just felt like I was playing, I think, like, something happened, and, like, halfway through the quest, like,
Yeah, you
either
did
glitched
get a
out
little
or
bit
I
fucked.
died.
Yeah.
And then I had to
yeah.
redo it, and just, like, I was just, like, paying attention. I was like, I don't care what this guy's saying. I don't
So-
care that they're singing these drunk songs.
To recap this part of the game, it's like in that first town, if you go to the bar and ask them for work, they'll be like, can you go tell these humans to never show up to our tavern again because we hate those guys? And Henry's like, I also hate humans because they burned down my village. Yeah, I'll go beat those guys up. So you go into the woods, you find them, you talk to them, and they're like, hey, we weren't even causing trouble. We just wanted to get something to eat and drink. Like, we didn't even cause trouble. And you can kind of be like, yeah, I mean, those guys are kind of assholes. I was also in a bar fight with them. And then you kind of like start to make friends with them. They offer you some booze, and you're naturally curious about them because this is like the first time that you've had neutral interactions with the humans, whereas before they were always kind of just like these guys in the woods that would attack you on sight.
Yeah.
So it's neat to like hear their history and talk to them and be like, so like, where did you guys know the people that like attacked my village? And they're like kind of like, damn, Henry, like, don't ask us this, man. We're not proud of what we do all the time. And unfortunately, that area is close to where your missing dog is. So if you go a little bit off the trail, you might walk into where your dog is, and then that like plays the cutscene of like 7 wolves showing up, and then you just get fucked up by wolves. So that was some of that open world jank that, like, damn, I wish they could have disabled that if you were during the human drinking game.
I guess just like, I don't know, for whatever reason, I felt like the story hooks like never like grabbed me and made me feel like I needed to learn more about it. And there was a lot of cutscenes and talking. I mean, like, after a while, it was like you follow the quests, and the quests are always full of like story.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think you need to be invested in Henry's character somewhat
Yeah.
for that to resonate with you. For me, I thought it was pretty neat that compared to like Skyrim, the game puts you in charge of Henry, and he's got like his own backstory and stuff, and all of his lines are voiced. He's like very much a character. I mean, you can role play him in different ways.
Yeah, you're not a nameless dragonborn. You are Henry, and he's the son of a blacksmith.
Yeah, and like kind of, I don't know, something about Henry, like the way he's voice acted and everything. I just kind of, he resonates with me a little. He does feel genuinely like just sort of like an ordinary dude.
Pretty agreeable
Kind of
to
like,
most
yeah,
things.
pretty agreeable. Like kind of like a bit of a screw up at times, but not like overly so unless you really like fail stuff.
Having just played the intro to the first game in the previous 2 weeks, I thought it was a funny introduction to like the opening scene of the first game is like your mom and dad are mad at you because you're sleeping in and you're like an adult, and they're like, get your butt out of bed. Like, you're a man. Like, you're an adult. What, you're out drinking with your buddies at night? Come on, Henry. And he's like, oh, sorry, Mom. Like, you know, like, it's kind of like...
Yeah, a bit of a dope.
Yeah, so I think like that. Yeah.
He's a little bit like,
For me, some of those story things are like overcome a bit by just like
Karen?
feeling,
Yeah.
caring about the
it's so
characters and the setting and everything.
He's just a guy.
I think some people are kind of turned off by like how bro-y it feels sometimes. Like with that first game, in one of the opening missions, it's like, go throw some shit at this guy's house who's been like talking shit about your king or something.
I skipped it actually.
Yeah, that's a fair one to skip. But at the same time, it introduces you to Henry's like guys' friends, and when the town gets raised, you're like, damn, did all my friends die?
Yeah.
But then later you see 2 of them and you're like, hey, it's these fucking guys that we
they're
threw
back.
the shit at the guy's house. They're back.
They made it.
They made it.
That's great.
So yeah. I don't know. I could talk more about the game, but
Like, one question I had about it, Andrew, like, for me, the main reason I'm not, like, rushing to the store to buy Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is
Play
like
from my library, bro.
Well, yeah, okay, fair enough. But I mean, like, I guess the reason I haven't played it yet is because, like, I played a fair amount of Kingdom Come Deliverance 1, and, like, I don't know, it started to get a bit repetitive for me at a certain point, I guess. Like, you know, I think it's got a lot of, like, flavor and variety and stuff, and you can
only win the rat-eye turn.
Yeah, so many times before, like, you know, and part of that is, like, self-inflicted, you know, I probably should have engaged more of the systems or whatever. But for whatever reason, I just dropped off of it a bit, not even, like, disliking it, I really liked it. And it's just, like, whenever I watch more of Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, I'm kind of like, it feels very much like Kingdom Come Deliverance 1, more of it, which is great, because
so, some people definitely want that.
Yeah,
like,
it's like Kingdom Come Deliverance 1 was amazing, but I'm kind of confused, like, what... Like, did they meaningfully change a bunch of stuff for the sequel in, like, a way where it feels like systems have evolved? Or...
I feel like Henry is definitely more of a player in the noble realm, whereas, like, the first game is definitely more of a rise to nobility.
Yeah.
Where you still have the rise to nobility in Kingdom Come, because, like, you get shit thrown at you at the start of the game, and you have, like, crap clothes from, like, a dead guy. So you still have to, like, grind your way back up to, like, looking presentable. So I kind of forgot what I was going on here.
That's all good.
No, like, you know, there's nobility. Yeah, difference on
okay, so once you do get into the higher, later story missions, it is like I was more in it of, like, this noble is planning this, and I'm gonna team up with these guys. There's definitely a moment where it's like you meet up with these this gang of guys that are like, we gotta get the old gang back together so we can do some real shit. And they tell you, like, here's 5 guys you gotta go find. And I'm like, damn, this is kind of a lot to, like, take in. I'm gonna skip this, because, like, I'll just walk to wherever the map marker is. But, like, you could just listen to them for, like, 40 minutes. If you wanted to.
That's a lot.
It is a lot. But once you get everybody together, they're, like, planning big battles, and you're doing espionage and sneaking around, finding...
I see. So maybe a bit of a greater variety in missions, or, like...
And then when you get to the city, it's, like, the first city that the game has had, and it feels like a proper medieval city.
Yeah, I remember
like,
seeing
how big
that on
it
your
is.
stream, and I was like, wow,
yeah,
that's a city.
And most of the buildings you could go in. Some of them you can't, but it felt pretty interactable.
Yeah.
And, like, it has its own history of, like, you know, I'm checking out somebody's basement, and then, like, there's this whole tunnel network, and I'm like, what the fuck is there, this whole tunnel thing? But it's a mining town, and there's mining tunnels everywhere outside of the town as well.
This kind of makes me wonder, should I watch the movie version, the YouTube version of Kingdom Come 1 and jump into Kingdom Come 2? Or should I play Kingdom Come 1?
I don't know.
Likely I'll do neither, but... if I were to choose.
So yeah, Kingdom Come 1 definitely feels harder. There's, like, missions where you get locked into a monastery, and it's kind of like you gotta figure out who is the murderer.
Whoa, murder mystery.
Yeah, a bit of a murder mystery, and it doesn't exactly have a clear, like, this is a guy that's guiding you to figure out how to do the murder mystery. So in some ways I like figuring it out on my own, just based on, like, interviewing these guys, and, like, maybe I'll find, like, a weird, like, oh, there's a knife in this guy's pillowcase kind of thing. And in some ways that did feel a little bit too obtuse. Like, I think at some point you kind of just have to be like, I think you're the murderer. And you could kind of do that to everyone, and then the real murderer will, like, come to fuck you up in the night. And that's, like, ultimately how you solve it, is that the guy comes to fuck you up.
I see.
And you just wake up and are like, ha! Only the real murderer would come to fuck me up. But yeah, it's just, like, a crazy journey that you go on.
I love that. That's great.
I see.
Yeah, also the second one is more woke because you can be gay with Hans Cape on.
True.
Whoa.
Which, I'm like, hey, give the gamers the option. What's the harm in it?
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, one of the more realistic romance options in the game. For 2, at least.
The person that you actually have a
Meaningful
relationship with.
Yeah.
Not just like a tavern when she's like, ooh.
Yeah, like there was this one medic lady who's like helping people in some army camp, and I'm like, hey, I know herbs, I could help, and we like heal 3 people, and then this is the first romance option in the game I've seen. She was like, so would you like to go for a walk in the bushes? And I'm like, okay, let's see where this is going.
Walk.
Fade to black. Fades back in. They're both naked. This implied that you just banged.
Yeah.
I was like, whoa. I didn't think this was going to happen.
Yeah, walk in the bushes.
Am I gonna have a kid?
Yeah, it can be a bit silly, but it's cool.
Very neat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess I could...
I sorry if this is reductive, but I feel like
go
my
for it.
takeaway is it is more Kingdom Come Deliverance.
Yeah,
1,
it
and
is.
that's awesome.
I'm like, yeah,
it's
it's fair. It's just more of that.
Yeah,
I guess they added blacksmithing.
yeah.
That's cool.
Oh yeah, I remember watching you stream, but you were just blacksmithing the whole time, and I was like, all right.
Yeah, I guess that's if you don't want to be a dandelion picker like me, you could be blacksmithing.
I mean, that was your father's trade.
Yeah,
It's true.
Makes sense. It just
Yeah.
makes sense. You should start off with a buff because you experience.
I think you might.
Nice. Good. Perfect.
Yeah. So yeah, it just feels real. And
Yeah.
like going around like at the start of Kingdom Come 2 you get hurt and then like old lady in the woods helps you and like heals you.
Yeah.
And the characters are like, I give you my noble oath. We will come back and pay you for your services. And there's no quest that's like, go back there. But if
yeah.
you do go back there, you'll be like, hey, I want to repay you.
Yeah, I
There's
love
like a
the
dialogue
emergent
option.
side quests.
Yeah.
There was the case in Kingdom Come Deliverance 1 too, where it's just like you check up on characters at like key times, and like organically things happen. You get cool events, you get cool quests and stuff. There's no like marker telling you there's a quest in this area or something to do in this area.
I like
It
this.
just happens. Really like that. Yeah.
I feel like they did tone down some of the realism from 1, where like you'll get a quest and it'll be like, we have 1 day to find this person, or that kind of thing. And like, the game is not kidding around when it says 1 day or 1 week. Like,
Yeah.
you better be on it or shit's gonna go down without you. Whereas that didn't really happen too much until it is, you kind of gotta know when it's like, I think the main missions were like separate colors and stuff, and it's like if you're doing a main mission, it's like kind of be ready to be locked into this main mission.
Did any save data exchange happen between 1 and 2?
No.
No, there's no like.
I don't think so. I think at
carryover effect from
the
your
beginning,
choices.
characters will be like, so who won that duel between us anyways?
Yeah.
It'd be like, it would be. It was like, oh yeah, that is how it went.
You answer a few questions that fill in the key points. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I see. Sweet.
Yeah,
That covers everything.
covers everything.
Yeah.
Except for games 20 to 11.
Yep.
20 to 11?
Yeah,
Oh, we're doing our top
our
10.
our
10.
second top 10.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Time
Let's
to get
get
started.
Donkey Kong Bonanza on the list.
Man, that game didn't make anyone's top 10.
Yeah, I mean,
I didn't play it.
I could have swapped Mario Kart World, I guess, but
No.
I was like,
No.
I think I like Mario Kart World more.
Yeah, Donkey Kong Bonanza.
I mean, it's a good game. It was a fun time.
Yeah, but also I'm a little bit like, I'm ready to forget about it.
Just wipe it off your brain.
What's weird to me is like I
Uh.
kind of feel like Mario Odyssey and Donkey Kong Bonanza are like in the same tier list.
Yeah.
And
I
like everybody's like
disagree.
Mario Odyssey's so good. I'm like,
Mario
I don't know,
Odyssey
you
is a
hop
lot
around.
The Donkey Kong Bonanza, I'd say.
Instead of becoming a weird ostrich, you throw your hat at like a.
I feel as though when we first got DK Bonanza, I was like, oh, this is actually more like Odyssey. I thought this would be worse. But then, like, I don't know, by like 1/4 or 1/3 of the way through the game, I'm like, it is like Odyssey, but worse. I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know how much I love Odyssey either.
Yeah.
Actually, I watched someone play most of it. That was you, Don. And then afterwards, I was like, all right, I'll play it myself. And I was like, I got 2 levels in, and I'm like, I ain't playing this.
I thought, hold on.
I feel like you played more of it than
way
us.
more of it than I did.
No.
Because I thought you finished the file and everything. Like you.
Yeah, you were
beat
like
the
good at
game.
the challenge
you, like,
levels.
Finished the game.
I'm pretty sure you beat it.
No.
No, I
Yeah.
don't think so.
No.
I don't think I kept playing that long.
No, you
Some
maybe I
Mandela
finished
effect
it, but you
going
did
on.
most of the game.
I don't think that's. I think I only played the first.
All right, we'll have this.
worlds.
Let's have this argument
You
later.
had the forgetting experience with Bonanza, but with Odyssey instead, I guess.
I know that I remember for Odyssey, there was a part where I was really busy, and it was during Christmas, and you had borrowed the game from Alex, and you were just playing it. I feel like this has happened or something.
From me?
Somebody.
Odyssey.
Yeah.
I don't think I lent anything to anyone.
Maybe me.
Ever.
I don't know.
Somebody.
Maybe.
Anyways,
Anyway.
Bonanza, it had its moments. Like when
didn't
you
make
beat
our
that
top
boss up faster than like its intro animation, that was funny.
Yeah.
Which some people were like, this game's too easy. I'm like, it's supposed to be easy, guys. Clearly, it's just showing you how strong DK is. Or like all the little puzzles that it's like, oh, here's like this door that you gotta get the special thing to break, and then you just like punch down and then go under it. It's just funny things like that you
Yeah.
can do.
I'm excited to play it on Near Riders when I get my Switch 2, finally. One day.
Oh yeah, do you want to do a Claire
Obscure discussion.
Claire pity discussion?
All right, we were already into the pity discussions, aren't we?
Yeah,
I
I
guess
feel
so.
like the fact that Claire Obscure won Game of the Year means that like we're all a little bit like primed to be like a hater, I think.
Well, but I've been
Also-
hating on this game for quite a bit of this year, and I was just waiting for you guys to like
Give it a go.
finally give it a go
See,
so I can talk about
The
it.
thing is, it's like perfectly fine.
Yeah, it's a good game,
It's perfectly
but
fine.
just everyone's been saying it's like the greatest game ever, and I just
It just
can't.
feels like you guys never play a Japanese RPG turn-based
Yeah, that's what I
thing
was
going
saying.
on.
Like, maybe it's because a lot of the juries have not, and critics have not played a lot of JRPGs.
Yeah,
Or had a lot of
like,
exposure
like
to
they
JRPGs
have.
outside
Like,
of maybe like Final
these
Fantasy
menus are
VII.
so good. I'm like, you guys never played a Persona? It's pretty much a Persona 5 clone menu almost.
Yeah,
I don't know. And they're like, but it's French. And it's like,
Why did it take so long to get the attack power limit removed? Like,
yeah.
what the fuck? I thought I was playing a game here, not a movie.
I have to say I do enjoy it more as a movie. I think I've been watching only. I won't play this game. I feel like it seems like too much effort and too long, and like any JRPG, it's shorter than most JRPGs. It's not as grindy as typical JRPGs, but at the same time, I don't want to bother with that. I just want to see the story. That's why I'm here. So
Yeah.
I'm happy to just watch
You guys do have to finish it though. It's worth
Yeah.
finishing.
for sure.
Maybe my empathy for the characters just wasn't there because of like how weird it felt. Like, but when everybody died, I was supposed to like, okay, I didn't feel anything for these guys because it just didn't feel real in the first place. It's like, I don't know.
Yeah, I was surprised listening to people say that it brought them to tears, the opening cutscene, and I was like, but like for me, it was almost like I wouldn't say it was comical, but it was like, oh, okay, all these people are just like evaporating. Okay,
Yeah, it's
alright,
like
huh.
it's a situation that is designed to be sad, and but it's
like,
right off the bat.
I don't
and it's just like,
feel
okay.
anything for these guys.
That's a sad situation that I just
think
saw.
maybe,
I guess.
Maybe if I had been more recently touched by grief in my own personal life,
Yeah.
it would have had more of an impact. But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, and then again, the D-Day on the beach moment, everybody dies. So
Oh
I'm like,
yeah, that was like, what?
it's like,
Okay,
damn,
what's
that kinda came out of
happening?
nowhere. And then the guy's like about to end hero himself, and I'm like, well, like, don't just give up. Like, at least try to fight back.
I thought those were good scenes. I thought.
I don't know.
I felt like compared to like the opening, at least you have like a bit of time to like interact with some of those characters.
I don't know. Maybe I was rushing through the opening too much.
Yeah, I feel like we didn't talk to.
Because I talk to people and they're like, "Do you want to spend one of your flip flops on this ship flip?" And I'm like, "What the fuck?" Okay.
Yeah.
And then I talk to the next guy and he's like, "One ship flippity flip for a flip flop."
Yeah, and you gotta get all those ship flops.
Shit, I already gave the guy my only flip flop.
You gotta get all 3 of them.
You can get all 3?
You can get all 3, I'm pretty sure.
Well, I talked to nobody else offered me any other ship flops.
Pretty sure.
So I was just like, well, let's just leave. This probably doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And it doesn't seem to matter.
That's true. That's fair. Yeah.
All these people are due to evaporate anyway.
Yeah, just give me the ship flips. I'm the one going on the expedition.
They're also all going on the expedition, aren't they?
Were they?
Those. Maybe I'm not remembering the interaction. I thought it was all the expeditioners that you were interacting with in that prologue scene.
Yeah, I really like the environment design in this game. I did like parts of the combat, though I had gripes with the parrying aspects of it. I felt like moves weren't necessarily well telegraphed.
Or they too well telegraphed. Like, too many just, like, base enemies do the long swing. Where it's like, just fucking... Just be more of a rhythm game instead of, like,
telegraphed in the sense of, like, what the timing is.
Yeah, that's what I mean, too.
Also, yeah.
They start to, like, literally swing their arm, and then they, like, pause a little bit sometimes.
Yeah, they, like, fake you out. A lot of enemies fake you out in, like, like an Elden Ring kind of way. And
yeah.
I kind of hated that in Elden Ring a bit, and I really did not like it in this game that much at all.
Yeah.
And thought the optional side challenges were like kind of tedious. Like if you try to do any of the hard bosses early, it becomes like very much like a grind.
You better
like a
be
grind
parrying perfectly every time.
Yeah, and even if you are, it's just very tedious because it's the same moves over and over and over again. There's not a huge amount of move variety. Every boss has like 2 or 3 moves. You learn them, and like then you just have to parry them for 15 minutes straight.
Yeah,
and it's like
specifically that like big rock guy that just bounces.
Yeah, it's like this is really, really boring, and it's difficult in a way that I'm not finding interesting.
Yeah. But with all that said, it was neat.
Yeah, it's neat, and also I really like the ending of it. I think, you guys got to keep going.
Any thoughts on the new controversy of their use of generative
let's
AI?
Not get into it. Come on, it was like placeholder assets that accidentally got left in the game. Like, come on.
It seems like they generated most of the game, actually.
No, I don't know. This feels like I don't know.
Just kicking a dead horse.
Yeah, it's like.
I guess we can give them a bit of credit, but also, sorry guys, your legacy is tainted.
Tainted?
I guess so.
Well,
did you come up with this singing mask lady?
I just think there's so many better reasons to take Clear Obscure off of Indie Game of the Year awards than generative AI for placeholder art assets. There's so many other reasons. I don't think this should be Game of the Year.
Yeah.
I just yeah.
Yeah, I feel like I am enjoying it. But yeah, not on the top 10. What can I say that hasn't been said, I guess? I'm like, yeah, it's neat. But it's not like stellar. It's not like I'm surprised it's like, unless something crazy happens in the final like act here that makes me change my opinion of the entire game. I'm not like, what a masterpiece, what like a incredible piece of art, like, oh, this is doing something that's never been done before, the writing is incredible, blah blah blah. I don't feel any of that. I don't know, like, it's neat. So
yeah, it's
well, I don't know. I feel like maybe I haven't heard other people's takes on the game very much because I've been
maybe this is like
not online.
Most people's first harem based game.
No.
Where you're one guy surrounded by pretty ladies.
And a child.
Hey, you know, turns out she's 16, so if this is a JRPG style game...
Is she only 15?
She's 16, I think.
She's 16?
Yeah. Not that makes...
It's a real JRPG now, Don.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like... Did I have more to say?
Yeah, did you guys like SKA?
Oh, I hated
He grew on me.
SKA. Sorry.
Hated him.
I'm like... I didn't even know what's going on with this guy, and I'm like, wait, this guy's a thing we're seeing all the time? Like,
Yeah.
That was fun.
Could we not
He's
have
like grown
him?
on me slightly, but like not...
I'm like, a little bit like, dude, just like fucking do some strong shit. Like, when you first see him, he like instantly destroys some giant god thing. I'm like, this Tom Bombadil ass motherfucker, just not helping.
Yeah, I really, the JRPG whimsy, like, touches that are in the game just did not do it for me
Yeah.
at all. I know, I can see where they were going with it, but yeah, I did not like SKA, sorry, to everyone that loves SKA, because I know that everyone bombards me whenever I express this. All of my friends that have played this game and love it dearly are like,
SKA's the
what?
best.
SKA?
Time for a swim.
Yeah, it's like time for a swim. I don't know. I just really... I think that was the beginning of the end of my love period of Expedition 33, because I had a bit of like a, yeah, I'm enjoying this. Like, I'm enjoying the combat, I'm enjoying the environment. Some of the music's like neat, I guess, but maybe a bit derivative of Nier, it felt. But
Yeah, to me, I'm like, this is just a lot of opera music, and like,
yeah, I
that's
hope
nice.
you like the operatic music, because that's what you're getting mostly.
I guess, what's his name? Minoko? He had a fun theme. Like, at the start, it sounded pretty cool, and then it kind of just becomes like saxophone music, and
Yeah.
it's fine. So I wanted that glorpiness that it had at the beginning.
the Glorpcore.
Yeah, I was like, damn, they got glorpcore in this game?
Oh yeah.
Nah, they had like 5 seconds of glorp.
Alright.
And that's why Expedition 33 cannot be Game of the Year. Not enough Glorpcore.
Well said. Instead, it should be statistically Silksong.
Yep.
I feel like that was pretty high on all of our lists.
Yeah,
Maybe I had it lowest even.
On a ranked
What
ballot,
was it
who
on
would be
your list
winning?
again?
And is it Silksong?
I think like 5. Yeah, I think it was 5, and then Baby Steps was higher for me.
Nice.
I think check the description. I will put. I'll give our number ones 10 points. And
Yeah.
see if we can make a cool ranked list
Yeah.
based off of that. But yeah, if you made it this far, I think that concludes our Game of the Year discussion. Unless anyone has any final gripes or games you want to bring
I have
up.
one final comment, and that is I've been thinking about where I would have put 1000 X Resist if I had remembered that
yeah.
I played it this year. And I think it might have even come 4th.
Fourth. What was third and what was fifth?
So,
Or
in order, Peak, Blueprints, Silksong, 1000 Times Resist, Night Rain, Kirby
Okay.
Air Riders, Mario Kart World, Consumi, Two at Teep, Tamagotchi Paradise, and I'm actually going to change. I'm going to swap the places of Tamagotchi Paradise and Kirby Planet Robobot.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
So Kirby at number 10.
Kirby, number 11, get knocked out.
I guess another honorable mention I forgot. Spell Latro, another game by a friend of the group. That's a cool one. And did we talk about Dispatch?
We talked about it in honorable mentions.
a
I
little
think it was
bit.
Adam's honorable mention.
Alright, yeah. It's just a fun story.
Yeah.
I think the game is slight, but like it's good.
I really liked it. It's in my top 20. It's above
Yeah.
Expedition 33.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like we got romance options in Claire Obscure, and I was like, get out of here.
Romance options, Dispatch.
Invisible
Hell
Girl
yeah.
shows up. I'm like, ooh, you have my attention.
Yeah, I thought it was a well-told story. I thought the execution was tight, and I really liked the way that the gameplay actually elevated the story.
Kind of tie in to the story and stuff too. Yeah.
Like, I didn't really feel strongly about the story until the gameplay elements kicked in, and the gameplay made me feel more of an emotional connection to the cast of characters and what was going on with them. I thought the gameplay was well executed in that sense.
We got to finish that up sometime, guys.
We do, yeah.
All right.
Well, GG.
Let's turn this off.
Yep.
I gotta whiz.
Yeah, man, you're gonna have a fun time editing this.
You guys are done though, right? No final thoughts?
No.
All right.